And a very warm welcome back to you. Welcome back to the Frankfurt Major, the first ever major for Dota 2, of course. We are on day 2. Groups A and B completed yesterday with Evil Geniuses, the champions of TI5, going safely through to the upper bracket. We're about to find out in the bottom half of our draw, the Group C and D is, well, not the bottom half, but you know what I mean, whether which teams can go through from these two groups. And we've had a few results so far. We've also had a change of personnel here on the desk. We have LD, Synderen, and again, I have to put up with Milk. It's just how it goes, I guess.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
I mean,
they come for you.
This was almost our worst panel yet.
Right.
Because you see, we've already got 2 people from Denmark here. And
right.
To me, Denmark is basically the Canada of Europe. Second best at everything to its southern neighbor, just like Canada is to America. But fortunately, Paul, we brought in one American to salvage the panel.
Right.
So you'll be okay.
And what an American it is.
And so it begins already. We've got a good game ahead. Secret versus LGD. It almost wasn't Secret LGD, though. It could have been Secret Cloud9.
Yeah, it could have been UB Young Cloud9 as well,
Yeah,
I think.
absolutely. Yeah,
almost every match was almost an upset, honestly.
Yeah.
This was a really intense
But we've
day.
ended up with what we thought we'd end up in the winners match. And the winner of this one goes on and qualifies for the main event in the upper bracket, which obviously is very important for these two teams. Neither of them will want to slip down. LD, we'll start with Secret. Just in terms of the way they've played so far, I don't know if you caught too much of the action, but is it unexpected to you to have come through so close?
I think Newbie Young played a lot better than a lot of people expected. They looked good in the Chinese qualifier until they got to the bracket, and then they got pretty much crushed by the opposition. But those are, the top Chinese teams. So I think Newbie Young, I wouldn't say they overperformed, but they definitely did better than expected. I think Secret looked a little shaky. I worry a bit about the team when it's like, oh, we need to win a game. All right, let's just go anti-mage Magnus. Misery didn't have a good RP until the very end of the game, so I think they need to step it up versus LGD, but this is certainly a team that's capable of doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Line up there. Who's standing out for you, Synderen, of the 5 that they've got now?
For Team Secret?
Yeah.
I think the most standout, the best standout performer over the last few weeks, or the last 2 months, I guess, would be Weeha, I think, in the mid lane. I think he's really made a name for himself. A lot of people were skeptical, how good is this pub star going to be? I think he's shown really high level consistently in his games. That said, though, in this event, maybe he hasn't shown up as much as other events. The glimpses I caught of the games, he didn't look as impressive as previously.
Like at Nanyang, he solo carried the team some games. Him and Envy were just unbelievably solid that tournament. But yeah, we haven't quite seen it yet.
It does speak to the quality of the team, though, that they can all seemingly underperform and still beat a Chinese team that made it into a major. So I wouldn't worry too much. Sure, they've had a bad series, but we know from evidently they can win tournaments, right? So
just a few,
Yeah.
And MLG, they're in the finals, obviously.
Exactly. So I'm sure they're just going to shake this off, go into the next series, probably start playing a bit better, and then they're going to get the ball rolling, and then we'll see the Secret that we expect to see.
All right, we've got not too long to wait for the draft. So let's talk about IGD. In terms of where they are, where they've come from TI5, obviously for the more casual viewers, they've watched them at TI5. We talked about them as potential champions at TI5, and that wasn't the case to be. Of course, they have the Starman, ROTK in there. I think they're all great names, and all 5 players have stood up at some point over the last few months, and you've kind of gone, this player might be the best in the world in his positional role. So they've got the players, but have they got the team play?
It's interesting you say he's the star player, because he's definitely the one that stands out the most, especially to the Western fans. But for me, the most consistent players have really been Sylar, and especially Maybe on this team. Maybe has just been, I would say, basically, you could put him up there with any other carry or solo mid, and he's been at least as good, if not better, every single event. The guy's very consistent.
Who did Paul say?
He said ROTK.
Oh, okay. To me, MMY is the...
You see, that's the great thing about this team. I think we might all have a different idea.
But I might be biased, because MMY, back in the day when I was still a young guy... Oh, I'm still a young guy.
You were waiting for that? No, that wasn't coming.
See, he likes MMY because he was relevant when MMY initially became relevant.
So he was only 33 when MMY came around.
In 2010, MMY was hands down easily the best player in the world. That was when he played the mid lane position. He's been playing the support role for some years now, most of his Dota 2 career. And I think it's on and off throughout his career whether he's been doing well at it. He's always been at TIs with a Chinese team, DK, eHome, and so forth. Now he's on LGD. I think he's been performing really well lately, even though they haven't been getting the results that they might have been hoping for. So I think right now MMY is the player that I would be looking at in this tournament.
So
And of course, maybe.
So we've got, you can't have two. Maybe MMY, ROTK. Are you going to pick one of the other two or not?
Should I just pick Salar just for the sake of it?
Just to make it all balanced.
Okay,
all great players.
I'm with LD. I think
Okay.
maybe has been the most solidly impressive player over the last
said
months
Salar?
for them.
Okay. I want to get to predictions.
You picked
as well.
maybe, right? If you had to pick one.
No, I think the key for LGD is ROTK, because to me, he's the most inconsistent player on the team. He had a great performance with Clockwork last game, but there have been tournaments where he single-handedly lost games. I think maybe he's always good.
All right, okay. Enough arguing.
they
Enough
have a good
arguing
team.
for now, okay? We're going to get plenty of chance to argue, but I want to get your predictions for this game. Is it a straightforward Secret win, or is it an LGD? LD?
I think Secret takes it 2-1, but
Okay.
I think either team's capable. I don't think it's a clear win for either team.
Jacob?
I'm with LD, as stupid as that sounds.
That's a miracle, frankly. You and LD agreeing on something. Sindre?
I'm going to go with LGD. I cast their game against
Okay.
Cloud9. I think they looked pretty solid. They had a couple of mistakes, but I think Cloud9 actually showed up for the tournament. The game that Cloud9 won in that 2-1, they played really well. Secret, on the other hand, in their series against Newbie Young, I think they showed more weakness than LGD
messy.
did to me. So if LGD play a stable game, they're my favorites, but I also think 2-1 is probably the most likely result.
Okay, so we've got three of us going for Secret. Not that it makes any difference what I say, but I would like to remind you that I'm 100% from yesterday, buddies.
Do we want to do this Survivor style? If somebody is wrong with their prediction, they're
That's
just
it,
off
they
the
go.
panel, they're just done.
Okay,
I'd like that.
Sin said he wanted to go home anyway.
Send me home.
It seems to be the only way that I can get Paul off the panel.
It will be the only way. They've penciled me in for every single one. We're into the draft for game one of LGD versus Team Secret. This is the winner's game. The winner will advance to the upper bracket as the top seed.
So these teams have played once with their current roster since TI. They tied 1-1. It was in the group stage of Nunyon, I believe. Really big heroes for both teams. Darkseer, already banned, and Ember Spirit. And interesting to see for me is, does the Slardar slip through? Because Secret got it one time in the grand finals, and they
It will.
crushed Vici Gaming.
LGD ignored it in their entire series against Cloud9. It was not banned or picked 3 games in a row.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
That does not happen.
Which was interesting, not so much from an LGD perspective, because I understand for LGD it might not be the ideal hero for how they play, but I was really surprised that Cloud9 ignored it entirely too. In this matchup, it won't happen.
How many Midases did Cloud9 buy that series?
0, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
They've changed.
Night Stalker, man.
Okay, so there's a Slaughter or a Doom coming in.
Nifty little opening for an Ember Spirit. We've seen Eternal Enemy play a really well-played Ember Spirit game in one of the games against Newbie Young.
And interesting for me is that the Night Stalker LGD did pick in one of the games against Cloud9. That was actually the game they lost, I believe. So, understandable if Team Secret want to play this kind of split pushy style and they're scared of getting picked off and losing map control to a Night Stalker. I don't think you want to overall first pick Ember Spirit right now in Dota, though. I think that's too early.
I mean, you say that, but a lot of teams first pick Shadow Fiend, and I feel like that's also...
I think that's okay when you're Radiant. I think it's
And
easier to
yet
defend
every
on
time we've seen it happen, bar a few, has been when they've been on the dire side. We saw Evil Geniuses doing it twice yesterday on the dire side. Secret doing it twice today on the dire side.
So Secret, LGD banned the Undying, so they're going to get either the Slardar or the Ember if they want it here.
Yeah,
Secret
Slaughter was
takes the
the...
Slardar.
Interesting. I was almost sure Secret wouldn't take it if they just checked the last series. The fact that LGD ignored it. They might have just done it as a mind game and been like, we want to save our Slardar for later. We think we can beat Cloud9 without it, but
So
this
they're
is
gonna
100% expected from LGD.
Tuscan's SF.
Yeah, they go for the Dire SF as well.
They picked SF every game against Cloud9.
It's definitely one of their comfort heroes.
So there's a Wind Ranger in the pool that they need to pick up if they want it for Weeha now. I think it'll be banned out if they don't. There's also the Ember Spirit, obviously.
Yeah, obviously the Shadow Fiend also a bit of a block pick, because you don't want to be giving the Radiant Shadow Fiend to Weeha either.
Do you want to give him Wind Ranger, though?
I think
In
Tusk
that
is
match,
really Tusk is a really good hero against Wind Ranger, actually. He counters the hero very nicely, blocks her path off with Wind Run with Ice Shards. You can't miss Walrus Punch in Wind Run, so you have a guaranteed slow.
That's a good point.
And you can bring heroes in close against Windrunner too, which is a lot of the time very useful.
I
So-
think you'd rather give them the Wind Ranger, because they Secret's so good at abusing the Radiant jungle, and Wind Ranger can't farm it quite the way that Shadow Fiend can.
So Zero support. Well, it's probably a support Tusk for LGD. Both games they played it, they didn't put it on ROTK. They played it on, I think, MMY both times in the last series, I'm pretty sure. So only one support picked in the first phase, and that opens up for some support bans, I think. This is Dazzle. Great pick in the last series, LGD versus Cloud9.
Still a Bane Elemental in the pool.
Yeah. I think they're going to ban that one, actually, for LGD.
Ancient Apparition. Winter Wyvern, most notably. We do know that Secret loves the Bane Elemental, though.
So they haven't grabbed the Envy hero yet. We've seen him mainly on just Ember or Anti-Mage lately, but not sure if they'll want to go for either of those this game.
And one more thing, actually, LGD's last game against Cloud9, they picked Shadow Fiend and Ember, and they safe laned the Shadow Fiend with a Visage and a Dazzle, and then they played Ember mid for maybe. So Sylar can play the Shadow Fiend. This is no guarantee that it's even mid in the first place. And I think it could be an interesting approach for LGD to ban Bane and take Ember right now and try to go that route. But then they also give a lot of information away about their draft, so difficult to say.
Yeah, I also think they need to be careful here, just that they don't get Anti-Mage, because that's definitely something Secret will turn to if you don't get enough control. They have Tusk, that's a pretty good start. Still curious, so you said it was a support Tusk last time, which would mean they haven't picked RTKs here yet then.
He's going to play Clockwork again, I think.
It's definitely one of his more comfortable heroes.
Yeah, it's a good pick against Slardar too.
Actually, Wind Ranger as well.
Yeah. It's great.
If you're LGD here, don't you ban the Bane? I think you do.
I think you do.
Ban Bane, pick Clockwork seems really solid to me. There is, of course, the opportunity for Secret to... Okay, they're going to ban
Bounty
Bounty.
Hunter goes.
Well, I get that. They have the Wind Ranger matchup against the Shadow Fiend. If the Bounty Hunter roams around on him, that's going to be a very difficult lane to play.
Okay.
Gyrocopter follow-up. So they're very susceptible to ganks early on. So the Bounty Hunter ban definitely makes sense.
So this will be a bang.
Also can contest the jungle, and that's something Shadowfiend will be looking to take advantage of. As could Gyro.
Gyro is one of the best safe lane carries against an off-lane Slardar. You get punished super hard when you try to come in with a Slardar. You actually can't really go in on the Gyro with Sprint just because Rocket Barrage tears through 2/3 of your health.
And the Tusk can easily kill him. If you get a good shards catch, he's not going anywhere. The other thing with LGD that's been kind of an interesting evolution is that Sylar used to be like a classic 4 protect 1 carry, but he's really made that transition into a lot of ways the 2 for the team. It's often more Maybe who's taking the majority of the lion's share of the farm. So the Gyro's nice because he doesn't really need as much help. Ooh. This is a puppy special. He was a sniper at Nanyang. He was hitting every single Ice Blast.
It's a rare AA pick with no obvious healing on the enemy team. We usually see it as a response to some sort of heal, whether it's self-heal like Alchemist or Doom.
It's just a very good support hero, I feel. Like, it has a lot of strength. You can do a lot of things with it. Obviously, going an aggressive tri-lane early on is one option, but more so the ultimate at any point in time is just one of the best support ultimates.
Chilling Touch Focus Fire also hurts.
10 seconds.
It's true. It does hurt.
It's pretty good.
Doesn't feel very nice.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm wondering if Secret are considering going for a Rubik here to deal with the offlane Clockwork, shut that down entirely, be able to... There's some pretty good spell steals here between Call Down and, of course, all of Tusk's spells are pretty much good for Rubik to steal. All 2. Oh, 3, actually. He can steal Sigil, too.
He's also really good with
Wreck
AA
Whale.
because he lacks damage. AA gives that to him from
Yeah.
Chilling Touch, so...
It's a pretty solid pick for Secret, but I'm...
Whenever call me old-fashioned, but whenever I see an AA being picked up, I just immediately, my mind goes to Spectre.
I mean, there's still the...
We still haven't seen one.
With Wind Ranger and Slardar already, I don't think they can fit a Spectre in here.
I mean, they need an EE hero.
Ember.
That's the Ember
Yeah, I mean, that was the more obvious.
So
And the one issue for LGD, they don't really have great catch for an Ember yet. They have one more support pick to go.
How is it Chilling Touch works with Sleight of Fist? Do you use 1 charge per target you hit in the Sleight? So you can actually precast it on him and he can hit like multiple heroes
Believe
with
so,
Chilling
yeah.
Touch? That's pretty strong too.
The other big thing is he's a really good setup for the Ice Blast together with the
Yeah.
Slardar. So they've got 3 heroes now that can
5
get
seconds
puppy
remaining.
kill opportunities.
This is a very strong safe lane for Secret, almost no matter what support they pick. It's difficult for Clockwork to go into this lane.
The way LGD have drafted, like to me so far, it's all about the Tusk. Like MMY is through the laning stage. He's the hero that can set up kills, can maybe shut down the Slardar off lane, can pressure mid and potentially go on the Wind Ranger. Clock's not going to be able to do much, like you pointed out, for the off lane. So
I'm generally not a fan of Clockwork in this meta at all. I think we've had one game where I liked it, and that was the earlier today with newbie Young picking it up in a very favorable matchup. This one, I'm not a fan. I've never been a fan of the Clockwork, especially not with in a matchup up against Slardar and
Not
Windranger.
even when Bulba played it?
No. I've
Yeah,
been
I
a fan of the
agree.
Clockwork. I meant in this meta with Slardar, Windranger.
Why do you hate American Dota?
Ooh, Disruptor was actually a very good ban.
Milk just gave me the dirtiest.
MMY plays an excellent Disruptor, and so does DDC, actually. I think they both control the hero very well. Could have been a big problem for Ember to play against, so I think it's okay as a ban.
Okay, so what's the DDC support?
Lion comes to mind.
Definitely feels like they need more control for Ember.
Yeah, I've been thinking Lion for the longest time as well.
10 seconds remaining.
It's just...
Do you think they can get away with it in the lanes here? They do have the gyro, so that's a pretty strong laning presence as far as the carry
I mean,
goes.
Secret's lanes are very obvious right now. I think Lion will have an easy time.
Reserve time.
Just pulling and keeping away the Slardar. I don't think they need to worry too much about which support, and it is a Lion.
Good call.
Yeah, it's a good pick here, I think. I was considering the option for LGD to actually go for a jungler if they wanted, because I didn't see Secret have any opportunity to contest it, but nobody plays it right now.
That's true, actually. It would be an interesting approach to the game.
So Pylai Dai, what will he play as support? Generally, he's on a pretty low farm priority compared to even other 5 positions. So, I mean, you mentioned the Bane, he's banned. Undying, also banned.
Winter Wyvern, Shadow Priest, also banned.
Most of his heroes are removed. The Bounty Hunter as well.
Lich is even
I
banned.
still think Rubik is good.
Dazzle.
Yeah, I think there's no other option than Rubik.
Yeah, what else would it be? Because they don't really have a setup support to go with the AA. Witch Doctor.
Okay.
Okay, interesting draft from both teams. LGD and Team Secret are ready to rock and roll, and so are our commentary team. It's over to them for game 1.
Thank you, Red Eye. That's right. Of course, myself, Capital, is going to be joined by Purge for this winner's matchup. I don't know, what do you think? Secret versus LGD, we heard their predictions. I want to know yours.
I like the Secret draft. I think going into it as well, I really felt like Secret was more likely to win the set. They looked a little shaky versus Newbie Young, but I attributed that a lot more to just Newbie Young being really good. I was really impressed by a lot of their players during those matches.
Yeah, for me, I think this is definitely going to be one of the closest matches going into this group stage because I think LGD have probably done their homework against Team Secret. There's a lot to be said about, yeah, Team Secret have been winning lands, but they're also the team that has been seen the most. And I think that both teams, I'm not seeing anything really special out of this draft. It just feels like both teams got kind of what is comfortable most for them. I mean, we have DDC Line, we're talking about the ROT Clockwork, but you've also got Team Secret heroes, Eternal Envy on the Ember Spirit, we've got Weehaw on his infamous Wind Ranger, which all of China respects by now.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. It's I saw somebody tweet about it last night. They said it's really hard to analyze predictions and things for each team because every team plays so differently because there's so many heroes that are possible in the meta that it allows you for these diverse strategies that allow both teams to say, you know what, I think we have a pretty good setup in each team. So it definitely changes how the playstyle goes. You have to be able to decipher what the strengths in your opponent's teams are and then be able to shut that down. We saw it very good against Secret earlier, but I don't know if it'll stay that way for a while.
So what do you think the biggest strengths are here for LGD squad? I'm seeing a lot of potential early game team fighting power. Unfortunately, we're going to see their counter ward actually being taken out before they can get to the ops ward.
That's really nicely done. That's going to protect them a lot. Do they have another sentry there? No, it looks like it'll be somewhere else on the map. Sorry, what was the question you asked right before that?
LGD, what do you think the biggest strengths are for them going into this game 1?
Well, I really like the line pick. I think that's you need hard disables when you're dealing with heroes like Wind Ranger or Slar. If you're just dealing with slows, they can get away from that. But stunning them or hexing them while they're trying to wind run completely keeps them generally in position. And that's going to lead to better kills. So I think, and disables as well against Ember Spirit really works. So I think we're going to need to see DDC do very, very well this game, preferably an early blink, or just always be ready behind the right person when needed.
ROTK making sure to chase away the Eternal Envy Ember Spirit to allow maybe to pick up the bounty rune. Of course, Weehaw's going to get something similar here at the top area. We're going to see Team Secret running a defensive tri-lane, most likely. ROTK is going to be facing up against them as kind of the solo off-lane Clockwork. MMY, infamous for a lot of different heroes, but lately it has definitely been his Tusk, and he goes boots first, so we're probably going to be seeing a lot of early roaming action from him. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we've got Sylar as the Gyrocopter paired up with DDC going up against the Slardar with that heavy amount of control from from Lion and the, of course, insane amount of damage from Rocket Barrage, they can quite easily get a kill on Misery.
I think Misery is pretty set here, though. I mean, at least for now, he's got a Stout Shield. Lion only has 2 Tangos. Definitely very, very low in terms of regen. So if Misery fights him a lot, he can definitely get the upper trade advantage there and then be zoned a lot less.
Misery playing this pretty cautious, goes for the sprint level 1 and does manage to stay just ahead of DDC because of that choice. Does take a lot of damage from the Rocket Barrage to start with, but it's looking like the creep wave is going to push forward, which is a decent sign for him getting to that level 2. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, ROTK has actually taken a lot of damage as he throws out a Cogs and accidentally grabbed Eternal Envy inside of the Cogs.
That's the worst feeling, man. You're like, all right, gonna just do a little cog harass, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, there goes 300 HP of my life.
Yeah, maybe he thought he was going to be able to get him close enough to be within tower range, or he had enough creeps to really threaten Eternal Envy. He did take a decent amount of damage, but with the support from the Witch Doctor, it made it a little tough for ROTK.
Yeah, any mana drain on a Ember Spirit this early is a huge advantage because his mana pool is not that big, and he is very mana-based for him to be able to do damage. So any mana drain that Clockwork can put out could mean the difference in him surviving in the next minute or two.
Which is why Eternal Envy, of course, has that early Mango to make sure that he will be able to get the Chain's opportunity if a kill presents itself.
Yep, but when you add it all up, 2 cog pushes, that's equivalent to a Mango. You could work that out to be 150 gold worth of damage, economic damage done to the Ember Spirit.
Highlight Eye sitting on the Bounty Rune. Probably be forced to get it. Misery is going to grab the Illusion, meanwhile, in the top lane. Throws Illusions towards the mid and see if he can't just keep some pressure and an eye on where MMI is going to rotate.
It's kind of interesting. He's not hiding himself too much. He's just strolling through the mid lane, going from lane to lane. I think it's because there's not always a support showing on the map, and maybe he's just looking to do something like that. Oh, he's going to put the sentry down. Okay, and he does get the Observer Ward that was placed by Puppy. So this is going to make his roaming a lot easier. He can go from middle lane to bot lane a little more easily, especially around rune times is when it's really important. That way his opponents don't know that he's sitting there waiting.
That being said, with MMY being shown on the map, well, Misery actually, because he doesn't have boots, Sylar's able to keep up with that sprint.
Ooh,
and will be able to get a lot of Rocket Barrage damage. And there it is. The first blood goes to Maybe as he picks up the kill on Weehaw thanks to the rotating MMY Tusk.
That's a pretty good kill there. Kills the ward, comes back mid. That's exactly what I was referring to. And then he just goes for the easy double raise in. Nothing he can do to stay alive there. So MMY's pressure is really helping out Maybe on the mid lane. Not that Maybe necessarily needs it. Definitely one of the best SF players in the world right now. And he even went like passive first. He didn't even say, I'm going to just rely on runes here. He's just got his passive, got tons of last hits, and he's going to be completely fine in his lane, at least until a gank comes.
And because of that successful gank, MMY is actually looking really good on experience with his roaming, being level 3.
Yeah, that's amazing, actually. When you go boots first, usually you get under-leveled quite a bit because you don't make anything happen, but he spent just enough time getting experience mid, a little bit of time top, and that kill there is going to make a big difference.
Yeah, they really put a decent amount of emphasis on him being able to get level 2, because obviously if you have that level 2, if you have both the Snowball and the Ice Shards, the roaming Tusk has a lot more presence on the map.
That's a good point. It's something you don't see in pubs as much just because teams aren't as organized to think about other people on their team to sacrifice for someone else. But you can see it here. Really good teamwork there by LGD to prioritize that and allow them to get a kill.
Once again, Secret putting a lot of pressure and making sure they get the runes. Maybe he's going to try and challenge Pylai Die, but he will be met by Puppy, who's Cold Feet. Make sure that Maybe can't really move forward. But again, Team Secret rotating their supports to bottom lane and Misery up to top lane to make sure the runes are completely covered.
Very good for them. He's pretty high in HP right now, and there isn't a huge amount of threat coming out of Wind Ranger. So while it is a victory, I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference, especially because he does have 22 Necromastery right now. He's hitting like he has the double damage already at 4 minutes.
Both teams thinking about some early aggression. MMY picks up a smoke at the same time that Pylai Die does. So we'll see which one of these teams is able to use that smoke a bit more effectively. Checking in our offlaners, of course, Misery repeatedly being chased away by the gyrocopter is only left at level 2, despite the fact that a lot of times Tusk has been on map. Just the dual lane has been enough to keep him at bay. Meanwhile, our ROTK Clockwork with his cog blocking is able to do a bit more. Misery's going to be caught here inside the jungle. Nice stun and TP out. This will make sure. No, the Hex comes in just in time, barely in range, and Misery will go down 2-0 to the favor of LGD.
And that's just the threat of line. I like that they paired the gyro with the line. It's like one hero is very good at disables, the other one has tons of damage as a carry. So those two together are just so amazing as zoning Slar. This may be some of a solution towards keeping Slar out. You need a carry that's very, very damage heavy and very strong at movement speed as well to be able to punish him.
Yeah, as the analyst said early on, even if we do have some sort of like early pressure coming in, it's very hard for a Slardar to play aggressively into a gyrocopter because you're activating sprint and you're going into rocket barrage, and that's so much damage. Misery's going to be caught. Yeah, LGD 2 times the charm. They're going to catch Misery once again now that Siler's level 6. The 2 supports rotate around behind the tower and get that kill. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they have a similar smoke here, but their plan is to stop the true carry.
Oh, they're going to get broken on MMY though.
Oh no, that is really bad, but Eternal Envy's still going to be able to catch up to Maybe. Maybe they didn't actually expect Eternal Envy to be making that rotation CDEC style. Tusk is still going to go for Pylite Die, but I think he was hoping to be able to grab the SF inside that snowball. Failed, and now he may be in some trouble, but Sylar is actually going to TP in to make sure that his MMY Tusk is going to survive. But this does cost LGD yet another rotation, and they still lost the SF.
And in addition to that, when the cooldown came through, it hit the next creep wave. And look at the tower on the tier 1 top. It's at 182 damage. It's very close to dying, maybe even Misery. Just a little bit of damage there. A little Earth Spike coming out of DDC. He's doing great. 2 assists now, 500 gold past his brown boots. If he's doing super well, he might just rush the really fast Blink Dagger, and that's going to allow him to create space across the map. MMY had the first couple of minutes of roaming, and then later on, DDC can set it up with pretty much any core on his team.
Misery attempted to go for the deny there in the top lane. Doesn't quite work out for him, and the last hit is taken by the Lion, actually. Because they're rotating around the Ember Spirit, trying to play aggressively with him, Puppey is getting a lot of free time in this bottom lane, and this is pretty essential, right? If that smoke had been the 2 supports, never would have worked out. They get the kill on the Slardar, but we also have Secret running into the jungle here, head on into Maybe. He has a stack here, but he's also got MMY behind him trying to help him out, but the damage is just way too much from the Ember Spirit. Maybe will be taken out as a power shot comes through from Weehaw, securing that one. Now the question is, what's going to happen to the stack? Secret are going to try and take it, but LGD are swarming in to defend. DDC from one side, even from the river. We have the gyrocopter. They've taken the rest of the stack, but are they going to be able to get out in time? Sylar is here now. Doesn't have quite enough mana. DDC's locked in by the shackle shot, but MMY is here to defend. Pops a snowball and will go straight onto Weehaw. ROTK doesn't actually have enough mana for the cogs. Meanwhile, gyrocopter's taking out Pylite Die. Weehaw being surrounded by 3 different heroes, even without abilities. It just doesn't seem to matter. They get the kill anyway and punishes Secret for taking away their stack. But was it worth it in the end?
The first initial fight was great, but they stuck around to kill those 2 large creeps. They should have just left, because if they kill those, the camp respawns and gives you about as much experience and gold as it would anyways. But because they stuck around to kill those 2 large ones, you know, they got engaged upon. They didn't retreat together. They got caught together, and because of that, Pylite Die tried to run away. He got found by the solo gyro, and the other 2 cores got whittled down. They needed to immediately just ditch. Getting the hero kills and getting enough of that stack as it was plenty. So I think they got just a little overeager there.
Well, the next couple of fights are going to be all the more dangerous with Puppey now having that Ice Blast ready to go, and he also has that Cold Feet. It was funny, the analysts were talking about in the draft how you look at the Ancient Apparition being picked up against a team that doesn't traditionally have too much shield. Obviously, it's likely that we would see a mech or something out in an SF, but it's not a guarantee, and there's no other heroes with natural regen. It almost feels like some of the other abilities from the Ancient Apparition are going to be quite powerful here, like the Cold Feet.
Yeah, I think Cold Feet's pretty much always good right now as well. The cast range is so long, he can sit far back and put it on whoever Slar initiates on, or whoever gets Searing Chains, because later on that's going to be lasting for 3 seconds. That's usually going to be enough time for Cold Feet to proc, and a lot of players just don't see it coming either. It's not a very visually obvious skill, and it can mean the difference in a team fight if you don't pay attention.
Oh, they're going to catch Sylar. LGD just rotated their 2 support away from that. Quick kill for Eternal Envy and Puppey. And doesn't look like ROTK. Well, he's not even level 6, so there's no way they can go for a somehow gank at this bottom lane. MMY's smoke is going to be popped, and he'll start making his way outside of this jungle.
That's Ancient Apparition, man. You only need level 6 and a couple Cold Feet levels, and you're actually putting out more like 400 magic damage before you accelerate it with the Ice Vortex. He's actually a very strong hero. You just need at least 1 hero to set up.
And he's got the Hand of Midas, so we're going to be looking at hopefully a pretty fast Aghanim Scepter.
That's so early. 10 minutes? That's amazing for a support hero. And he actually diverted his skill build slightly this game. In every other game I've seen Puppey play this, he maxes out, or he goes 3 points of Cold Feet into a max Ice Vortex. But he's all about the stun this game, and I think it's because they just have so many reliable disables.
Yeah, you've got the chains you're talking about, the Slardar stun, the Witch Doctor Cask, and even the Shackle Shot, all sort of guarantees for a Cold Feet successful launch. Ice Blast heads up to the top lane, doesn't actually catch DDC. But this is all due to the fact that this is something that Team Secret, they've actually addressed this as kind of a style now, is that they're willing to move Eternal Envy around a little bit more, whether it's making sure that one of their supports gets a decent amount of farm or Misery gets a good matchup. Weehaw in the middle lane is going to be jumped on by ROTK. He will quickly burst through the cogs, and it looks like he will get away to safety as LGD weren't able to provide enough burst damage in time to kill him.
That's really nicely done. I think the main reason that worked, though, is because Wind Ranger's attack point is so low that the battery assault very rarely will interrupt your attack animation. So instantly, he gets the 2 hits on the cog, and he's able to escape there. So really quick thinking by Weehaw. He was completely ready for that, and it really just makes ROTK useless for the next minute.
Yeah, RTK probably just going to have to head on back to base. Looks like he's going to be going the Blade Mail route.
Middle tower is under attack.
Pretty standard. Very good against Ember Spirit as well. If he turns on his Flame Guard, you're instantly reflecting damage, and you can't really do anything to stop that other than run. So I think that's a really good choice. LGD grouping up to pressure the bot lane. This is why Sylar was here before, but I like what Puppey's doing, even though they might not hard commit here.
Oh, the Sylar, he could be potentially saved by DDC. Managed to get the Hex down, stuns up Eternal Envy. The Snowball's going to come in as well, and they take him out. Misery now is going to surge on forward with that sprint, but he realizes he's all alone and nothing he can do to avenge his ally's death.
He could have solo killed him definitely there, and he probably just thought, wow, this guy's being an idiot. He's off lane again, solo, and now he's going to die.
Misery.
But it didn't happen.
Almost getting caught out as DDC rotates around from the side. MMY doesn't have enough for the snowball. And won't try and catch Slardar.
So LGD's in a pretty good position at this point. They finally got the pressure in the off lane. They killed the enemy carry. The tower's still very high HP though, and they can't really stay here with 3 because it's going to be very obvious to Secret. So they pretty much have to just go back into a gank, maybe shift to the mid lane, get a kill there, get a kill in the jungle, and then continue to pressure bottom. So Secret's pretty happy with their positioning right now. They can set up kills globally with AA ulti. They can set up kills with Slardar moving around. I feel like they have a lot more gank options than LGD does right now, as well as their cores being harder to gank.
Yeah, it feels like they have a lot more skirmish power where they can win these like 2v2s, 3v3s, while LGD are more likely to win the full-on 5-man team fights. But what do you think that means for LGD? Are they going to be grouping up relatively early on, or do you think this is just sit back, continue to farm, because you do have both a Gyrocopter and an SF who are going to need a distinct amount of farm before they go into the mid game?
I mean, a little period of farming wouldn't be awful for them because getting a Blink online would be great, but he did divert and he went for a Tranquil Boots as well as a Magic Wand. An Illusion confusing them a bit here, and that's going to reveal that they're down here. So if they do some passive farming, I would say take Brown Boots line, go straight for the Blink, get a fast Blink, and then you start ganking in 5-man lot. But because they diverted slightly, they kind of have to force ganks or team fights, and because they don't have that Blink now, it's either up to a snowball fight or a hook shot. That's the only way they're going to be able to do team fights. And they're not quite setting those up. ROTK's back on the top lane now, getting last hits. He should be the one that's on the bot lane with the line and the Shadow Fiend looking for an initiation. That would be a lot more useful. If he's just up here, like, yeah, he'll get a Blade Mail, but a Blade Mail is not going to make Clockwork invincible or much stronger this game.
Pilot Eye quick to TB out before Sylar could catch him there, but they'll just take control of this Tier 1 tower and go for it. Secret are very likely to do something similar here in the top lane, but the difference is that Weehaw is actually pushing out the middle lane in the meantime, so Secret are getting kind of the better of this movement around the map, at least so far anyway.
Yeah, I really love what Puppey's doing this game. As soon as somebody comes the off lane, shoots the Ice Blast, and maybe if it doesn't kill them, it at least put the carry, like either SF or Gyro, at an HP position where they know that they would die to the next burst. So he's basically counter-pushing the area that they don't feel safe sitting. I mean, how many times do you see people pressure off lane? Look at this game. Both teams pressuring each team's safe lane. So it's very strong to do this, so it's a lot safer for Secret just to sit back, spam it with the Ice Blast, and that tower went down a whole 4 minutes later than LGD wanted it to.
Misery is hoping to be able to claim the bounty on this Tier 1 tower. That'll get him a lot closer to his Blink Dagger. And he does indeed take it, so only another 700 gold or so. Meanwhile, we have a Shadow Blade being built by Maybe. Talking about aggressive builds, I mean, LGD, they're a team, one of the Chinese teams that's known for being, I would say, the most aggressive. And you're looking at these item builds like the Phase Boots, the Drum of Endurance, and Ring of Aquila. That's early aggression build down from the Gyrocopter. You've got the Shadow Blade now from Maybe. This is all looking at just early pickoffs, early team fights, 15 to 25 minutes.
DDC getting spotted by the Invis Weehaw here. Oh, he's so dead.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do about that one. Unfortunately, that's just a bit of rune luck that goes the way of Team Secret. And they're going to try and search for it and see if they can't get something else out of it, but
And the Shadow Blade was used.
Yeah, and they'll probably see that now.
Yeah, so like we said, they want to do 5-mans. They were set up for it, but because they happened to spot out the line, the whole thing's over for another 13 seconds or so. That's assuming that they choose to bring everybody back mid again. So they're still in this place where they're getting found in jungle, and now Sylar in trouble.
Yeah, they have the ultimate going out. Eternal Levy knows he needs to start backing out, and his Flame Guard's about to go down, but it's a missile that's going to catch Misery, and this is the other big success of Gyrocopter versus a Slardar. Eternal Levy's still going to go for that kill on a Sylar, but he's going to be knocked up in the air, but the Walrus Punch, he doesn't really have a way out of this one. Bounces back and forth between his remnants, but eventually lands in his grave. 4-9 now as LGD take more and more of a slight little lead over Team Secret after that bit of a mistake.
That's the most useful slow on a Walrus Punch I've ever seen before. How often does that actually matter at all? But it did matter a lot there. The Remnant comes out very slow if your hero is slowed. So the ultimate from Shadow Fiend as well as the Walrus Punch there basically meant that Envy was not getting away, and he does end up dying for that. So they're kind of just going to lanes, passively farming, saying, oh, there's a hero here. Let's try for it. And I feel like they should organize a little better. Maybe do smoke ganks, 2 or 3 man, move through, let Misery farm his Blink Dagger, or they can just do this passive thing until he does get his Blink, and then they can do organized things.
All right, let's see LGD go all out now, because you finally got that Blade Mail on ROTK. They've got to make use of some of these early items that they picked up. Let Sylar go ahead and farm up that BKB. I'm all with that, but ROTK and MMY, you're probably going to go hunting, just like they usually do on LGD.
This Ancient Apparition has 61 CS. If you just look at his stats right now, you're like, yeah, this is a mid-hero, definitely. Totally a mid-hero. And he's picked up a Staff of Wizardry, probably going to be a fast 4 staff to protect himself and others from Clockwork, most likely. Could push somebody out of a Cogs. That'll be really useful.
Yeah, with a change-up of Cold Feet as well as the slow buffs to Ice Vortex over multiple patches, it seems like teams are really reading this Ancient Apparition as more than just his Ice Blast and actually trying to get him involved in these team fights. And that's where you kind of see these 4-staff builds. And obviously that's going to be critically important against a hero like Clockwork.
Yeah, he's definitely a lot better now. Just the Cold Feet buff alone is like, wait, I can justify getting Disables and Ice Vortex. And then you say, well, I've got all these cool synergy things to get Chilling Touches. Well, he might as well get all of his skills. It's a great game for it.
So he's going to have 4-staff pretty damn quickly.
He actually is pretty much there.
Maybe trying to go for the ult here. But he is spotted out by the counter ward, and Misery's just kind of playing a game with him now.
If Misery dies right now, it'd be really awful. He's only about 100 away from the Blink.
Yeah, so
and
Misery,
they're going for it.
They have the amplified damage, but they may not realize MMY is going to sit on the side here. He throws out the snowball. The ultimate actually gets laid out, and that was definitely not the play for LGD. Lose an SF ultimate in a little bit of time. RTK actually whiffs his hook shot trying to grab Weeha, but he's just moving a bit too fast with that haste.
Yeah, that was great for Secret. LGD forced out Requiem. All they wasted basically was Envy TPing over with Boots of Travel, which is just a little bit of time. Not terrible. So they're going to be pretty happy with that one. That's going to be Blink Dagger now on Slardar, and now's where the action starts. He already picks up the smoke. The gank is pretty much anybody, but more likely I would do Wind Ranger plus Slardar or Slardar plus A. Those are the 2 ganks that they're going to be looking to do. They might even bring the Witch Shock. That works great as well. Death Ward obviously synergizing very, very well with amplified damage since it does do physical.
They're going to bring more numbers? No, Eternal Envy's going to go back with the Boots of Travels. And just as you said, very likely that Slardar and Wind Ranger going to be the ones searching for a kill here. But this is awkward. They're checking inside the Roshan pit, but they've lost their kind of high ground. If they go back up and run into maybe the Envious Rune, Eternal Envy, he's going to be the first one seen. Misery does get the 2-man stun, but the rest of the Secret are coming in. The Cat's going to be good setup with the ultimate.
The damage.
Laying into DDC. They might be able to finish up this whole entire fight just via that. The Cogs pushes them back, but it's still LGD managed to finish off the Eternal Envy Ember Spirit, but they're almost getting caught. Misery can't quite get that stun, and he's going to be a bit threatened. Eats the mango, tries to go for the kill, but MMY comes in for the side, kills the Slardar, but maybe still gets taken out by Puppy and Weeha. And MMY, he's the last one left alive for LGD, and I don't think he'll be alive much longer. He doesn't have the ice shards to block him out. Well, he does in a second. He has actually got Magic Wand.
Fine, unless the Shackle.
Oh, the Shackle lands! Weeha gets that one, and it ends up being a wipe here as this snowball is just going to spell the doom of MMY.
What a fight, man. That's Slardar right there, man. You initiate, you stun multiple heroes, and you do the AA blast, and he got a great shot. Oh, the hook!
Nice, RTK locks in Weeha. Weeha is going to try and eat through the Cogs, but the 4-staff kind of keeps RTK in play, so I don't think that was really intended there from Puppy, but still, RTK doesn't manage to get the kill on Weeha. Now he's going to be caught for his overly aggressive plays, was just trying to get anything he could to help make up for that bad team fight, but he just feeds more gold to Team Secret now.
Man, they're just synergizing really well in these team fights. Everything just, their picks are great. The Witch Doctor completely working out, while a Rubik would have completely protected them against the clock. Turns out the best protection against clock is clock not hook-shotting anybody. So they didn't really need the Rubik after all. Witch Doctor's working completely fine, and he's giving out way more damage than a Rubik would have.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate also that LGD ended up running into the Ember Spirit first, such a mobile hero. They couldn't really get that quick kill.
Yeah.
And Misery, just the beautiful response as a Slardar. So Secret are looking very good now after that team fight. That was roughly a 2,500 gold swing overall and about 3,000 experience.
Puppy's so rich that he bought his mid player a gem. And he still looks like he's rich.
Wow.
That's great. Really good for him. Level 11 as well, so he's very close to getting Chilling Touch levels. I assume he'll go for those rather than some stat points, just because Chilling Touch does synergize so well this game. Especially with the Ags now up on Wind Ranger, the extra bonus damage that you get from Chilling Touch isn't reduced anymore. So we're talking level 5 Chilling, or level 4 Chilling Touch is doing something like 400 extra magic damage in a short amount of time.
Yeah, not going to affect the Wind Ranger's attack speed at all. And then you've got the Ember Spirit as well, who doesn't really care too much about the slower attack speed either. So it's just this free buff.
It's really good this game. Doesn't synergize with Slar, I guess, but it's great to have both physical damage and magic damage, because then it's a lot harder for your opponents to build against it. They can't just buy a BKB, you know, because then amp damage still goes through it.
Let's be real. He doesn't have bash yet anyway. Who needs to right-click at Slardar?
I don't blame him.
Just crush and crush and crush.
I do not believe in the bash. It's 10%. It's such a low chance. It's like, get your sprint up, and they're looking to fight here.
Yeah, they're going to find ROTK. Their smoke pops. They think that it's either an Invis SF, or now they see ROTK.
Okay.
Get the free stun onto him right away. The Ice Blast will make sure that ROTK does go down. In fact, it's Pylite Die who actually takes that kill. And we may be seeing a potential like Glimmer Cape or something like that for him coming in soon, as he's got 1,200 gold in the bank.
Secret's pretty much controlling the game very, very hard right now. While the Gyro does have a lot of farm, it looks like he may have BKB. Yep, there's the BKB up for him. There's just so many dangerous things and so many stuns as well. They could easily initiate with a crush, stun him before the BKB comes out, and then just burst him down in 2 seconds with all this magic burst they have, the AA, the BKB. While it makes him look so strong, it's only if he gets it off. So these fights completely come down to initiation.
Yeah, and even if he does manage to get out the BKB relatively early, there's still the focus fire. Oh, the SF lets loose that ultimate Eternal Heavy, still looking all right, gets the Sleight of Fist, and will be able to jump away. So that was just not the damage, enough damage coming out from maybe that he expected.
Maybe if he was right on top of him, that might have killed, but 500 Magic Absorb is amazing.
Oh no, and now he doesn't have an ultimate to protect himself against Misery, so he just has to turn and fight, but a Shackle Shot will stop even those right clicks, and maybe we'll go down to Weehaw.
That's that mobility advantage of Slardar. Very quickly cross the entire map and set up to defend. So Puppy getting a missile mid, and mid tower's possibly going to be defended. Nope. Does get killed. Nice play by Gyro there.
See, what do we have coming in? Just a little bit more wards for MMY, who's only got Tranks and the Urn so far. Our SF being shut down a bit, still doesn't have that BKB in part 2 to that last death. DDC's trying to finish up a Blink Dagger, and that'll be coming in rather soon if he could just get the space to farm up 1 or 2 more waves.
And Wind Ranger getting ready for his next item. He's only at about 1,700, but even picking up something simple like a Crystallis is going to really amp up his damage a bit.
Yeah, the physical damage, like, I love Wind Ranger versus Gyrocopter just because I feel like Gyrocopter's so dependent on that BKB, and Wind Ranger brings forth an early amount of physical damage, single target, so it's just like, even if he does get out the BKB, if he's hit by the Ice Blast and he's focus fired down by the Wind Ranger, he could still pop relatively quickly.
Yeah, and most of his abilities are pretty short range, including his attack range, so there's just so many advantages that Wind Ranger has over a Gyrocopter once she tanks up enough to survive the magic nukes. Maybe again fishing for a kill, but he doesn't have his ulti for 10, and A is going to spot him, actually. They see him.
Is Misery going to keep going? Doesn't look like it. They're perhaps a little bit scared. They actually don't see many of the heroes of LGD. I don't think their set of wards in the secret shop has spotted anything lately, so...
There is a Blink Dagger up on DDC here on for Lion. I think that's something that could really give them a big advantage, especially if they coordinate some ganks. But their major issue is they don't have a lot of bursts this game. It's Shadow Fiend ult, some raises, I guess. Gyro damage is pretty good, but they need to combo line with one of those big nukers, and they need to find a secret hero by themselves. That's the only way they're getting kills right now, because secrets combos are so good that they can just move around the map in pairs, like we said before, find kills themselves. So LGD has to do the response. I don't think they can just do the straight 5-man, because I really don't think they're going to win it.
Yeah, I mean, Secret at this point in time, they have such an advantage with this Ancient Apparition free farming away for so long. He's now actually got a Ghost Scepter.
Yep.
So, still delaying that Aghanim Scepter.
Kind of a weird item to build, but it will protect him against Flat Cannon. Envy in trouble.
Yeah, with the long hexes coming out from Lion, it looks like they will be able to pop Eternal Envy, so finally purge. That's what you were saying. They needed to couple the Lion with some extra burst damage and find that critical key hero.
And that actually took 3 heroes because of their position in the game. It was a lot. Envy doesn't even have any survivability items yet. Unfortunately for him, he was fractions away from finishing his Battle Fury. Sitting at about 1,000 gold now. I guarantee he lost some of his gold there right before the Claymore. So he's going to be a little sad about that, but nothing to fret for Secret fans right now. They are still way ahead.
Yeah, they've got this nice big Ancient stack that as soon as the Battle Fury is online for the Ember Spirit, he'll clear through that pretty damn quickly.
Unless Gyro gets there first. It's one way the LGD could have a little bit of a comeback. Look at, oh, they had a ward there. I was like, did he just predict that they were going to be doing Ancients? No, they actually had a ward that time. DD as well and Weehaw. So if a fight happens in the next 2 minutes or so, it could be really scary for LGD. Any of these heroes could just pretty much instantly die.
What about, forget about heroes.
Oh,
what about the
off.
big man, Roshan? DDC, nice blink out.
Huh. They were really leaving him off there.
But yeah, going back to it, Team Secret have a great Roche taking lineup. Okay, RTK.
Yeah. Wait, what?
The Shackle Shot lands. He's got a
Okay.
DD on Wind Ranger, and Clockwork just disappears like Houdini.
Yeah. I bet it was like 4 shots or something like that, right? Absolutely nothing. DD helps a lot in this case.
Mm-hmm.
MMY Sin mid, he's gone Blink with Tranquil Boots. Okay, he's gone on Puppy.
Oh, he's got the snowball, but
Here comes a Crush.
this really isn't going to protect him for long.
Is under
Okay,
attack.
just the amp damage and the focus fire. Another kill for Weehaw here. And
Is he going to look for more here? Blinks in, managed to get Sylar. They also have the Ice Blast still coming in, and that is going to nail him unless Sylar turns and dodges it. Pops a BKB, now pops his ultimate as well. Team Secret just playing a distance game. Pilot die. Well, he throws out the Death Ward, but SF coming in from behind takes advantage of that poor Witch Doctor. So 1-for-1 trade-off. Both supports going down on either side, but Team Secret still feel confident, it looks like, to push forward.
that's pretty good for LGD considering their position, but that was a 10-second BKB, and that's an item that he's going to need all game due to Shackle shots. Anytime a Shackle lands, you will get chain stun, you will see Puppy throughout the cold feet. At that point, you're going to get a follow-up stun, and you're pretty much dead at that point. Puppy now up to 1,400 gold. What does he build next? This is basically the most luxury of luxury items. If you get a Force and a Ghost Scepter on A, you're having a great time. Yeah, an Eggs is great, but just these first couple survivability items are really all you need to be happy. So the sky's the limit. Hex, Blink Dagger, probably an Eggs. I'm not sure.
What about the combat build of Ancient Apparition? Like, he takes it one step further and gets like a Yule Scepter for himself, and he's just like, now I set up my
okay.
own stun.
I kind of like that for anti-Tusk as well. If Tusk snowballs against you, then you can just Yules yourself. But I think even something like a Rod of Atos is really good. That way he can set up his own cold feats, and he gives himself a stupid amount of survivability in the same vein. So I think that would help a lot. When they have their BKBs up, obviously it's not useful, but when they end, you could see a ton of kiting going on for Secret.
Misery is sitting in Viz right now on top of ROTK, but once he sees a glimpse of MMY, knows the rest of LGD are nearby, he blinks himself out. Team Secret just very happy with the space that they're getting right now, as they've always been.
Nothing new for Pylai Die, just the Staff of Wizardry. Most likely will be a Force for him. Would have kind of liked to see an Eggs, but it's not really a necessary build anymore. The damage for level 2 Death Ward, for example,
Secret.
it's pretty good.
They smoke up just at the perfect time. The rocket goes past the Roshan pit. Once that's gone, they know they can take Roshan before the next rocket is in. Between Amplify damage and Focus Fire, it's really easy for Team Secret to do Rosh.
Goodbye, Roshan. Aegis going to be Weehaw.
So he'll give a bottle to somebody. Oh, Hookshot actually coming in for RTK. He's leading in for the rest of his team. Force Staff does help
great
out
stun.
Weehaw, and they will get another Force Staff in, putting him up on the cliff. He's
Oh, the
locked in, but
Shackle?
Shackle Shot managed to lock down, baby, with a Death Ward over the top. Baby's going to be just deleted by that one. The Cask still bouncing around, causing havoc for LGD as they try and retreat, and it's Eternal Envy who wants to be able to catch more. Weehaw leading in with his win run, but Won't be able to catch anybody else. Still, though, 15-13, and Secret, not only do they get Roshan, but they get that kill on Maybe. Critical, perhaps, for Secret now to be able to take even more control of the map.
Did you see that shackle?
That was insane.
That was BS. It was like angled. But great defense, though. Super fast force-staff reaction on a Puppey that kept him from getting caught in the cogs. Then his other ally forced him to the high ground. And all of a sudden, that great initiation by LGD ended up being not good enough in any way, and they lost a core for it. Great fight there by Secret. We're going to see Misery get caught by 2 heroes. Great Hex from DDC.
Jump, little frog, jump! Oh.
Wow, that damage.
Yeah, that's Sprint amplifying the Finger of Death, level 2. Just almost...
Oh, they might get Puppey as well. They saw him.
Ice shards? Oh, just barely bumps him out. R2K does have a hook shot ready to go. Actually pops a blade mail as right as Weehaw goes for the Focus Fire. Is trying to force things even further, but is now going to lose that blade mail. Nice snowball save. It's still going to roll right on through. Puppey looks like Puppey's going to be going down. Weehaw turns around to go for the ROTK kill. Can't quite commit. And doesn't have the mana to be able to throw out a power shot to finish him off. So MMY beautifully saving ROTK and incidentally helps get the kill on Puppey in the process.
Secret has such good synergy this game. This is really the only reason why we're pointing out their advantage. But LGD's keeping it about even. The kills are even. The gold is even. Gyro continues to get items. Is he building a Manta style? I think he kind of has to, actually. It's kind of gross. This is an item that Gyros were building a lot when Gyro first came on the scene, and then everybody realized, hey man, your illusions suck. Why are you building a Manta style? It's not about your illusions. It's about you getting an SNY and you being strong. The only reason he's building this is because it allows him to remove Searing Chains and amplify damage, and it also gives him more things that the cast can bounce to, which is not all bad to have. So I think it's actually a decent Manta game, but it's more of a negative. It's something that he has to do in response to a Slardar being in the game. Another reason why Slardar is one of the best heroes right now.
Yeah, completely agree. It's one of those scenarios that if you pop the BKB and you get amp damage afterwards and focus fire, you doesn't even matter. RTK caught once again. These aggressive wards from Team Secret are doing so much work for Weehaw. Being able to find those blink shackles time and time again.
This is going to happen all game. People will continue to get shackled and killed. And Weehaw's not slowing down anytime. Might blink aggressively. They found where the invis here was. Oh, he broke it!
Oh, Sylar, he's going to be caught. Weehaw at the gem anyway, so Sylar, he now pops BKB as well as Manta trying to get away, but that's just going to be a loss of yet another BKB charge. Meanwhile, in the top lane, they do get the Ancient Apparition, but still, Gyrocopter going down is all the more important.
He did nothing to that. He just died. I mean, I know that was 3 heroes, but it was still incredible how rapidly he went down.
Team
Got
Secret,
completely blown up.
they'll now take the trade-off. Maybe also going for the Manta, so this is apparently the play against Lardar's. DDC jumps in on Eternal Envy. Whoa, Force Staff is going to help out. Nice Pylite dice. Potential save for Eternal Envy. He gets off the Sleight of Fist and will jump back. Now the Death Ward, well, that'll take out the Lion. Pylite die will be surrounded by Shadow Fiend. Golden Shadow Fiend and some illusions. He will go down to that one. A 2-for-2 trade-off.
Now, Shadow Fiend Manta's a lot better. I believe they recently added so the Manta illusions get the souls. Am I right about that? I'm pretty sure they recently changed that for SF. Generally, it's still not worth it to grab the Manta, but it's, again, pretty good in that case. He's taking Death Ward damage, Manta split off. Let that damage go somewhere else.
Right. Secret rotating through their secret shop. MMY's up here. Does have 2K on him. Is it ever worth, like, if MMY actually gets enough farm, do you think he ever considers going for, like, the mech Guardian Greaves, or you think it's just, you know what, there's an Ancient Apparition in the game, never go the healing item? Oh, God!
I think a healing item is not terrible, especially because if you buy a mech, at the very least, you're giving yourself armor. So it might not even heal your team, but you are applying a bit of armor to everybody, and it's going to heal somebody, especially the way that AA is playing this game. It's a battle AA. It's not a sit in the back and ice blast at the radius of the other half of the map, you know? Not everybody's going to have the debuff. So I feel like in some cases the mech will be useful. Or if somebody gets initiated on, as soon as they take 250 damage, you can pop mech. You don't have to wait till they're low, you know? So sometimes the damage will come. The Ice Blast will be flying in, boom, mech them. Ice Blast hits, mech got value. So I think it's definitely something you can build. But the thing LGD might be missing more so is damage. So MMY has to decide, do I want to go for a mech? Do I want to go for damage? And he got a Force Staff, so utility is a good idea.
Yeah, obviously this item build is going to be more for the late game because for now, it's going to be the Blink Dagger and Force Staff, mobility, being pretty key in this match is we're seeing Team Secret really making a good amount of use of those double force staffs from Pylai as well as Puppey multiple times, saving allies trying to be targeted. The bottom tier 2 is going to be threatened by LGD, but they've already lost their top tier 2 in return. It looks like Team Secret are just going to keep on going for the tier 3, forcing LGD to TP back.
The Daedalus is up on Envy. No Daedalus yet for Weehaw here. They'll back up a little bit. What do you think the Gyro should build to deal with Slardar? Obviously, Manta's one solution. Do you grab an armor item? Do you just go for evasion with something like a butterfly?
Yeah, it's probably the butterfly, right? If you see Weehaw commit for the full Daedalus, now that's the thing, right? A lot of Wind Rangers, they'll sometimes hold on to just a Crystallis, and if they see you building butterfly, they'll then get MKB rather than complete the Daedalus. But
well, Curry's going to Secret Shop, and it is the Daedalus. So I think you're right. Butterfly is going to be the option, especially because Slardar's never going to make an MKB, right? And he's actually a decent damage source. Fight going on the bot lane.
Chasing around, Ember Spirit will be able to get away and maybe just TP's out with the BKB. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they're actually pushing up top lane. Pylai die. This is exactly true to form for him. He's creating space, right? Like, he's pushing out the top lane. He knows he's very likely to be ganked, but if they don't stop him, he's going to push the creep wave all the way to the tier 3, and he's going to get farmed going towards his Aghanim Scepter. And if they do stop him, it's just a support.
It's not, yeah, it's completely fine to do. It also uses the line ultimate. These two heroes aren't TPing down to gank Eternal Envy, for example. So while it may seem like he's actually accomplishing nothing, it's a tactical decision. Can I guarantee that Weehaw and Envy farm for an extra 40 seconds while getting some farm myself and maybe dying? I think that's all right, especially when his net worth is pretty far down there. Part of the gold that you get is based on how much net worth your opponent that you kill has in relation to the rest of their team. And since he is so low, it's a cost-benefit analysis. I'd rather them gank me than set up a gank and maybe be successful on Wind Ranger or Eternal Envy.
Now, Misery's got 2,800. The typical build is AC after you get Blink Dagger and Force Staff. You think there's anything else you consider?
As a support or as an offlane? I feel like BKB is usually,
true.
It's like alt, you either get Force or you get BKB. In a lot of cases, most offlane Stardars will get Force first, but some games I think a BKB is good. And this is a game where third item BKB is definitely where you should go. Just because Tusk, Lion, Clockwork even, if he ever gets caught with Clock, yeah, Force will save him, but what if he just BKBs and kills him back or something? I feel like BKB is a great option here for Slar in almost all games, and Wind Ranger or Ember could, in some ways, I guess they won't need AC. I guess it's all right to AC. They're far enough ahead.
Yeah, they could. I'm with you still on the BKB just because SF and Gyrocopter are such hybrid cores in that they're able to put out a decent amount of physical damage, but they're still very relevant with their magic damage as well.
Yeah.
So I'd be down with the BKB first and then AC following that up.
I think on the side of LGD though, either the SF or the Gyro could definitely justify getting an AC, just because of the raw armor that it gives you, which will directly counter the Slar amp damage. But
yeah, we were talking about it earlier, right? The AC is a pretty good pickup versus Ember Spirits a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And then there's more incentive when you've got a Slardar and you need that big buff of armor to counteract the amp.
It can definitely help, but then it puts you in this weird place where, fight on DDC.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to be picked off right away. Sylar will be able to get away, and that's the more important one. But they've taken away the line for 60 seconds, and Secret are probably hoping that Roshan's up and they can take this with the 4 versus 5 advantage. Unfortunately for them, it's not going to be up for another minute and a half.
This gem has just helped so much. There's really not very many safe places for LGD to put wards. The only one that's still up right now is a ward that's not useless or not useful in the slightest right now because nobody is over there. So really tough game for LGD now. They don't know where to hide. They don't know where to stand, and it's caused them a lot of problems.
Now, we're seeing all this control from Team Secret. I feel like we need to re-emphasize the fact that this game is still very, very close. LGD, there's never been larger than a 4K lead, and that's what it's at right now for Team Secret. But LGD are still getting plenty of farm themselves, even if Secret are controlling the map a lot better.
Yeah, the gold is close, but I just see the synergies and things like that, and the map control that Secret's had all game and how farm their supports are. They don't really need any more items. Lion would love to have a Force Staff. Tusk would love to have maybe a damage item or a Solar Crest, but they're missing a lot of these core things. All of the farm is basically on Gyro and Shadow Fiend, and nobody is even close to those two guys. And because Shadow Fiend and Gyro are so easily countered by a Shackle Shot Focus Fire or an amp damage right click, the game could just go, the teamfights could very easily just go awful for LGD depending on the initiation, and that is why I think Secret is far ahead.
which is why LGD may need to find the initiation first. They're actually grouping up here in this bottom lane area, but Team Secret are smoked around Eternal Envy and trying to bait him out. Maybe he's going to start leading the way with the Shadow Blade. They're going to start going on into Eternal Envy. Maybe now reveals himself with the BKB, but the initiation for Misery is on point with a 2-man stun. RTK locks in Weehaw. The ultimate goes out for Maybe, damaging him even further and bringing some of that damage reduction in. The Pylon Die will be chased down by the rest of the heroes, while Misery was unable to complete a kill on anyone from the side of LGD. So ultimately, the defense is strong for LGD. Good response to Team Secret's smoke.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get initiated first, I guess. A lot of people say, oh, Puppy as well.
I'm not sure what this is all about, but the Shackle Shot completely misses as the Snowball sucks that right in. And now it's Weehaw and Eternal Envy on the rapid retreat. Blink away from Eternal Envy and TP out there.
That was just a great DDC play right there. Do you remember that ward that got dewarded there? Secret thought, oh, we're safe. They don't have an observer ward over here. As they passed over to set up the gank, DDC placed an observer ward there, and it allowed them to get that follow-up kill, and no shenanigans were going to happen in the opposite way. So that was a really nice play there by DDC, and as well, great initiation led into them not being able to initiate properly. Secret was scared to go in, basically. Wind Ranger could have gone for a blink shackle, but when you get that hard engaged on and when Starter just dies for almost nothing, then it's really scary. And you'd rather hold the gem back and take your losses and come back in the next fight.
Now, because of this fight going very poorly for Team Secret, and it's right next to the Roshan pit, very clearly a free Rosh for LGD. Question is whether or not they're actually going to be able to utilize this Aegis to gain some objectives, because we've seen Team Secret controlling the map most of the time, not really letting LGD most of the time get the kind of fights they want. But this is going to be a perfect pick-off to start things off.
The ward.
Hot once again.
It did something.
It really did.
Great little gank there for LGD, and yeah, it's
the last 30 seconds of that ward too.
Yeah, they're doing really well now. They've got perfect items for what they're up against. The Butterfly's up on the Shadow Fiend, and there's no MKB on either Ember Spirit or Wind Ranger, so he's not the easiest hero to focus. If he just plays really aggressive now with the Aegis, and Secret is forced to go on him, it puts Secret in a really bad team fight. The only way Secret's going to win the next fight is if they kill Gyro first. He went MKB, he's got a BKB. The MKB obviously helps him kill Wind Ranger, but it doesn't help him survive. So Gyro is easily the target that Secret needs to go on in the next fight.
Which is part of the reason Team Secret kind of trying to avoid fights right now. And it's perfect in these sort of situations where Wind Ranger is able to push out the top lane, and because she's such a big threat via the Aghanim Scepter on that tier 3 tower, they do have to rotate back despite the aggressive position that LGD was in, because it's also hard to push uphill against an Ember Spirit, a farmed Ember Spirit at that, who's got both a Battle Fury and a Daedalus. So this is definitely no walk in the park for LGD, even with that Aegis.
Does he have an... Oh, he's 5,000 gold in the bank. I was like, his net worth is so high, but it seems like he has so little. 2 items and a blink is not that much here. But what does he grab next? MKB for sure. I think that's pretty clear, right? Against the Butterfly Source, it's not completely needed because he's not the one that's going to do the brunt of the damage to the Shadow Fiend, but yeah, it'll add up in your Sleight of Fist, and you can do mini stuns on people just by using Sleight of Fist. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, the only other thing I would think of is potentially he would get like the... if he felt enough pressure from LGD, he would hold on to his gold and maybe just get the Crystallis, right? Relatively cheap damage item and still hold on to enough gold for buyback. But he's going to do that via the Demon Edge, where the MKB is, you're talking. The 3,500 still sitting there. They are hunting Eternal Envy, or really anyone right now. LGD may be able to catch someone. RTK, perhaps a blind hook.
Yeah, they didn't expect his blink there. Maybe he was waiting to where he was by the magic bush because he thought that Envy would walk from camp to camp, but he never did. He killed the camp very fast and he blinked. So he did it so fast that they didn't expect him, and they lose the kill.
And this is kind of what we're talking about. Are LGD actually going to be able to utilize this Aegis or not? Because Team Secret just... they've had it all game pretty much, and it's due to the nature of their heroes, Ember Spirits, Lardar, even the Wind Ranger with a Blink Dagger. They have so much mobility, they're able to push out the side lanes really aggressively and stay one step ahead of LGD most of the time.
Yeah, I really like their positioning there while they did have that major Aegis pressure, and they knew that LGD was likely in their jungle. I feel like some teams, when they're behind, they turtle way too much in their base. They basically say, we're not leaving our base until we win a crazy team fight and it's time to rax you, but Secret knows when it's time to do that, and when it's time to play aggressive and when it's time to play safe. And by doing that, they better balance their resource gain, and it helps keep them alive and helps keep them ahead of their opponents.
Eternal Envy just clears through one more wave, and will back out to a more defensive position on this side shot. He's going to actually head bottom. LGD have been inside his jungle, but we've seen Eternal Envy. He's routinely playing around the trees. As you can see, once again, just blinks into the side jungle.
Salvation.
Stay out of the sight of LGD.
It's the only way to live. Well, I guess they can still Clockwork Rocket. They're still hunting him. They're putting a lot of resources towards this. They do have a gem as well.
And this is what's so hard. You know he's in the side trees. You know he is. But there's just too many areas to search.
Yeah, your rocket only spots so much. It's a small area. You've got this ice shard as well moving around, but it's so difficult to set up kills on Ember. Envy has been playing very well, especially his anti-mage game as well. He just knows where his opponents are very likely to be. He very rarely does get ganked. And that game sense is one of the things that allows him to be a very good carry in situations like these. If his team can't farm correctly, or if they don't feel comfortable fighting, then he can still get farm while not dying. And that is something that is amazing, because it allows him to stay at the top of the net worth and to stay competitive with his opponent's carries.
Eternal Envy is now at the point where he can complete the MKB and still have enough gold for buyback.
It's a pretty good item, too. I don't like it in replacement of Daedalus, but when you have both, it's a nice boost to your crit amount. And just getting that little mini bash in there can help as well. Interrupt animations, things like that, that sometimes throw your opponents off what they're doing.
And now, what does that mean, the gyrocopter builds? You were actually talking about the AC earlier. The butterfly was for maybe. Ugh. I don't really like AC on gyrocopter, but I feel like it's an item they need as a team.
They do, but the clear AC target is usually a Shadow Fiend, but he's going for a MKB of his own, I think. So I don't like AC. I feel like even a Scotty would be better, honestly. It'll give you like 3 armor. It's not a huge amount. It's something. Gives you 750 HP. I think the Scotty is the way to go, honestly. You could just perma-slow, Wind Ranger. It'll give you a little bit of damage, a little bit of everything you need. I think Scotty's the way. Plus, he's got a Manta. You might as well build stat items at this point. I think Scotty's the clear way to go.
What about Satanic?
Satanic's better. 5 armor, lifesteal. Yeah, Satanic.
But the downside, the big downside of Satanic, though, because I'm going to back you up a little bit on the Scotty, you're up against an Ancient Apparition, right? The Ice Blast. The active is Satanic, and even just the passive lifesteal may not be as effective.
It's a hard decision. It could honestly go either way. I think Scotty is unlikely, but I'm pretty confident that I feel it would be the most synergistic to what he's currently at, without having to go all in on just an attack speed item with the AC.
Looking at some of the other heroes of LGD, we have an Axe almost complete for ROTK, Force Staff and Ghost Scepter for DDC, something similar for the Tusk. And you were talking about the MKB about to be finished up by maybe as well.
Looks like Star's got BKB. So yeah.
Man, it's been a long time since we were talking about that, and Misery had so much, gold in the bank.
Yeah. Well, they haven't fought recently.
Yeah, there's no space for Slardar to be the farmer. It's always Weehaw
and even then, Slardar is never a fast farmer either, because he's got a Slither and Crush. It doesn't do that much damage. He doesn't have AoE. Slardar is a hero that gains gold by murdering people, and there hasn't been a whole lot of murdering in the last 10 minutes.
No, it's been a relatively calm late game. As we're now 48 minutes in, 19-22. That net worth difference has been in the favor of LGD ever since they took that Roshan and have been controlling the map decently well. Experience completely dead even. We now have that MKB. LGD, I'm sure they're going to be reaching a critical peaking point soon where they're going to try and force a fight. Of course, that's going to be backed up by them probably wanting to get Aegis and Cheese first before they go uphill. But, just looking at the SF by himself, he's almost maxed out. He'd have to trade in the Shadow Blade now if he wants to get another item.
He could upgrade it. It's not. Is there any passives that he's going to remove? It won't stop Windrun or anything like that.
It's just Bash, I think.
Bash?
I'm not even sure if Bash gets removed.
I would think it does, but it's not important. It's not going to make or break this game by any means.
You say that, but watch. We'll have the critical Bash play come in.
I still feel like a Shadow Blade's pretty valuable, but it's very common for teams to carry gems. But if that gem goes away and they lose gem control and they have no more gems, a Shadow Blade is amazing, because then it's forcing these supports to say, well, no more Magic Wand, I have to carry a Sentry or a Dust, and it increases your chance of surviving in random ways.
Boots of Travel was actually the item for Sylar. So replacing his TP, still keeping the same old items.
He could hypothetically go Butterfly in case he's expecting a very delayed Wind Ranger MKB. And in fact, Wind Ranger built a BKB here. So he could definitely justify a Butterfly at this point.
It would be a very time-sensitive item, right? It would have to be like one of those, okay, we've completed the butterfly, we have to force fights in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, because as soon as he gets the MKB, then you're like, I really wish I didn't have a butterfly.
That's right, we forgot about the Abyssal.
Oh, I was like,
Very common for gyrocopters.
Thought you're going to be like, what a great basher on a rage hero. I was like, are you crazy, man? Yeah, melee range basically stuns somebody. It's very good against Ember Spirit. It'll give him an opportunity to potentially solo him.
Yeah, and then, of course, it's one of the biggest, like, just flat damage increase items out there.
Have you seen this much? Because this is the first time I've seen Abyssal. Like, I understand the Abyssal's good. Oh, this fight.
The jump inside.
Oh, he got it.
The BKB in time, and now Weehaw, he's going to be a little bit threatened by the SF, but it's not.
Oh, no.
Ice Blast comes right on through. That's going to be locking down 2. Team Secret, though, start backing up. They're playing this pretty passive even after taking that gyrocopter's kill. They start going for MMY. DDC just going to get eliminated immediately. Maybe he's on the hunt trying to lock down anything he can. He's now going to pop the ult, but he's got to amplify damage, and Weehaw will be able to get that kill and get out. They take down 4 of LGD, and Team Secret will now push forward aggressively and take their first and maybe full lane of racks, and 2, I don't know, the gyrocopter's the only one with buyback.
And there's no point for him to buy back right now. Him and a clock aren't going to be able to slit on 5 full heroes, especially with the catch that he does it anyways. I really don't. I guess he can call down the creep wave. It'll slow things down very slightly.
But if he gets caught and he gets some sort of dieback scenario here, that's just going to be guaranteed game.
Call down coming through. Not even going to get any creeps, just some hero damage.
Team Secret are playing a little bit scared right now. They don't know if there's going to be more buybacks from LGD, so.
He popped BKB there too. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Secret now.
He bought
fully committing with the BKB on cooldown.
15 seconds is what he got his team there. 20 seconds. They go top racks instead of mid racks. I guess he saved his team at double racks, you could argue. And I think that's worth it, but now his net worth is going to be far behind.
They're going to go for the next lane of racks here, and they may contest with the 4 heroes, but they won't have that critical SF maybe.
Well, they back off.
All right, just the tier 3 Team Secret pretty happy, and I would agree that they're in a very clear, much better position. LGD, I think they were so dependent on getting that Aegis and Cheese in order to force a good fight that if they lose both the lane of racks and they give up the Aegis, I'm not sure if they have a chance of being able to win this game. But fortunately, Team Secret are not going to go for the Roshan. Obviously, LGD have very long-range initiation from ROTK, the Blink Daggers, Snowball. So they're a bit afraid of being caught inside the Roche pit.
That's actually a BKB for the Witch Doctor. A little interesting. It's going to allow him to basically just channel his ultimate. So the only major change that happened to Witch Doctor Ags is that the Death Ward by itself does a little bit less damage. But once you do get the Aghanim Scepter, it doesn't... I'm sorry. Before it would bounce once at level 3. Now it bounces to all 5, basically instantly. No, I'm not articulating this correctly. Do you want to handle this for me? My brain.
The Ags now gives you 4 bounces, whereas before it was like
4 bounces and damage, right?
Yeah.
That was the major difference. So you don't get the damage anymore, but then the numbers are slightly scaled differently, so not very different. But so basically, it's not an item you need if you're only hitting one person.
Especially since your Death Ward is already so powerful naturally. It's just an ability. It does insane damage, but you also have this really great synergy with the Slardar. If he's got amplified damage on somebody, it's like a focus fire, but from a support.
Actually, they increased the damage. I'm sorry. It used to go 60, 90, 120 with the potential of going up to 150. Now it does 150 no matter what. That's 16. RTK might get caught.
Oh, RTK. He may have to use a hook shot in order to get away, but Misery's already made a side initiation on MMY. Fortunately, the Ghost Scepter will protect him for a period of time. Misery popped his BKB and is still trying to make some sort of commitment here. On the left-hand side, though, maybe he's taken away the Ember Spear. He's going to buy back. This is full committal here. They're going to go for the taunts, but Taunts going to be taken out before the Ember Spear can get here. Now, maybe he may be stunned up, but Puppey gets over the side of the cliff and will be able to be out in time. Nice Force Staff with a little bit of assistance from Pylai Die. Side of those going to catch up to Pi. Pops the homing missile. DDC's on the hunt as well. He's going to have a Force Staff and Blink Dagger soon. I'm just not sure Pylai Die's BKB. No, it is going to be enough because LGD, they're not going to waste time going for that support. They have the opportunity to take Roshan.
Does he know, though? Is he scared right now? I'd be scared.
All the way back to tier 3. He's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. But it is going to be Aegis and Cheese going the way of LGD.
Okay. Where did that... Did I thought I saw an Abyssal. Was there no Abyssal? He doesn't have it yet. Did he bash him from ranged?
Oh, he might have.
I swear I saw the Abyssal animation.
That's entirely possible. But now that he's got the Aegis, he can make the earlier commitment to the Abyssal. He doesn't necessarily have to hold on to buyback if he
that's a really good point. I mean, even still, Secret's initiation is, wow.
Oh, God.
They're dead.
Bye-bye,
RTK 's
RTK.
dead. That's a gem, actually. I don't think he'll notice, but
No.
completely worth it for him to go for that. Really nice grab there. Their fights are just so much better, though. Even still, like the speed at which the Gyro died in that fight when Secret got Arax, like that's something that's going to exist for the entire rest of the game. LGD's fights, they had to force what they did before. It was a crazy team fight. Secret was completely spread out. Weehobble was by himself, surrounded by 3 people in melee range. That's the kind of fight that LGD needs, but it's so much harder for that fight to exist than it is for Secret to just get a shackle shot.
Yeah. And I think one of the big things is that LGD, they have their buyback back up for the Gyrocopter in 2.5 minutes, but Eternal Envy won't have his for another 2.5 minutes past that. So if they just wait a period, they're going to have this good 2-minute period where they can try and force a fight. If they get a kill on the Ember Spirit, potentially the game could be over from there. So Team Secret, I think, are the ones who are going to have to, again, go back to playing the mobility game, side pushing, and just draw the game out a bit more.
Do you think they'll bother this?
They're actually going to make the initiation. DDC's gone. The toss snowball couldn't save him in time. They will be able to get the snowball, trapping in Weehaw with the help of the Ice Shard.
Oh, he's dead.
Just getting destroyed by Maybe. Now Siler's going to be able to get a side slow onto Misery, but it's Eternal Envy one to keep our eyes on, as he cannot afford to go down here. Reinitiation, but Misery misses the crush, and now the Abyssal Blade. Siler catches the Slardar, and Puppy's going to be caught by ROTK as well. Team Secret are just falling to bits and pieces now as 3 down in LGD. All they lost was that Lion. But look what happened in the middle lane. They've got to go back and defend their base first.
Envy is ready. He's like, don't worry, guys, I'll win this. Takes the range barracks, hitting the melee barracks, in a position where LGD was ready to force buybacks. Instead, they lose buildings. That has got to feel horrible. That was such a good fight from LGD. The only thing we can really criticize out of Secret that really made the cookie crumble there was the BKB from Windranger. It prevented a Force Staff from an ally, so he got Ice Sharded in, and then that stuff just hit him 4 times. And if he was going to pop BKB, he needed to maybe just eat the ice or eat the snowball. That way, Tusk wasn't moving with him, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, if you're going to pop BKB, eat the snowball, start moving. Force yourself, or blink maybe, I don't know. But he needed to not get hit by the Ice Shards, and he did.
There's still another 20 seconds for the Windranger, so maybe he might be able to go uphill and get a little damage on the tier 3, but it's really dangerous. I don't think he can do it without the full 5 of LGD.
Yeah,
He's going to try it anyway.
I mean,
You got the catch of the Slardar coming in rather soon, and the damage of the Windranger. So yeah, they force out the glyph, they get back immediately. They still have another 2 minutes with that Aegis.
And Puppy is actually the most farmed Ancient Apparition I've ever seen in my entire life.
Lincoln's.
That's an Abyssal Blade gyro counter. First time I've seen that one. But guys, we need a solution to this Abyssal Blade gyro. How do we do it? Lincoln's on Ancient Apparition. 6th item. That's really good to have. Very good against Lion as well, another instant disable. He'll probably put this on Ember Spirit. Yep, there it is. He doesn't actually have any survivability items with the exception of Blink and the Scotty. So this will protect him a lot against the Lion or those instant initiations.
Yeah, that is really going to limit DDC's jump. And he may have to go for someone like the Windranger instead.
So Vlad's as well on Misery. There's some more armor for the team.
Man, they've got a double damage and everything. Oh, he does have Boots of Travel coming up, so they may still try and force the fight in mid. Another Abyssal Blade? All right.
LGD, what have you guys been studying in your free time? We're like, all right, get this, guys. We get 5 Abyssal Blades. We stun them for like 15 seconds. How can they win? The hookshot comes in.
Oh, the initiation from ROTK throws out the cogs, immediately forced Tass defensively. He did not have the rest of his team with him.
Yeah.
And Eternal Envy, seeing that bit of action, is immediately going to Boots of Travel the bottom lane and try and continue that push a bit further. Puppy, well, the Lincoln's going to help him out here, but he's still going to be hit by the hook shot. RTK looking to be able to get the cogs pushback, but it's actually the shackle shot that comes in first. And now DDC, he's going to be caught as well. And MY might be able to save him, but look at the supports. They've got the Abyssal Blade onto Misery. They easily control him long enough for Maybe and Siler to combine forces. Shackle shot doesn't quite last there, and now DDC is going to be able to get the Hex onto Weehop, but oh my god! That slide of fist did so much damage. The snowball comes in, LGD, they're deep inside the enemy base. They're trying to go for Puppey, but the Ghost Scepter's protecting for the time being. They want to get maybe, but Siler, you can't go this deep, my friend. The Death Ward's just going to take him out now. The second life, he's going to be in a very awkward position as the rest of LGD on full retreat here. I don't think there's any way they could see him. MMY, potential snowball play, picking up Siler maybe. Yeah, he grabs him, gets him out. The rest of the Secret are going to be buying back to make sure that Siler does get caught completely. Doesn't get over the cliff. He's forced to turn and fight with his Manta. Tries to go for the kill on Misery. Maybe that's going to be worth it a little bit for Siler if he could just get it, but he doesn't have enough damage. MMY hoping to be able to get a little bit more. Walrus Punch not going to happen. And the missile will not be enough to kill Misery either. LGD now have 100 seconds down for the gyrocopter. He does have a buyback, but this is most definitely Secret. Going to be forcing that out now.
Man, this is those situations where it just helps to have so many items on your supports. Like, think how hard it was for LGD. They chased people from the large camp in the jungle all the way to the top racks just to try to get the kills they needed. And it resulted in them just barely overextending and Secret time and time again surviving. So great fight there by Secret. It's going to allow them to finish up this Rax mid, most likely. Or at least force buybacks.
Ember. Jumping on a DDC, and that chain's almost enough for them to be able to get the kill on DDC with the help of the Ice Blast, but Force Staff will get him away. RT, MMY TP's in at the wrong time, and that's going to be a block. The Eternal MP does manage to jump out after killing the Lion. There's the buyback forced out from the gyrocopter, but DDC does not have one for a full minute. He's going to be down. Haven't lost anything else in objectives, but Team Secret are just biding their time, waiting for their opportunity to strike.
I really like these Abyssals.
Oh my god.
Does he even have item slots for this? Where?
Blink Abyssal ready to go. Siler is determined to be able to catch Eternal Envy or the Wind Ranger in some sort of crazy next level maneuver.
The problem is that his only way to break the Lincolns is the Abyssal. So they have to combo these and waste an Abyssal Blade just to break a Lincolns. Or they'd have to have Tusk come with and do a Force Staff or something like that.
Maybe he missiles? Like he jumps in, missiles if there's Lincolns? That's too much time,
The missile has to hit to break Lincolns.
Oh, you're right. Forgot
so
about that.
That's why he didn't kill Slardar, for example.
Yeah. Oh, there really is no good options with the Shire.
Yeah.
All right. Him in the Lion.
Force forward.
Aggressive Force Staff, and that's going to be a BKB popped. He's going to turn, try and take out Misery, but he gets a good defensive Force Staff. Meanwhile, Siler jumps right in, threatening both Maybe and Eternal Envy, but only bringing them down to half health. Siler will continue to move on forward, but they're going uphill, and that's a dangerous bet to make. Siler.
No.
Ooh. Starts backing away, LGD. A tense moment here for them as they've already popped their BKB. Siler's down to half health just from that one. Hookshot going on to Weehaw. Do they have the damage? Finger of Death? Not quite enough.
He's low, though. 800 HP.
Time and time again, Team Secret. Sleight of Fist onto 2. DDC. He's dropping so damn low. They need to get back, but Eternal Envy, he may just try and catch up with another Sleight of Fist. Doesn't get it. Blink out from DDC will get him away. Eternal Envy on the front lines will be hit by the snowball. Maybe he's going to try and target him, but he bounces back to his remnant once again. Meanwhile, Ancient Apparition will be able to take the line with that Ice Blast with the Focus Fire. Jump in. There's the Abyssal. Blink Abyssal onto Weehaw with the MKB. They'll take him out. Siler making some moves now.
The defense continues. 2 dead heroes, 1 Puppey's in trouble.
Yeah, the supports are definitely going to be caught here. Eternal Envy comes in for the side, but now he's immediately going to be turned on. His own shot gets laid out. Force Staff will save him. Misery making the reinitiation, but the BKB doesn't last long enough, and now the Death Ward will take out that help. RTK's down and maybe has to back up to the defense of the base once again. Misery perhaps looking for another initiation. They do have a Wind Ranger with a buyback, and he does have Boots of Travel if they really want to go in. They can buy back and TP in, but I just don't think that's going to be a safe play for Team Secret, especially with Roshan now up.
Witch Doctor's ulti is missing as well. He doesn't even have Maledict. I think it might be time to get some points, though, honestly. Like, with the low BKB duration, if you just throw one down on a gyrocopter and he takes, like, half of his HP pool, the Maledict could do pretty much finish him off. Or Maledict in combo with AA ult, you can definitely focus. He's got a Force Staff as well. The Force Staffs have been great from Secret here. It's really the only thing keeping them alive in these fights. I kind of feel like Wind Ranger needs to buy one for herself because she's really the hero that is most vulnerable on Secret. Like, if she BKBs, it comes down to Ice Shards, and then SF hits her 4 times. She's not that strong right now due to all the MKBs that are sitting on LGD. And I feel like she has to make herself more survivable, or it's a huge issue for Secret.
Roshan is going to be taken out here by Team Secret, unless LGD managed to rush into the Roshan pit in time. But with the amp damage, it's just too much.
Oh, great way to make yourself more survivable. Aegis the Immortal. All right.
And that means Weehaw, he actually wants to go in, but Manta helping to stop that bit of aggression here from Team Secret. So they're just hoping to control both the bottom and middle lanes, poke and prod until they either get an objective or find an opening to initiate.
This hasn't been a place that Secret has been in probably 30 minutes here. Like, it looked like they were winning, but then boom, LGD kept getting Roche. And now finally they have the Aegis, they have the cheese. They're in a good spot finally.
Speaking of that, who picked it up? Misery.
Yes. I really like it on him because there's been a lot of fights used as
I think LGD know the Team Secret are going to try and jump in, but the hook shot was blocked once again. RTK is just going to man mode right in with the force staff. Actually bumps back Puppey. That'll be their first target. They will be able to take him out, but meanwhile on the side, DDC, no. Actually gets a Ghost Step to be able to help himself. Good sleight of fist, but Eternal Envy has to bounce himself away. It's too much scariness from LGD. 2 supports down. Weeha's going to be hunted a little bit. DDC. Oh, the shackle shot! What? Are you kidding me? Siler's gonna be targeted here, and he's still
the crit!
Ends up getting taken out by a big critical. Weehaw, the target of MMY, but Misery comes in with a save. 2-man stun. They need maybe to finish off Weehaw, but he's going for Misery first. Start targeting Weehaw as he blink forward aggressively, but that's just the Aegis. Meanwhile, the side of fist comes in from the side. They've taken out MMY. RTK's next up. There's just too many heroes from Team Secret. LGD, they've been surrounded, and they don't have any buybacks. That's only going to be maybes, and there's no way he can 1 versus 5. What a game 1 of this series between Team Secret and LGD.
Holy crap, man. The items 65-minute game. We're like 3 levels deep of a late game Dota game due to all this crazy stuff. How many force staffs did they have to use to even get that far? Secret looks pretty happy, semi-relieved maybe on Misery.
And Misery's just worn out, man. He's like,
no kidding.
My God, that game took everything I had, but Pylite Eye is all smiles.
He probably just feels bad as KDA was not very good. He feels like the weak link in that game. He did die a lot in lane, but I think he had a great performance in the mid game. And in the super late game, when they've all got BKBs and they've got that much vision and Tusk and all that stuff, it becomes very tough to end up doing well. So, congrats to Secret there. That's the first game. We've got potentially 2 more. LGD's matching up very well against Secret, I think. Fantastic team. Yeah. Very good at farming.
Highest levels of play here for just game number 1 of Team Secret and LGD. 65 minutes, and the analysts have to break it all down. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Capitalist. I don't know about break it all down. I mean, 65 minutes worth of stuff in there, but we'll give it a good go, Jacob. Great play by both teams. Very backwards and forwards throughout the whole game, up and down, gold swings all over the place. But in the end, Secret, it was almost like they seemed like they were going to go and get that anyway at some point.
It's just a very unlikely late game, I feel. We have this hugely farmed Ancient Apparition. We have the double Abyssal Blade on the range carries. There's a lot of quirky, funny stuff in this late game, but it sort of felt like that, as Pertz was saying, everything really had to come together in order for them to actually win. They needed to put these abyssals to huge use, whereas all Secret needed to do was either land a shackle shot or just have that one big crit from Ember Spirit.
And considering very, very evenly matched, these 2 teams, aren't they?
Yeah, I think the MVP of the game was an item that Secret bought a couple of. I think
the MVP.
They saved their heroes countless times with the force staffs. I got to say, I think the way they stayed mobile in the fights and basically outlasted BKBs consistently was what allowed them to win the game. It was very impressive stuff. I always love watching force staff plays.
LD, enjoyable game to watch?
I always look at like late game, like ultra late game Dota. I normally classify that as like, I don't know, 70 to 100 minutes plus or something. It's like kind of like exploring the Mariana Trench. You don't really know what's down there, but you're going to kind of check it out. The teams you don't get to practice it that often, right? Because you can't like scrim and say, okay, guys, we're going to make sure this game goes 70 minutes. Sometimes it just happens. So Secret, obviously, some very experienced players, and even their younger players have gotten a lot of experience the past few months, but I felt like it was just one of the best games of the tournament. There were some mistakes, there were some overextensions, but when the teams weren't bringing their best Dota, it was just sensational to watch.
65 minutes, 24 seconds. Maybe finishes on the top of the score with 12-7-7. Nothing massively outstanding. I did note that Misery without a kill in that game, but ROTK also without a kill. I mean, can't draw too much about that, but Misery looked shattered when he came out of that room.
They're picking him those heroes, though. Puppey at Nunyon literally said, we don't care about RP. We're picking Magnus for Empower. So all he has to do is empower Eternal Envy. This game, it felt like they just picked Slardar for hip damage. He hit a couple of crutches, to be fair, but he didn't need to hit big crutches. They had Weehaw to set up the fights. Envy could make things easy a lot of the time, and I felt like those two just made the fights very straightforward.
Makes the draft for game 2 very interesting, didn't it?
I think so.
Because they haven't really, I mean, they've learned something about each other, but they've not really learned that much. There's nothing that they could sort of say, yeah, it was definitely down to this particular hero, or it was this combination of heroes, and we'll definitely ban those out. And there's nothing in there that
It was two lineups that both teams were really, really comfortable playing. I think 4 out of 5 picks was probably favorites for Secret, and at the same time, on the side of LGD, they also got a lot of heroes that they were very comfortable playing. So it was both teams' strengths matched up against each other into a late game, as you were saying, where they both just went a bit crazy. I still think LGD maybe overdid it a bit on the Abyssal purchases in comparison to a lot of other things that they could have gone for. But then again, they didn't really have an answer for the Wind Ranger and Ember Spirit in terms of shutting them down.
I mean, what else would you have gone for? Because I guess the main other item you could have gotten is a Scythe of Ice, which they did not end up going for. Not really an ideal item on those carries, but I think it's one of the issues with the offlane Clockwork. This is supposed to be one of your key lockdown heroes. Instead, it was basically just a Lion who could control the Ember in fights.
Yeah, just going to go through some of the highlights. 65 minutes worth of highlights. I know we bowled all of them down, but we'll try.
And that is the crucial mistake of this game. LGD drafting the way they do, letting Ember through in a matchup where they only have the Lion as a response, and that was their 5th pick. Sure enough, Tusk has the Walrus Punch, but that's not really, like, if that's your only reliable disable outside of a Lion that needs to get in close, then you have a hard game ahead of you. And
I feel like they executed it incredibly well, considering.
Yeah.
They just, that Disruptor got banned. You remember, that was a hero that could have made a big difference, especially early in the game before Envy gets farmed, but man, these fights were just absurd.
I think RTK should have gone Hex instead of Axe, maybe. That could have made a difference. I don't remember many team fights where it was like, oh, this extra hookshot or these 2 extra hookshots really made the difference.
you can't really fault him, though. Like,
No, it's not a bad choice. But in hindsight, I mean, it's easy to say after,
yeah.
right?
But most Clockworks in the world would have gone for that Axe.
Oh, yeah,
because
sure.
it's such a good item on him, really.
But this does go to what you guys were discussing, that as the BKBs were up, the fights generally get tougher for LGD. You just don't have a lot of ways to deal with the constant shackle shot opportunities, and even something like the cast bouncing around can really frustrate them. And I felt like Secret just played it very stably, and their lineup's just easier to execute late game.
In terms of the way that the game swung backwards and forwards, certainly in differences, as it were, as high as 5k after 40 minutes was Secret's lead, and you kind of thought, okay, they've got a bit of momentum now, they're going to try and win this one out. All of a sudden, one quick team fight, it's completely swung the other way. LGD then have a 5k gold lead. 10 minutes later, it's all changed again, and suddenly it's a 10k gold lead for Secret.
Now, this was where they overextended a bit.
Yeah, this was just unfortunate decision-making by LGD. And before this, it was really just Envy keeping Secret in the game. They lost 3 heroes on the bottom lane, and then he just went in and backdoored their middle lane.
Yeah, Envy was magnificent this fight. He actually cut the creep wave when they were trying to push. He started backstabbing the heroes that were separated from the ones who drove with the snowball. Like, that guy might be the best Ember Spirit player in the world right now.
He's just playing, like, he has a lot of experience in saving his team in the late game, just as he has a lot of experience in costing his team the game in other situations. It's just, it's something he practiced a lot in Cloud9, and now we're seeing it with Secret throughout their games today.
Listen, Envy's all about the long con, okay? He lost TI4 so that he could, and TI5 so that he could win TI6, 7, and 8. I think he's on record as saying he doesn't want to win to 1 TI, he wants to win the most of any player ever, so no, long way to go, but a major would be a good start.
There is a long way to go.
He by the way, is 11-2 on Ember Spirit now, in this patch.
It's pretty good.
Secret have like a 65% win rate, so he is besting like the team's average win rate.
It's sort of ironic to me that it's the Chinese teams that let him have it, that they are so...
They didn't pick it that early though, right? It was a second phase pick. Do you think that's something they should have banned?
I think it was a 4th pick, Ember Spirit.
Yeah, 4th pick.
It was 4th.
Yeah,
I think they should have banned it second phase.
Yeah, they could have banned second phase if they wanted. So I think we discussed it as well at the time when they were going through the bans.
By the looks of it.
Maybe they could have pulled that out there.
If we look at Newbie Young and now LGD, only based off of 1 game from LGD, and the same with Newbie Young though, it looks as if they are convinced that Lion is the counter for Ember Spirit, and then you don't need anything but the Lion. Because that's what happened in both drafting phases.
I feel like a lot of other teams have had more success not trying to counter the Ember's mobility, but just punishing the laning stage. Like go aggressive with a Tusk, an Undying, like run at him early on, similar to how some teams try to counter anti-mage, but you're right, we haven't really seen that much this tournament.
All right, let's start talking about game 2. Can Secret close this one out? We haven't seen many 2-0s, have we, over the last 2 days? Nearly all of the matches have been very close.
Yeah, it's been a lot of 2-1s. To me, every game between these two teams is pretty much 50-50 going in. All of us said 2-1. I think it's still a very likely outcome.
You still favour LGD?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously more difficult to... Okay, all right. Look, when the other team has won the first game, the chances of the 2-1 going LGD's way drops drastically. But they didn't get stomped, right? It was a super close game.
Yes.
So I'm still going to stick with my guns.
Okay.
I think the place they can improve the most is actually the draft. I think that's... They played really well this game.
I thought we agreed that they had a good draft.
They did.
They did have a
they
good
did have a
draft.
good
But you
draft.
think they can even have
They
an
can have a
even
better draft.
Okay.
They lost to the one weakness in their draft.
Yeah. They didn't
Okay.
get... I don't feel like they got outplayed. I think they played the same level as Secret.
I think Sind is feeling like, the hook coming around his neck a little bit to pull him off stage. No, I agree. I think they played better than what I expected out of their draft if they didn't have a really strong start. Like that draft, you look at it late game, they had a little bit of catch for Ember, not that much control. And it's Wind Ranger, AA, incredible late game already. You've got the Ember Spirit, the amp damage. Like Secret had, on paper, the better late game if they execute properly. And I think it's credit to LGD's execution, but maybe they can make their lives easier with it.
I gotta give a bit of props to Sylar and playing the sacrificial carry where he goes Blink Dagger, Abyssal Blade on a gyrocopter. I hope this doesn't translate into pop games.
It will.
It was magnificent, but
It will.
it didn't work. So
It absolutely will. I'm going
It
to get
worked
home
in
and
one
play
of the
it.
team fights.
yeah, one.
One of the 19.
I don't know what else
the
they
end of the
could have
game.
done. Like it's like you have it's not really Gyro's job to catch Ember. That's not how the draft is supposed to work. But he did the best he could,
Okay, all the players in the booth right now getting ready for the second draft. Where do we think this is going to go then, draft-wise? Do we expect something slightly different from LGD, perhaps?
No, I don't think LGD will necessarily change much. I think Secret might actually. I don't think they were convinced that...
You don't think we'll see the same pattern we saw in the first game?
No, I don't think this-
Secret, where they'll just pick through again, thinking, okay,
this-
come at me, bro.
This wasn't the
we'll just
easiest
pick the
win
same
that they
thing.
could have wished for. It was close. I bet a player like Misery right now feeling, oh, there must be weaknesses with our draft if I end up on 0 kills and like... did he have 20 deaths? No.
He had 10. Yeah, 10.
Almost.
Yeah.
He hasn't really
0,
been
10,
having
14.
He had a
easiest part of it.
halfway milk. There we go.
Stop trying to make yourself feel better.
Maybe they need to go for 4 nights.
There's no feeling better.
4 nights, 0-20.
In all seriousness, though, I think LGD will give away Slardar again, and I think Secret will take it no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
Even if it's LGD on overall first pick, they will just give it as a second pick to Secret.
Yeah, because
But-
this game
but do
didn't
you-
really make them feel like,
I was
oh,
gonna
Slardar
ask-
is a huge issue.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the Slardar issue because they haven't picked LGD, so therefore, if they leave it in there, then they're obviously not that worried about it. And then, are Secret that worried that LGD would pick it because they haven't picked it? So can they maybe potentially leave it till later? Maybe throw LGD off their game a little bit.
That's a possibility. I think LGD might second phase ban it, though. If they see that Secret go for something else that leads into it well, then makes it a better
Right.
pick. Because if Secret want it, they feel like they probably have to take it first phase. And I mean, by all means, if they feel like they can get it second, that's great. But by that point, they have there's much more to read in the draft.
It was open in the Cloud9 game, all 3 games from memory, right?
Yeah.
completely
Cloud9 didn't take it.
But obviously that's different because it's not really a hero
course.
C9 run. So if LGD, they don't really value the hero and C9 doesn't run, just ignore it. But
Yeah.
Secret do value it a lot. So.
Yeah.
I mean, Secret had a very comfortable draft, but if I were to make a qualified guess, I think they actually prefer throwing the enemy off with their draft. So I could imagine them going a
Is it-
completely different route this time around.
Is it Meepo time?
I'd
We've
love
been
to see.
waiting for Meepo time.
We've already
Day.
seen the Wii Ranger. That
We
was
have.
fun, but I like a little Meepo in my life.
Yeah, Toby does too.
Yeah, Toby's a weird guy.
So you just compared
That's why we don't have him on the panel.
Wow. He was on the panel yesterday. He did a great job yesterday.
That was the most random shot out of anything.
Just shots fired all over the place.
Toby has the
Coming
same
here with dual
opinion as I
guns.
do. Yeah, but he's a
What are you
weird guy.
doing? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right, so LGD. So from their point of view, from their draft, what do you
It's
think?
also worth mentioning RTK is a very stubborn captain. I don't know if you guys, well, I'm sure you do, remember the TI4 finals where it was just him and Xiao8, like 2 bulls just locking horns, and they just kept on picking the same thing. I think they ran the Sylar Safe Lane Nature's Prophet 3 out of 4 games, and it just wasn't working, but he just kept on going back to the well. So he may just say, the team may just say, you know what, let's just pick the same thing and execute even better.
I think the 2 things they'll be looking at is the Ember Spirit and the AA.
Okay.
The AA, because I don't know if they had the time, if they had the coach or whatever to watch the Newbie Young games, but if there's one pattern that they could have picked up on, it was the fact that Newbie Young banned out the AA every time. And then, second of all, the Ember Spirit was just a huge issue that they had to buy Abyssal Blades on their range carries for. So
It sounds pretty bad when you put it.
They're so
does sound
good
far
at playing it
worse.
too. You were mentioning Eternal Envy might be the best Ember Spirit right now. I'd say he's top 3 together with Maybe, who's on
Yes,
the other team,
yes.
and Ferrari, who's not at the
Thank you.
tournament.
They could take it
So-
away from them, but they generally run it with Darkseer, and I'm almost sure Darkseer will be banned, or Secret are only going to let it through if they want to first pick it.
I think Maybe did play it against C9 and crushed with it. He had a couple of mistakes in that game, but still very solid overall.
I mean,
So-
Envy probably has memories of that first LGD versus Cloud9 game at TI5, where maybe single-handedly just swagged on them and carried the game.
I want to pick out on Maybe, actually. You picked him out as the star player at the moment, and he lived up to all the expectations in that game. I know they ended up on the wrong side, but he had a good game.
Actually, that's an interesting question. How do you guys feel about the Shadowblade pickup that game? Did you feel like it got its job done? Because it's not the most conventional grab for a Shadow Fiend.
I think what he was trying to accomplish with it was allowing him to try to solo kill the Ember if he catches him off guard when he's farming. But I think even if you just have Flame Guard running, you can't one-shot him.
That's very unlikely. I don't think that was the...
And then it gathered information for them to try to find fights. He was scouting a lot, allowing them to hookshot in.
But they have Rocket
But
as well.
Yeah,
I think
it's more
it
telegraphed,
it was a very expensive item choice, considering that you can't pick off the Ember Spirit because he'll always have Flame Guard or
though.
be
Pick off the Wind Ranger.
off right away. And then, secondly, he's against an amplified damage.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you use it to initiate, but if they have a Sentry ready, then there's a couple times where he just couldn't get away. I mean, the reason I bring it up is you look at their draft, right? They have Clockwork, Gyrocopter, Shadow Fiend. This is a pretty 5-man heavy draft, but you get a Shadowblade that kind of undermines what looks like the concept of the lineup and the way they wanted to execute it. So even Tusk, a hero that wants to take those early fights,
Who
but
got their mech?
Okay.
they didn't get a mech, right?
Oh, they didn't get one at all?
I don't think so.
LGD back in the booth. Just taking a little bit longer than planned, but I believe that they are almost ready to go.
It was a long game.
Get back into
What does
the
his shirt
draft.
say?
I was trying to work it out.
It didn't say what I think it said, right?
I don't think it said what you think it
Okay.
said.
What did you
But
think
no,
it
I
said?
don't know what you
I'm
think.
sure it didn't say whatever you thought it said.
No, quite.
Good.
Can
So
you
yeah,
take one letter at a time?
Diaphragms.
Backwards?
Diaphragms.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. By the way, one thing that unfortunately the fans at home do not hear is how loud they are.
We
My-
mentioned this earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, we
It's-
had he home playing this morning at the same time as Newbie Young. It was so loud that we actually weren't sure which team was which, but actually we think that they might have combined at one point and something erupted over there.
It's just a constant cacophony of "Nicer, nicer," and
That's-
I think like
that's actually-
80% is our.
I mean, it's to be expected from LGD, right? But I'm convinced that Newbie Young had 5 of him. They were all very, very loud.
As is that music, coincidentally.
It's soothing though.
It's soothing. It's lovely.
That's like me at the local spa getting a massage.
So we are into the draft for game number 2.
Darkseer.
So they do ban the Darkseer again. No huge surprises here. Interesting. This is the adjustment from LGD though. They're gonna get rid of the Wind Ranger.
That means
So maybe that means that they were the most scared about that in game
they will
1?
first pick SF, 100% if it goes through.
Okay.
So they get rid of Weeha's other second best mid hero, Wind Ranger, and they take the SF.
So you think they focus on Wii?
Yeah, I think so. That's what it looks like. Alternatively, what else top tier is
If they
still in?
if they do that, then don't they leave the Slider and the Doom?
Secret might bait a Doom here.
Yeah.
Actually, they could leave Doom in to prevent this from happening. Might be what LGD are considering right now.
So they have first pick. They can ban one, and then I guess Secret, and then take the other. So ban Slaughter, take Doom. Secret then probably bans Doom, and then what would they first pick? Tusk.
I think LGD.
I think it's likely they'll go for the Tusk again.
They're not going.
The thing is,
I
there's
mean,
a
Secret
Shadow
aren't
Fiend,
going to
right?
leave.
It's-
I'm going to leave Doom for LGD. Right?
What if Secret goes for the Slaughter Shadow Fiend pickup instead?
and leave Doom in?
No.
Would it have to?
If they don't leave Doom in, LGD will first pick Shadow Fiend. I'm almost 100% sure.
Yeah, it is a dire Shadow Fiend.
That was good maths, though, Jacob.
Oh, they banned Ember too. Wow, they're really targeting them out.
Man, you
See, this is what we were saying. They're going to leave at least one of them, if not both.
okay? So now Secret. Do they let both through then? They don't ban Doom or Slaughter?
I would say they do. They have to leave both.
Do
on
you
the
want to
board
give
so
away
they can
Doom to get
give-
your
They could-
Slaughter?
No, what I'm saying is they'll
Give
ban
Doom
Doom. Do you
and-
think they'll pick Shadow Fiend over the Tusk?
Give Doom and pick AA Shadow Fiend. They could do that.
5 seconds.
AA is the go-to counter to Doom when you do give it away. Here we go.
Oh,
They
So
ban
they
the
Tusk
yeah,
goes.
I like that. I like that.
Okay, so that leaves the Slider and the Doom. Are we going to get a
They're
Doom
going to take
game?
Doom for sure. I don't think
They
it'll
have
be-
to.
Maybe they'll change it up, but they have not been running Slaughter at all.
Now you're saying they go for the AA, but there's still Slaughter and Shadowfiend.
They get Doom
Yes.
or Shadowfiend now on LGD. And if they get Doom, I think Secret get AA. If they get Shadowfiend, they get Slaughter and...
But either way,
Doom.
they get two very good.
Slaughter
picks.
and Doom. Now they probably don't do Slaughter Doom.
They're not going to pick them both, are they?
No.
I mean, you could do like that FY style 4-position jungle
They could
Doom.
do
He's
that,
actually been pretty successful with that, but I'm not sure if that's something Secret would want to do.
That's how I play all my pub games.
I hate you. You're that guy that I just see. I mute him, report him.
Hey,
Get it together.
AFK in jungle. See you in 30 minutes.
exactly. I'm coming out with plenty of items. Just don't feed.
Just win 4v5 for 30 minutes, guys. They're really taking their time with this.
Yeah, well, I think they're thrown. I don't think they were expecting that.
Here comes Shadowfiend.
But that's really been initiated by LGD's banning of the Wind Rangers, surely.
I'm actually with you on this, Trolls. If they if they
so
do go with the
Shadowfiend goes in.
Shadowfiend, because picking up Doom and Slaughter at the same time seems a bit sketchy. But we have seen Eternal Envy play the Doombringer on the one position.
There's the Slaughter, and it's the
Slaughter.
Doom. Yeah, so they are going to go
It-
Slaughter Doom.
It's for
Okay.
LGD.
It's too good to resist.
Yeah, it is too good. They couldn't have left one in.
They don't want to give Doom away, and I think they value the Slaughter more.
I'm
so
just
that-
not a fan of this first pick Shadowfiend. I haven't been throughout the tournament, so I really feel like Team Secret got the...
Yeah, it has been a bit
The better
inconsistent,
trade.
isn't it? One game we've seen it and it's been really good. Another game we've seen it, similar lineup, not so good.
especially if
inconsistent.
LGD...
Why don't you like it exactly? Just too great. I mean, what's the? It's Radiant Shadowfiend.
Yeah, okay. Well, in this case,
But
it's a
it-
Radiant
it's
Shadowfiend.
still-
But
it's still-
most of the time, like I said earlier, it's been a dire side Shadowfiend, first of all. And secondly, it's often been done when there's a Slaughter in the pool or there's something like a better trade.
Oh, Dazzle.
And it's been very inconsistent,
Yeah.
no matter what the lineups have been.
There's actually been a lot more dire Shadowfiend in this event than there normally is. It's usually more of a Radiant exclusive, but obviously Dazzle, a good grab here. Someone gets doomed, you can maybe save them with the Grave and the heal, and of course, great against the physical damage. of
Okay, so
Slaughter.
the question now is, with Secret picking out Slaughter and Doom, where do they go?
They gotta be careful that LGD doesn't just push them down very early on.
So it's probably going to be an Envy Doom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm mainly thinking about Weeha's hero. I feel like they have plenty of options for Puppy and Pilot Eye, even though Lich and AA are banned.
Whenever we've seen Envy's Doom, it's actually been hugely underwhelming. Weird Doom timings, odd target choices.
The last time I remember, like, oh my god, Envy just destroyed on Doom was MLG Columbus. I don't know if you remember that game.
That's 2 years ago.
Quite a while ago. Hello, LD.
I thought Paul was the old guy on the panel here,
Holy
but
Moses.
apparently I'm making my case for it. Yeah, well, that was when he had like 60 armor or something. He had the Ochre Frost armor, he had the Lich Ice armor, Shiva's AC. It was pretty gross.
But what does Weeha play? I'm just
He
thinking
plays-
his 3 go-tos are Wind Ranger, Shadowfiend, and Meepo.
Lena's another hero he can
Lina
play.
could be
TA maybe,
Yeah.
but they're kind of heavy on the physical damage then.
I like Lina a lot, actually, as an option, but I don't think they need to pick it yet.
So what would the supports be then?
I worry that they go for Bane. I feel like LGD might even try and bait them into a Bane pick. Just to stack up on these single target heroes that have no wave clear, no real counter push ability. And then we just bring out the MMY Holy Knight, aka Chen.
Chen into Doom. Let's go. It's okay.
What? There's no problem in that.
No, he
Stays in the very back.
He gets Devour and Midas, and then
And gold just
Oh, you
comes
mean
out
for
of
Devour?
his,
You don't mean
every
for
orifice
Doom?
of his body. So last time in
No
phase
problem.
it's not that bad, actually.
last time in phase 2 they banned Bounty Hunter. This time they banned the AA. Obviously Bounty pretty good at pressuring the Shadowfiend. You guys brought that up last time. I don't think you can get away with it in this draft,
No.
but
I mean, what's Weeha go for the Meepo? 5 melee lineup from Secret with a Bounty Hunter and a Meepo.
I feel like it's way too early to pick up a Meepo.
Oh, not right now.
Yeah,
I feel like it's too late to pick a Meepo.
that as well. It's too early and it's too late. They can counterpick it and it probably doesn't fit.
Okay.
Shadow Shaman comes in.
Good synergy with Amplify damage again. It seems like when they pick the Slaughter, they like that their supports have synergy too, and not just their cores. Last game it was the Death Ward, this time it's Serpent Wards.
It's well thought out.
Fear played this on day 1, was incredibly successful actually against a very strong laning draft.
They still lost the
They
game,
lost
I
the
think.
Yeah,
But he
that's
would
the Fnatic.
No, actually, they won. No,
that the game?
no, they lost the
lost
game.
it. They lost again.
But he had a huge impact for support.
10 seconds.
It's kind of hard to put pressure right now for LGD. You look at a lot of the heroes that got banned. Darkseer, the Tusk, even the Clockwork.
I mean, it really feels like this has thrown LGD more than it has Secret.
They are
the
just-
Earthshaker for LGD, I think, as a core offlane for RTK. They did play it earlier today against Cloud9. He's kind of out of heroes here, and it's really good against double melee core.
There's Undying, I guess.
Yeah, he's in too. That's good.
Oh.
All right, you know what?
Third,
Wow.
fourth, IO.
Okay,
Whatever,
maybe it was
let's just-
exactly the right
completely
time for it.
Cinderin, as usual, on point with his...
Come on, I got the first 3 once right. Give me a break.
Hey, even I got the first 3. That's not saying much.
They stole my idea.
They have not run IO lately. In fact, a lot of the Chinese teams have kind of shied away from it. Even Vici with lowercase super has not been running it much.
It's an interesting
Lowercase
approach.
super.
That's how I differentiate.
And we're going
All right.
to...
Secret aware of the fact that they were vulnerable to
Oh,
being
that's not
pushed.
Weehanger, right? Yeah. Queen of Pain.
Definitely picking up some anti.
That's kind of in the same vein as the Lina, someone that can fight pretty early, has good lane presence, isn't that greedy, but does scale reasonably well. Good burst versus the IO.
The bounty hunter pickup right now makes a lot of sense to me. I think that's what LGD should be worried about.
They got a lot better now that they got Shaman Queen. They could get away with it, perhaps.
I still feel like there's that slight curveball of the...
And the supports can't really punish it.
Wow.
This hero eats Doom alive.
Yeah.
If he gets his ultimate.
Slaughter too.
Yeah.
Queen of Pain too.
Yeah. It's kind of a. This is interesting because Queen of Pain can almost single-handedly kill Phantasm Illusions pretty far into the game if she hits Sonic and Scream on them. But at the same time, if Chaos Knight
She
gets
makes
the
herself
jump
very vulnerable to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's one of the very best late game heroes if you don't have like proper counters for him and mass AoE.
Takes away a lot of the attention that Shadow Fiend.
I'm
Doesn't
actually.
want-
Are they considering some aggression here?
I was about to say, I'm wondering if LGD are considering an aggressive tri lane into this Doom and just run him over in lane with IOCK Dazzle. Shadow Shaman is a super weak support in the first 2 or 3 levels. They can very easily put. There are a lot of heroes that lane well against Slardar. And the Chaos Knight with Reality Rift pulling the target towards him, IO moves in melee and you get a heal bomb with Dazzle. It's
That's
actually
true.
a really good combination of a lane.
Good point.
I mean, could Secret switch up their lanes
Yeah,
then?
then they could play Quap there maybe.
And put Doom mid, I guess.
You would think that as
Doom
good
gets
as you
shot
are at
by a second.
analyzing the game trolls, you would be better at it.
Where did that come from?
It was time for banter again.
That was
He-
the laziest banter of the day. I mean, it's fitting for Jacob. He was just napping through
It was
game
still
one.
better. It
I
was
think- I
better
think-
than your flame at Denmark.
I think
That was
the key
so
was
forced.
he'd actually run out.
I don't know about that.
I think the key was he'd actually run out of useful things to say, and he just thought, okay, it's banter time.
Let's go back to the well.
Turn to pick.
So you guys mentioned Bounty Hunter. Anything else that comes? I mean, that's another hero that doesn't necessarily have the most presence. You've got pretty strong defensive supports already. I guess it depends on what they expect out of LGD. Are they actually considering aggressive tri-lane? Or are they just going to camp the Dazzle mid and help out the SF?
I mean, Witch Doctor isn't half bad right now, I think.
That was 5th pick last time round. That's wow for LGD, I think.
The Witch Shotgun?
Or
No,
I
that
got-
was
or I-
Secret didn't have a
Secret
Secret,
did
yeah,
pick it, yeah.
Yeah.
How about a Sand King for Puppy this game?
5 seconds.
I mean, that
Just-
feels way too greedy.
Just for no reason
About a
whatsoever.
Chen.
No, the thing is, Sand King is really good against Chaos Knight, and it actually...
Hey, we got to see a
synergized
Chen.
pretty well.
I called it, guys. On the
Alternative,
wrong
they could
team.
run
Woo!
That was all Jacob.
I like this pick a lot.
It's a reverse Chen.
Combos well with Doombringer and Shadow Shaman as well. Gets up a lot of auras early on. Can push down towers, obviously, with the Plague Wards, and that's not what they're called. And the Doombringer tanking it up.
Let's just go with it, Jacob. It's fine.
Serpent
10
Wards.
seconds remaining.
There we go, Serpent Wards.
Ah, you got corrected by LD.
Oh my god. Career ended.
I mean, the LGD are not very good at playing from behind. If they don't have much wave clear, they don't have much team fight.
Oh,
an RTK
a
hero.
Bat Rider comes in, so RTK gets something to play with.
I heavily favor Team Secret in this game.
Okay, Team Secret, LGD, it is game 2. Cap, it's all yours.
Thank you, Paul. That's right. We have a Whisk Chaos Knight for LGD, but we've got a classic Chen Puppy. There's so much to talk about in this draft. Purge, where do you want to start?
Secret is basically all about pushing, and LGD Gaming is all about stunning with Chaos Knight and getting follow-up damage. If that Chaos Knight stun doesn't come through, I'm a little hesitant about their lockdown. It's either the Chaos Knight's done or the Batrider ulti.
Yeah, I
Is it
really
gonna
feel
be-
like the Batrider has to have a pretty successful game as well, because he's going to be the only other disabled that they really bring to the table aside from the Chaos Knight stun. But there's also the opening. Like, what did you think when you were watching this? The SF first pick from LGD and the response Team Secret getting both the Slardar and the Doom, two of the more favored heroes of the meta.
It's definitely weird to see Doom come back a little because teams basically dropped him off the cliff. They said, okay, this is one of the best heroes, and all of a sudden, he's gone. He doesn't scale as well into the mid-game due to the Ags change, which makes a difference. So I think the main thing that LGD is going to have to worry about here is the counter push. With the Chen pick, I mean, you could kind of see it in Secret due to the fact that they pick Shadow Shaman, but Secret has pretty decent push now, and they have a hero that can definitely siege in Doom. Pop Scorched Earth, it's going to heal you up, grab some armor items, maybe a mech, maybe a Shiva's Guard, and all of a sudden LGD's already kind of weak damage becomes really weak. And the only way he's going to die is if he gets pulled all the way back. And even Secret kind of has a solution to that. If Puppy's fast enough, send him back to the fountain. And all of a sudden LGD's kind of screwed. So I also favor the Secret draft.
All right, well, we're starting things off here in game number 2. Of course, Team Secret 1 game up after a 65-minute bloodbath between these two teams. We're now seeing whether or not game 2, LGD can
30
draw this to a
seconds to
third
battle.
game. Team Secret going to be starting off on the top side of things. Looks like they're going to be heading for the top bounty rune most likely. Puppy just kind of showing himself, perhaps forcing LGD to think there's going to be some sort of aggressive maneuver, but it's just a feint.
I mean, they could, yeah, they've only got 12 seconds. It's time to go for a rune here. And it's nice that he was standing there as well, because then you can see where they are. Then you know, oh, there's 3 heroes already down here. They're likely to commit to this. The Shadow Fiend's at the bot rune. You know they're going to be there. It lets you make a good decision there.
Because you never know if there's like the Radiant side, like 5-man from this cliff area, and they just like all march down, and all of a sudden you're kind of caught going for that bounty rune. It's a dangerous thing indeed. So looks like our lanes are going to be pretty normal. We've got the Queen of Pain matched up against the SF. Both of them are going to be feeling a bit of support help. Of course, Puppy's going to have the advantage there because he will be able to jungle and just occasionally rotate in. But his rotations are obviously going to be very key. We'll see whether or not he goes for the early smoke or anything like that. Meanwhile, we have Secret. They're going to have Misery playing as the offlane Slardar once again against MMY and Sylar. And R2K, who's already doing a battle with Pylai Dai here in this top lane, also has Eternal Envy backing up that support.
It's pretty hard to zone a Batrider as a Shadow Shaman. Your movement speed is already really low. Aethershock is a great ability, but due to the low turn speed, he can't fight forever, so he's going to have to back off here for a bit. And his tangos are kind of low as well. Now, with the Chen pick, I like to see Chens in games, but it really depends what creeps he gets. And with this first Wild Wing Ripper, he could very easily just go for the heavy farm. He also got no Mud Golems.
Oh, yeah,
he could
that's
basically
great.
just tornado both of these waves and hit a really fast level 3, then transition and ganking. So playing Chen is a lot more about what creeps happen to spawn in the jungle and how do you react to those things.
At the same time, LGD do seem in a very favorable position when you're just comparing their two offlaners. Misery has a lot more to contend with just the Wisp Chaos Knight. That's a lot of kill potential between these two heroes, while obviously we're seeing how ROTK can just bully around this dual lane.
Yeah,
much to
ROTK
his
is
heart's content.
He's going to get a lot of levels out of this, especially because he knows there's only one support. Chen's not going to be here anytime soon. He could show up with maybe one creep right now, but as long as he watches the scoreboard, he knows that Chen's not level 3. There's only maximum one creep, and it's much more likely that Chen's getting some aggressive maneuvers going on there.
Yeah, and even once we start getting a little bit later on into the laning phase and they start getting some heavier levels, and Shadow Shaman has both his disables, and Doom has that higher level of Scorched Earth, he can always fall back to the jungle where supports are very likely to be stacking for both him and, of course, maybe as the SF. That's going to be the big advantage of the Radiant side SF, of course. So even if Weehaw can put a good amount of pressure on maybe, just doesn't seem like they're going to be able to ever really shut his farm down. RTK with the Firefly will be able to get over the cliffs, no problem. This harassment from Eternal Envy and Pylai Dai isn't really going to result in much.
Well, Puppy was the highest level in the game for a moment there. He got level 4 out of that stack. That's the fastest I've ever seen a Chen hit 4. And now, because he hit level 3, it allows him to have 2 creeps at once instead. So he can always dedicate one creep mid to zoning into Shadow Fiend, and he can spend the other creep with himself farming. It's going to limit his farm a bit, but it's going to allow him to give a lot of space to Weehaw and allow him to get as much farm as he wants while preventing Shadow Fiend from accelerating. It's a big advantage getting lucky on those first stacks.
Team's Misery is perhaps going to be joining the Chen in jungling, feeling that he doesn't want to be feeding away too many kills to the Chaos Knight Wisp. And I would agree that the biggest thing for Secret is just to kind of keep this game calm and not let the Chaos Knight Wisp, who I feel are pretty momentum-based duo.
Yeah.
Don't give them those early kills. Don't let them get the quick advantage in that fast level 6 on the Wisp.
Especially because it's so hard to estimate how strong they are. Because you're used to seeing, oh, it's a Chaos Knight. He's got a stun, he can pull back. But when you throw a Wisp into that, everything he does is supercharged, and the movement speed, and the extra slow, and he can give mana to Chaos Knight to fix that huge issue with Chaos Knight where his mana pool is really weak. It just really allows you to get kills that people don't normally expect to be killed by. So it's very safe that Misery goes back, does a little stacking, and we'll see if he can do anything. He's going to set up a kill top, actually.
Yeah, they may be able to catch him as ROTK actually stays away from that cliff area. Almost gets the stun, but ROTK plays around in that that cliff water area, and he'll be A-OK. And Misery is just unfortunately not able to do much with this Boots first build. We may see him still try and rotate into middle, but maybe he's going to have a full refill on his bottle now.
Would have been a really nice kill if they did kill Bat there, but maybe Misery should have stayed bot. He could have contested the rune for sure, and that would have prevented Shadow Fiend from getting a double damage here, which frankly is going to mean Weehaw has no chance of killing Shadow Fiend in the next 2 or so minutes, unless he pops it instantly. Should be able to get all the last hits, though. So he just goes for raises here. It's a little worried. It is nighttime, though, and there could be some creep wrap around here. Puppy now sitting at 5. A fast level 6 would give him that global heal. Mean that anywhere, especially mid, that Weehaw would have an extra 200 HP, which is another way that he could definitely press an advantage and just kill Shadow Fiend. Especially because SF just hit 5 and Weehaw's already 6. So the mid lane here is really where the action's going to happen.
It's pretty insane how many denies Weehaw got in the beginning of this game with the help of Puppy's harassment and then just some of the natural advantage very early on of the Queen of Pain over the SF.
Yeah.
He was able to establish a pretty good level lead over Maybe, but again, Radiant side SF with stacks coming out from the Wisp, Maybe will very rapidly shoot up over the Queen of Pain as he clears through the neutrals. But Puppy's going to come in with this smoke. He also has Misery behind him. If they could get a really successful gank, maybe he's already down to low HP, and he's going to be caught by Misery, just bursted down real quickly, and that's going to be your first blood. MMY is also going to be caught. The Sonic Wave goes out. They actually hit Sylar in the process. Sylar's going to be in some trouble. Tries to go for the kill on Weehaw, but he's already started bottling up, and Sylar knows he just has to try and escape the situation. But Misery, he's got his sprint ready to go, plus the boots will be able to catch up to Sylar eventually. They're going to commit for this kill even further. Sylar desperate for some help from the rest of LGD, but doesn't seem to be getting it. No one is around. He's going to pop the ultimate now to try and help give a little bit more distance. The Wisp comes in, helps heal him up a little bit more, but there's just too much damage to the rest of Eternal Envy. Coming in. Now DDC and MMY, they're going to be the next target. Team Secret, they're not stopping anytime soon. A good raise comes out from Maybe, threatening some of these heroes, but it's still MMY going to be dying to the Scorched Earth, and Eternal Envy wants DDC as well. The heal comes out for the Chen, keeping them perfectly healthy as they continue the sustain. Diving onto LGD, 0 to 5, make it 0 to 6 as Baby's being body blocked beautifully by Puppy. LGD, they've lost just 6 minutes in, already 6 deaths to Team Secret.
The dive continues, man. That global heal just put all the creeps up to full HP. The diving continued, plenty to tank. None of these guys even have mana anymore because that was so long. Man, great attempts at escaping by LGD, but Secret was just all over them. Mobility advantage, tons of creeps, tons of right clicks. It's very interesting to see EE and Pylades shift from the top lane. As soon as they got there, I was like, what the hell? They gave up on farming because they're like, we're diving, guys. This fight is not ending. And that's good that they did that, because games where Wisp wins, it's because he uses that BS heal to give tons and tons of survivability to allies. And by them rotating over, yeah, they missed some last hits, but all of a sudden it's a 6-0 game, and they have the top 3 net worths.
LGD are going to be struggling to get back into this game. It's definitely going to be a lot more farm focused, but you know Team Secret after a big win like that are going to be... I mean, just look at Misery. He has 1,100 gold. This was a guy who wasn't in lane at all.
And he was level 2 when that started.
Yeah, and now he's level 4, halfway to his Blink Dagger. Insane. The Queen of Pain versus the SF matchup, obviously still very favorable for Quap after all that experience. Almost level 8 now.
2 Shadow Fiend deaths happened during that fight. That just blows my mind. He's only level 6 here. Normally we'd be seeing like a level 7, level 8 Shadow Fiend starting to accelerate really heavily, but with those deaths, man, and he lost souls twice. That's actually also super significant. His damage is much lower right now, which reduces his farm ability, which reduces his ability to catch up.
LGD not looking great, especially with how passive their supports are between the Dazzle and the Wisp. It just means, I think, a lot less opportunities. It's not like anything of the game really changes when these heroes hit 6, especially the Dazzle. Once you have the relocate, yes, it gives you some more ganking opportunities, but what if you're already too far behind to actually get some of these kills? What if Secret have decided to, group up and you don't have the great openings that you usually see with a Chaos Knight Wisp game? This could turn very sour soon for LGD, as we now have the Gloves of Haste for Sylar. So is this going to be the early armlet, I presume, or is there any catch-up Midas possibility?
I don't think this is the game.
No.
Midas has some value because they're against a Chen and you can destroy his creeps and get gold from it, but I think it's much more likely. Chaos Knight is basically an early to mid-game hero. He's a lot better when he has some strength early because he's not a big farmer. He doesn't have AoE farming abilities. I think it's very likely that he will go for armlet.
Look at that. Pylai Dai with the early level 6 is able to take the tier 1 tower in the top lane. Throws out the Hex to make sure that the Bat Rider can't stop him. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Secret are actually smoking up and rotating to the bottom lane, trying to use Misery as fishy bait for Sylar to jump on. Weehaw, his smoke does get popped. He's going to be seen by MMY, who tethers over to Sylar. Will be able to get away in time.
A little bit of harass going on him. Force the bottles out now, which means only he's going to get the regen rather than 2 heroes. So that's very good for him to do the harass. The tornado comes through as well. That's going to zone them out. This would do damage over time and a little bit of slow, which makes it so hard for them to actually defend the tower. They can't just stand there and wait for the perfect moment. They basically have to say, all right, you can have the tower. Go ahead. We're going to go do something else.
I mean, how are we going to fight into this? Like, once they take this tier 1 tower, Puppey's going to be super close to mech. If Team Secret just, start 5-banning, how do you fight into Chen, heal, and mech? Because you're lacking damage on LGD.
Might find Misery, though.
Oh, they're going to get the Doom out onto Sylar. Fortunately, the long duration stun and then the help of the tether will help Sylar keep ahead, but the Sonic Wave actually lands on both of them. MMY, they're just going to continue to chase down Sylar, ensuring this big kill on the carry. Maybe unable to get the deny. They chase down the Wisp as well with the help of Misery. And now Eternal Empty, he's still looking at maybe with the help of Weehaw blinking in, but fortunately maybe does have a haste rune and is actually going to go for the kill on Weehaw. Misses that secondary raise, and that's going to force him back.
That definitely would have killed him if he landed that raise below the 220 HP here. Maybe still looking around, seeing, can I get a double raise on Weehaw? Kill here would be so big, and it would, but he can't even defend here. If he approaches too far up, Envy's just going to run him down. Especially with the very close Blink Dagger on Misery. And this push doesn't end, by the way. Pylite Eye's got wards in 3 seconds. Unless he saves it for Roche or tier 1 bot, I guess they could shift there as well. They have a lot of options right now. They are stupidly far ahead.
They certainly are. Weehaw is going to take advantage of that, going for the more aggressive Orchid build. Obviously, a lot of potential out of this. Chaos Knight is unlikely to go for an early BKB. Same kind of goes for the SF, so there could have some value. Oh, looks like LGD, they're finally going to get their first kill on the board. They find Pylai Dai sitting in the trees.
It's a big one. Any experience that they can get is great. It puts IO to 6 now. So now the global issue comes in for Secret. If they see Chen off in the top lane without any creeps, boom, relocate, kill him. Very, very easy. So Puppey's going to have to adjust his playstyle a little bit. Shadow Shaman's going to have to adjust his playstyle a little bit. Makes things a lot harder. But even still, the 5-mana Secret is far better than anything LGD can put up right now, with the exception of that little pesky Bat Rider who does have his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, this is finally when the Bat Rider comes online. This is part of the problem that Secret were able to dive so efficiently because the Chen had that early, amazing start with the neutrals and then that rotation in the middle lane. There was nothing a Bat Rider could do in that scenario, right? It's just one of the downsides of running an offlaner like that. But now that he's got the blink, he can finally be a bigger factor and maybe find some openings for LGD to take advantage of these rather over-farmed heroes.
Safe thing being done, and they're going to smoke even though they are so far ahead. Doom will sit mid. He's very tanky at the moment. Plate mail is up, so most likely will be a Shiva's Guard very rapidly to provide him extra int pool, which he really needs, and as well just the attack speed reduction is going to be massive this game, actually, especially when your opponents don't have much farm. They might spot Chaos Knight.
Yeah, Pylai Dai runs right into him. Who gets the stun off first? That'll be Pi. The Hex, now they follow up with Misery, but Sylar's going to be pretty healthy between him and the Dazzle. They're actually going to relocate him back, which leaves DDC out in the cold. He's just going to be chased down by the Chen creeps. Will be eliminated. Killing spree already for Puppey at 12 minutes.
It is not the time to take Wisp trades. Oh, he does get stunned.
Yeah, he's not going to make it out, so They get a secondary kill, and I mean, the relocate felt a little off point. I didn't really see the immediacy needed for a relocate on Chaos Knight, who's getting the heals.
I feel like there was going to be backup shortly after, and they had no vision. You know, it's nighttime. All they see is a Shadow Shaman who turned and decided to fight. That's a scary thing when you're losing this bad. The only way you get back in this game is if you start cutting your losses and trading evenly. You can only go for trades or free kills, and most of the time, a team like Secret is not going to give you the free kills. They've got to only take the good ones, and Wisp said, I'll save the Chaos Knight. And he did, but he died as well as the Dazzle, so not very good for them.
Team Secret so far ahead, they're not sure who they want to take the Aegis. It's going to be Weehaw in the end, which they did take Roshan so damn quickly between the combination of Serpent Wards as well as the Amplify damage.
Misery is ready to fish for kills here. Can they find the Shadow Fiend? He's going
to be able to catch RTK first, starting off with a Slithering Crush. Okay, Centaur following that one up, and RTK is going to be spotted out. The amp damage, yeah, he's sitting on the side, but okay. Eternal is just not messing around with RTK. Throws out the Doom, and why not? It's guaranteed kill, and he may not have to use it at this rate in the next 100 seconds.
The most applicable time to yell doomed. Like, there's no salvation to ROTK there. He's like, you have 100 HP. I don't think you're going to survive this one.
Okay, it is the catch-up minus for Sylar, and obviously a little bit of help in eliminating Chen creeps.
I think it's okay now, don't you think? Like, before it was like, okay, you're kind of losing. Maybe get an armlet. Now it's like, you are really losing by a Midas. Like,
yeah,
maybe delay this somehow. The problem with Chaos Knight, though, is there's just not a lot of solutions. I think Chaos Knight hasn't been picked almost ever recently. It's almost entirely Tiny Wisp, almost every single time. So I feel like the Midas is not the solution. The solution is not get 10-0'd at the start of the game.
Certainly, especially since Chaos Knight is a carry who doesn't naturally farm very well, like Tiny does. He's all about the kills.
Misery literally just read the game well. He said, you're a Chaos Knight with the Wisp. The only way that you're going to get out of control.
Oh, the relocate, but the jump in with the stun. They're going to stop the relocate. Bye-bye, Wiz Chaos Knight. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, they do manage to take out the Doom. Looks like Chaos Knight's still going to die in the bottom lane, but the dive in on Puppey. LGD will be able to take him down. It looks like Puppey just turns around, gets whatever damage he can. RTK finishes him off. Misery hits the stun, but it's not in time. RTK's definitely overcommitted, though, and he will be going down. Nice TP out from Maybe with a Shalgrave at assistance, and DDC will also get out. So that turns out all right, despite that huge jump in from Misery at the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's one of those trades that you need. Trading 3 for 2, not amazing for LGD, but that triples their kills, man. That's 3 to 14. That percentage is a lot closer.
Yeah, you got to look on the plus side, and even if it is a numbers advantage for Secret, it's still actually like Golden Experience either keeps it even or slight advantage in some ways to LGD.
Imagine if the relocate didn't get canceled. Basically, 2 heroes down there. They try to initiate, they're a little bit too late, and then they have to catch up. Like they TP'd to lane. Queen of Pain's TP's on a 20-second cooldown. They could have done a 5v3 right there, and they could have potentially wiped Secret. That would have been amazing for them. Either way, they still go even-ish. They've got to be happy with that considering the state of the game, but it's still not looking amazing.
Team Secret got to be careful and not giving up more opportunities like that to LGD. So you're going to jump in. First reveal of the Orchid is going to catch DDC potentially by surprise. And with the DD, may still be open. Nah, it's Shallow Grave. Yeah, he's going to come in for now. DDC does, of course, have that Shallow Grave. Is going to TP out now. And Misery just a bit short there on the Blink Dagger. Won't be able to hit the stun. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Doom goes out, but it's not in time to stop the lasso. Puppey, oh, he doesn't actually make it over the cliff. And unfortunately, LGD in a bad position as MY almost gets bursted down immediately. Relocate up at 5 seconds. Misery misses the stun, but hits ROTK. Sylar gets left behind, and MMY relocate out, back out, barely in time, but it's into the hands of Pylai Die, who just shocks him a new one. LGD, they lose 3, and maybe will just barely stay ahead of Team Secret. Once again, win the fight, and they'll take more objectives.
Chaos Knight is still useless, man. It's out of control at this point because Doom is about to make his Shiva's Guard, and once he has that, he's already got the recipe. Chaos Knight's all this. All right, Chaos Knight only has attack speed items, right? Well, he's got 55 attack speed. The Shiva's about to reduce his attack speed by 50. So essentially, Chaos Knight's gonna have nothing but HP and skill points. That's not a place you can be.
Oh dear. He's really gunning for this one. He's got the wave taken down. He really wants to be able to get good ultimate, but he's already losing DDC, and maybe it's just going to be forced all the way back. Meanwhile, RTK thought it was the time for initiation, but he's going to be lost as Sonic Wave cleans him up. Sylar and the rest of LGD just start backing themselves away, but Pilot Eye, he just jumps on forward, almost trying to finish off the support. He's going to be combo down. Sylar comes in. Weehaw will be able to take out the 2 supports. Sylar now pops his ultimate, trying to catch up with the Blink Strike, trying to get the kill on Weehaw, but it's still just an Aegis. Sylar, you don't want to come in for this one. Yeah, you got the kill, but you've lost your own life. Maybe he comes in, he's going to try and one-shot Weehaw, he gets it! That'll be okay for LGD, but can they stop this push? It's still the Serpent Wards with the rest of Team Secret nailing that melee racks and only maybe to be able to defend. It looks like Team Secret are going to take the early advantages, maybe. Now going to be targeted, Chainstone comboed up, and maybe just disappears as Secret once again wipe LGD.
They're not giving up yet, no GG, unless they're just going to do a delayed one, but Secret is going to get this range, or this melee barracks at 18 minutes here. Dazzle doing aggressive
melee racks is so damn low, but the Regent's helping out. Now the Sun comes out from Misery on the 2. Eternal Envy turns around, gets out the Doom. Witz trying to get that extra little bit of damage to send back on Slardar. Now Puppy commits for the melee racks, and he gets it. Have me all you want, but I got the objective. LGD failed to defend the melee racks before the 20-minute marker.
That was not bad. I would trade. They got a lot of kills there, honestly. They killed an Aegis. They picked up Weehaw. They got Puppy as well. Yeah, they lost to melee racks. That melee racks is going down no matter what, man. Like, what they salvaged was they salvaged a range barracks and they got some kills. That was a great defense considering where they're at. Considering only one of their heroes is higher in net worth than any of Secret's. They're sitting pretty good.
Yeah, maybe, surprisingly enough, sitting 3rd on the board with 9K is almost caught up to Doom and the Queen of Pain after that one-shot kill on Weehaw. And he's gonna look for, well, another opportunity, but him by himself without the ultimate, there's no way he can kill the Queen of Pain.
No lasso either, so very low chance of him getting that kill. But in 20 seconds, maybe he can make it work. But he's got no souls. He's not full. 24 is all, so low chance of him getting a one-shot right now. And MMY says, well, I mean, my carry has nothing, but I'm going to protect him anyways, just in case he gets ganked. I'm happy to sacrifice myself. And Secret might go a little bit more passive here, but even with that said, they are so farmed right now.
Does Eternal Envy just keep going? He does like the old build that he used to do on the carry Doom back in Cloud9 and just go both Shivas and AC?
It's pretty good this game because they are very physical based. Chaos Knight is mostly physical, Dazzle's physical, Shadow Fiend's a mix. I think it's a good idea.
Relocate out. MMY saves just in time before Pilot Eye can get the disable. Are they actually going to fight around this? LGD are TPing in. ROTK is going to make the initiation here. Looks like they're going to bring the Chaos Knight Wisp back to Volt here. Eternal Envy going to be the first one targeted. The Wisp actually comes alone by himself, but jumps on ROTK. The ultimate comes out from Maybe, but it's still not enough to eliminate Eternal Envy. The Minus Armor's taking him down, but he's got the heals. And now, it's Doom on Maybe. He's never going to be able to get away from this. He's just trying to get some damage out, but even his death animation is not going to be enough to get a kill. Slardar, nice stop there for Misery, but LGD have already called it. They know this game is over. They were fighting for scraps all game long after that 6-man wipe in the middle lane.
Oh!
And a rampage for Weehaw.
They, I think the reason they GG'd at that point, it was like they defended, it went pretty well, but then they had a perfect team fight, essentially. Yeah. Great Requiem. They almost got a couple kills. And then there's that terrifying moment where Puppy presses his heel and everybody goes from the almost kill to the half HP. And you just know, okay, that's it. There's no coming back from this one. Our Chaos Knight has no farm. Our Shadow Fiend's got items, but our lineup already was lacking damage, and we're just too far behind to be able to do anything. I think that Chen pick was absolutely genius. It completely countered the weaknesses of LGD. It allowed them to push, and it allowed them to heal. It was great.
Yeah, gotta keep an eye on those Team Secret pickups, as the Chen is apparently still valid in 6.85. It's so unbelievable that we went from the closest game of this whole entire tournament so far with LGD and Team Secret Game 1, and then potentially the most one-sided game in Game 2. But Team Secret are going to be the first team moving out of their group with 2 wins.
No surprise there.
Absolutely not. What do you think about the chances of LGD, though, taking that second place? I mean, there was definitely some weaknesses.
What are the other 2 teams in the bracket? Are you aware?
We have Cloud9 and Newbie Youth.
Newbie Youth could definitely give them it's possible. I think LGD is the better team than those other 2, and they've already taken down Cloud9. So LGD versus Newbie Youth, I'm going to give it to LGD. I think they're very likely to come back from this one and move up to the winner bracket.
All right, so with that brings a close to our series. The analysts have a little less to talk about this time, but I'm sure they'll still make it work.
Yes, a little less to talk about, but perhaps more to talk about after that one-sided stomp from Team Secret. The gents are back on the desk once more. We've got LD back again, just so he can basically hit on Melk, and also Cinderin back here on the desk. Is anyone else going to... I know, before we start talking about Chen, is anyone else going to ever let Doom and Slaughter through so that one team can have them again?
Probably not. But I'm not sure. I feel like it wasn't the Doom Slaughter that won the game.
It was the Chen.
It was the Chen.
It was the Chen.
It was the Chen.
On the contrary, I think they did the least out of the 5 heroes on the lineup. If you had to single out who contributed the most, I think Doom and Slaughter was on the bottom of the list on the Dire side.
Well, at least Misery got himself 3 kills.
He feels good now.
He feels better than he did in game 1.
The thing Doom was really good for in that game was allowing them to dive the towers. He can very easily go in, commit. Even if he dies, he soaks up so much damage that the other heroes get to shine. And I feel like that was one of the problems that LGD had in that game, was that they couldn't go on anyone.
It was going to be hard just from the way Puppy had got the early wildkin, got a little bit lucky there, and then he just farmed so quickly. But that one fight mid where they just kept on TP'ing in one at a time, that was where like any chance they had just kind of went out the window.
Yeah. I mean, it was from the draft. Would you say it was a one-sided draft? Because it didn't look that imbalanced, did it?
Well, Melk liked the LGD draft.
Yes, he did.
So.
What?
Yes, definitely Melk.
Little
liked
did
that.
we let him
I'm pretty sure he
adjust
did.
If we rewind the tape again, the last thing I say before the game starts as the draft ends is, I really like Secret's draft here.
Sin, what do you
I'm
remember
not sure
Melk
that that's
saying?
what we
What?
heard.
I really like Secret's lack of chances of winning this game, is what I remember.
I also
that
remember
too.
something very
Yeah.
similar.
You guys are so
I
off.
remember one more thing as well. I remember Sind predicting that LGD would take.
When have I ever,
Yes.
We were
ever...
actually all wrong. We all said 2-1. Let's look at
So
it
the
now.
Danes are batting 0 here right now.
Excuse me?
Okay, to save my country. I
You
will
saying
say-
it doesn't make it right, LD.
Okay, to save
It's
my
like
country.
Donald Trump over here.
To save my country.
Wow!
okay, let's calm down now.
All right, that's.
Oh,
I guess
Did
that's like a punch.
LD just get trumped? I think he did. It's taken 2 days, but finally,
The gloves have come off.
the gloves
Jacob's
have.
had enough,
Yeah.
guys. He's going to fight back now.
I think
I
we found
rarely
your
ever
limit.
bet against Chen's, and I would never bet against Puppy's Chen either.
Right.
It was a really good pick in that game. I do think if they play the game again, it's going to be a lot closer. I think LGD really choked in the mid-fight and just lost. They were behind 8-0 after how many minutes was it? 6, 7?
A few minutes, yeah.
And they only had to give up 2. The third hero that TP'd in could have canceled the TP, and everyone else could have just not tried to fight that.
So how did LGD, I mean, Purge talked a little bit about it at the end of the commentary, but how did LGD bounce back now to try and make sure they stay in the upper bracket, the main event?
I mean, I don't know what the result of the other game is, but I'm personally...
Trying to deal with the Husker, or what is the plan? What's going on down there, and who's coming out on top in your eyes?
If you notice, every team that plays against, I don't actually know if you've seen, but every team that's played against Husk so far at this tournament has gone for the aggro try. Because the Husk at this phase is not very strong, actually. But something I do want to point out is that every single time, they haven't had an Undying in their tri lane. So oftentimes it'll be like Husk plus like 2 useless heroes, like Dazzle plus Tusk. And what are those heroes going to do for a Huskar, right? When you're against an aggro tri lane? But in this one, they've got one of the best aggro tri lane heroes in the game, a defensive hero, and Husk. So now this is a lot more balanced. So Meneski kind of have a better idea of how to run this, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing already just the Undying running in with the Decay and the Burning Spears. It's a lot of damage that Alliance have to be careful about, but as we, if we see them get the first few levels there onto their heroes on this lane, they should be able to deal with it and have a chance of finding that farm for loaded down there. Top lane so far, I mean, Bulldog, he's 10 for 4 up against the 6 for 1, so already having a bit of a favourable time compared to the Slardar, who's actually leaving the lane here. He's going to be able to find a haste rune at the top of the river, so we'll see if he's able to do anything with that. He's level 3 at the moment, 2 points in the crush. Haste. We'll see if that's going to be the case. He's just going to make his way back up top, maybe give it a bit of an action towards the Prophet. Loaded, just trading hits here with Jesse, and they'll throw the cast out as well, trying to force him back, but the heals there. Cuckoo as well, moving forward with the Burning Spears and stacking up onto Ake with that Decay. We are seeing that Alliance are having to play very, very careful down here. Nuts, he's trying to go in, and the snowball onto Cuckoo. Maybe they can get this one. The heal's going to be there, the Grave as well. So Cuckoo will be able to walk off, and now the Tombstone dropped in Alliance. They're losing life incredibly fast. Loader at the moment, he should go down as well. It's going to be 2 kills for the side of Meneski. And some really nice play, as you said, Will. this tri-lane from Mineski just seems to be able to play around what Alliance are throwing them so damn well.
Imagine if they had any other hero but Undying there. Do they win that fight? No. So that's why you go for the aggressive tri-lane, because if you notice, the Huskar doesn't actually tank very much with only the single level of the Berserker's Blood. But the problem is, if you just let him free farm, in a game like this where they're going to 5-man anyways, and then the Slardar just kind of sits back and waits, you're probably going to just lose around the 20-minute mark. So what they try to do is go for the aggro tri-lane. They make the right move because you want to try to go on the Huskar before he's level 5 or level 6 where he just kind of stomps you. But you can't, because there's an Undying in the game. And all he does is lay down Tombstone, and we talked about this before the draft too, right? Look how squishy that lineup is. They've got a Drow, a Witch Doctor, and a Tusk tri-lane. All of those heroes combined for like 1200 HP.
I mean, you know the way Mineski have done it. Do you think Mineski anticipated this in the draft and they were saying, right, Alliance are going to go aggressive against our Huskar. We need to have a lane that's going to be able to destroy them and crush it?
Yeah, I think so, because this is the third Huskar game I've casted in the last 2 days.
And it's always drawn at
It's always been aggro tri-lane. Yeah. The aggro tri-lane destroys the Huskar, then the game just ends because you've devoted so many resources to that defensive tri-lane, and you can't do anything because it's a level 1, level 2 Huskar that dies almost immediately. It's not a hero that has a stun or anything like that.
Well, down on the top lane, Bulldog's still able to maintain pretty nice control. And mid lane as well, so S4 just throwing out the shackles here onto the Potato that is raging, and draining hits here with S4. Keeping him back.
I just realized this is the first time I'm ever casting with you.
It is.
It is, ever.
Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, it really is.
And the last time. I'll be getting Cinder back after this one.
All right. So Bulldog is just kind of threatened out. Doesn't really do anything.
Cuckoo. He should be fine. Loda's trying to move in. Just get one of the slows in, but it's very hard to go on when Dazzle and Undying are around the corner. And yeah, I want to say on the top lane, I mean, hats off to Slardar, because we saw earlier Bulldog with the edge, but Slardar's totally caught up in terms of farm, and he's now equal in terms of CS to the Nature's Prophet.
And you got to think about how scary this is for Alliance right now, because...
Okay, did get the cask out, and he's trying to turn onto Cuckoo, but Cuckoo just turns onto him with the Grave as well. Cuckoo showing no fear. And that's a third kill here for this safe lane, tri-lane of Mineski.
They're pinging him.
Oh.
How do you even go, though?
Bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, this is the thing. If this is happening to you as Alliance, what do you do with these heroes that were down here? Where can you send them to make them more useful?
You got to eventually swap lanes. Like, Bulldog probably just goes to the jungle if you don't feel comfortable sending him to the bottom lane, but you can just kind of essentially call this experiment like a loss overall. Because even though Cuckoo doesn't have a lot of last hits, he's gotten what he needs to. And probably more importantly than that, the Slardar's gotten way more than he needs to. If you think about it, you compare Slardar versus a Nature's Prophet, if they have the exact same farm in the early game, the Slardar is 20 times more effective, right?
Okay, he's going to throw out the cast. He does have S4 there with him as well, but the Quap will blink away. They get the crush onto Ake, and Ake's in a lot of trouble. They've got level 6, they have the Amplify, and he just melts there to the physical damage of them both. At the fourth pick off there for the side of Mineski. You got Nuz trying to walk in. He's not going to throw the stun straight up. Potato will now blink away. It's just the level 1 snowball, so realizing it wouldn't be enough damage to disperse the Quap. But again, Mineski are having a pretty nice time in terms of finding kills across the map 6 minutes in.
Yeah.
And there's your lane swap you're talking about, Will.
They were about to kill S4 too.
Yeah.
He had Scream and Ultimate up, but he just didn't want to hard commit. Because if you're in a position like this where you're dominating so hard, what is the point of going for a 1-for-1 trade where you let the Tusk get back into the game, or you give Bulldog a little bit more gold if he gets the last hit? So don't even bother. But you have to swap lanes like this because, as is, you're not doing enough to slow down the Huskar.
It's a nice shackle onto Jules. They'll try and go for it, but again he gets the shallow grave off, and Cuckoo just turns. They will kill the Huskar, and that is a big kill. It goes to S4, and S4 in fact gets the double kill. And you talk about Alliance doing something to get themselves back in, that's going to be it. Rotating S4 down to the bottom lane, ending the man's life who's been having a great time so far, and picking up a second kill on top of it as well.
It's going to push him to the top of the net worth chart, I believe. And it does, but the thing that you're still worried about if you're Alliance is just how well the lanes overall still have gone for Mineski, because we talked about it before, right? Is that the Huskar doesn't need to have an amazing start. It's just that the getting to the mid-game in an okay position, and look at this gank at top.
Oh,
they
yeah,
set this
Loda,
up
he
so
needs some
well.
help. Someone's got to come up here and help him, but it's not going to be there in time. Too much damage there from the Slardar and the Undying combination. And I mean, Loda just melts to those two heroes at this point. He's so squishy on that Drow Ranger.
And everybody at this point would melt to it.
Yeah.
The Wind Ranger would be able to survive during the time of the Wind Run. But aside from that, if you look at Alliance's heroes, they have no frontliner. So anytime they get into an engagement, it's pretty much do or die. You're not going to run away from a Slardar plus a Queen of Pain, right? So what I would pay attention to now is whether or not Alliance actually go for 5-on-5 engagements. You're probably just going to see them split push and look for off angles to try to get like 1 or 2 pickoffs. But you never, at some point, you're just not going to want to 5-man against Mineski's lineup. You're just going to make the game as frustrating as possible. And I mean, you cast a lot of Dream League. Bulldog is definitely capable of making this game annoying as all hell.
Yeah, absolutely. There's kind of already a lot of pressure on Bulldog to perform here. And on one of his signature heroes, there's no doubt that there is every chance in the book that he can pull it out. In terms of his build, he's going to be going for that Orchid first on the Nature's Prophet, just to help him try and contribute to getting these kills and pickoffs across the map. And Alliance actually focusing a lot of attention towards the top lane. You've got 5 of their heroes coming up here. They'd love to try and get the Slardar, but I think they realize that everyone's missing off the map, and Mineski playing this very, very smartly, backing themselves up. And even with the smoke, S4 isn't going to be able to close the gap unless Slardar comes back out with this next creep wave.
They're pinging Cuckoo like crazy. They're saying, just get back, because they know for a fact there's a smoke. This is the timing that you would do it. The thing that makes it even more obvious than everybody's off the map is, A, you're showing Ake solo top. Nobody's mid. And when you're showing a hero like this, oftentimes it's like, if you have all 5 heroes missing off the map, then you know something's up. So this is like the next most obvious way is you show one hero, you bait it out, you think it's not obvious, but you are behind. If you just look at the net worths, they are a little bit behind, so they're trying to make something happen because you have to. Look at what Loda was what he was forced to do. He was using Nature's Prophet's, one of his trees, to tank up the neutral camps for him so he could see us. This is not efficient or fast as a carry. Look at his net worth right now. It's 2,400. He's not getting what he needs in the lane.
And he's going for the triple Wraith Band build at the moment, just to help buff up the rest of his team, help them with the CS and their kind of fighting potential. Armlet is now done on the Huskar 10 minutes in, so he's certainly becoming quite a big deal. At this point, who do you send down to that bottom lane to deal with him? You can't just send 1 or 2 heroes. You've got to send pretty much 3, surely, if you want to try and go for a kill attempt on Huskar.
You continue to let Bulldog farm the jungle, and you send one of your supports.
Okay.
And you can't send the Witch Doctor because he'll die. Yeah. You almost always send one of your supports there, because if you look at most teams' lineups, they'll have one hero that can just like spam out a spell to drag the creep wave in. Oftentimes, for example, if it's like AA plus Winter Wyvern, which are 2 really defensive heroes, you'll just send the Winter Wyvern to Arctic Burn, drag the creep wave back, soak XP. The Tusk is going to kind of accomplish the same thing. As soon as this creep wave dies at bottom, then
Bulldog.
Nuts will do the same.
Nice. Yeah, he's just teasing there with the TP. He's going to follow through now. In fact, Cuckoo just jumps straight forward onto Nuts. There'll be the snowball to buy some time. They're trying to turn. Dazzle is going to be there with a grave if needed, and it will come out. They'll look to turn onto Nuts and they'll take him down. That's the Tusk on. Jesse Vash is there as well. S4 with the focus fire, trying to bring down Cuckoo, but he's got the armlet toggling. Meanwhile, Loda goes down on the top lane to the aggression of Raging Potato and Royale, and they're going to maybe look for more. They're moving in. Ake's on his own. They've got the Amplify out. Bulldog's going to turn up, but no, again, it's just teasing the TPs. He's looking for the right opening, trying to get in to help his teammate, and he'll get out the Sprout. But the Blink Out's there. They take down Ake. It's a double kill for Raging Potato on the Quap, and he may even look for Bulldog. They've got the Amplify down. Rio's thinking about coming back in, but the TP is going to be inbound from Nuts on the Tusk, and that will slow down the aggression from Mineski. But once again, Mineski just finding so much on both the bottom and the top lanes at the same time, and that is your Blink Dagger done on the Slardar, and that is going to be a huge problem for Alliance's lineup.
That was such a smart smoke gank by the Queen of Pain, because he understands that Loda is getting frustrated with just sitting in the jungle, and he realizes, Loda thinks to himself, if I don't show in the lane, and I just farm out this jungle, it's going to be slow as hell, and we're going to lose anyways. I just have to chance the lane. So he goes to the lane. Raging Potato immediately just buys a smoke, blinks up there. You know, it's the freest kill in the world. And things don't get easier. And Mineski's got a Blink Dagger on their Slardar. When you looked at this group initially, by the way, for most people's minds, like they thought that Mineski was just going to get destroyed. But here they are. They're playing so well right now.
Yeah, they're really dealing with what Alliance has brought to the board this game. And just 9 for 2, 12.5 minutes in. At the moment, though, S4 still certainly hanging in there. He's second on the net worth. He hasn't died at all. So he's playing a very careful and calculated game here on that Wind Ranger. Lane, Bulldog, top lane, sorry, with Nuts coming in with the push. I'll look to try and take a tier 1 here with the help of Ake as well. And getting just anything that they can across the map at the moment is really going to help them try and close that gap that Maneski have managed to get ahead with them. And S4 just with the DD, putting some pressure onto the middle tower. He's got to be careful though, because there is that Slardar hanging around with that blink.
S4 is like the one lone bright spot for his team right now because he does have a lot of farm and he can kill people still. And once he gets his Aghanim Scepter, the solo kill potential is there. But if you notice, they're just doing as much as they can to not get into straight engagements. You know, split up the map as much as you can. Everyone makes that rat Dota joke or whatever, but this is going to be a split push game. Because unless you have a numbers game, you're almost never going to just want to directly fight 5-on-5 into Maneski's lineup. But at some point, it's not really going to matter because what Maneski are going to try to do, Owen, is they're going to look for this timing where they go for the Roshan, and then they just make it so you can't ignore them anymore. Like, they'll just take a bunch of tier 2s in a row, and then at that point you'll think to yourself, well, what are we actually gaining out of this? Like, they have the amplified damage plus a Huskar. Sorry I keep saying Husk chat. Huskar. Like, look at this. 13, 14 minutes in.
Yeah, into the Roche pit. And Alliance, I mean, even if they were aware that it's going on, I'm
they
doubtful
know
they could do
100%.
anything. I mean, they're trying to head over, but already Slardar just coming straight out. Making it aware that they know that Alliance know. There'll be a shackle, but it's just on the illusion. Shards do come out. It's going to trap Cuckoo in the pit.
They're getting really low.
But I don't think it's low enough for Alliance to do anything.
No, you can't fight into this. Not with the tombstone down up like that.
Oh, Bulldog, he's in a lot of trouble here potentially. He tries to turn, Real's fairly low. And he's going to get the crush off. They'll get themselves over the tree line there with a scream. And a dominating streak now for Raging Potato on this Queen of Pain. And it's pretty much just going bad to worse for Alliance at this moment, 15 minutes in.
Yeah, I don't really know what you're supposed to do as Alliance anymore. Again, you have to go for the split push, but they're just getting picked off more than they should. And now the game is just completely opened up for Maneski. All they have to do is keep this kind of aggression up. Look for trades as much as you can in terms of like being able to get a hero and then immediately take the tower. Look how underfarmed the Drow is still. Lodo's not having the best time of it.
Yeah, he's trying to make the best of the bad worlds here, really, just in the jungle with that mask, just trying to farm up as safely as he can. I mean, you keep saying it's going to be potentially all about the Rat Dota here for Alliance. Bulldog's nearly got the Orchid done. In terms of the build, so S4 with the point booster, saving up the God as well. I imagine he is still going to go for the Ags first, or is he thinking about other things, maybe getting a Blink to avoid some of the action that Maneski throws at them, or is that not going to be the item here?
I think you go Ags into Blink
Just
dagger.
Ags
100%.
first, yeah. I mean, do you think we could see a very early Blink as well? Well, not an early, but a Blink earlier on in Loader's progression as well, so we can also look for maybe those side pushes, those split pushes.
I don't know if I would get one on him, because at that point it would be, you have to fight Maneski at some point, and I think it's almost guaranteed that he needs a BKB against the heroes that they have. Otherwise, the Slardar just Blink crushes him, and they kill him in less than 3 seconds.
I mean, one thing you've got to look at and say is that Alliance are still taking objectives. They've taken all the 3 tier 1s from the side of Maneski, so they're on the same level as Maneski in terms of the map control. They're putting a little bit of a pressure on to this bottom lane, but Maneski are going to come in with a reaction. S4 is in the sidelines, and he's got a TP. He's been silenced up, though. There's no chance of escape for this man. They'll use the Sonic Wave to make sure that the Wind Ranger goes down. The 11th kill on the board, and Raging Potato's been having quite a performance here on this Queen of Pain, being everywhere that he needs to be, all across the map.
Yeah, and they're doing the right idea of it, because what they do is they're sending their hero that's pretty much unkillable up at top, and they send the Queen of Pain, because you can't just allow Bulldog and S4 to just split push, right? You have to punish that at some point, and they immediately go for the punish. Like, they leave the 2 heroes behind that aren't 100% necessary to the push. Because what will the Slardar bring, right? He's your catch hero. You don't necessarily need him to hit the tower. All you need is your Huskar.
On top lane, the tier 2. Looks like it will go down because Alliance aren't going to look to defend this one. So Maneski will be able to claim themselves another tower. And more gold into the pocket there of the Huskar. And in terms of his build, what's he got? The helm, the armlet, 1500 gold. He's looking very, very scary at this moment in time, nearly touching onto that level 11. I mean, what does he go for now as his next item, just to add to the unkillability here of this beast?
Heaven's Hubbard, or a lot of people go for the medallion into the, what is that called?
Solar Crest?
Yeah, Solar Crest. But in a game like this, you probably just let your Dazzle get it. Evasion is really big though, especially against heroes like
look at this man, he just jumped straight forward.
Okay, Cuckoo.
He's ready to go. And Alliance are spooked by that one, straight back up to the high ground.
What they lose their courier for, it's the Aghanim Scepter for S4.
That is not ideal.
They definitely saw that. Just, you gotta go now, Mineski.
That is big. 3 minutes without that Aghanims that S4 just completed. All right. This is go time for Mineski.
Oh, boy.
Oh, and here we go. Straight up. Amplifying crush onto Loader. Weaver's going to start to build up. Shackle's not going to latch here from S4. And he's ready to go back in potentially. Bulldog is looking for that Bulldog play, though. He's on the bottom lane, trying to put pressure onto the tier 2. S4 moving in, trying to get the clicks in. There's now a mech on the Undying as well here if Mineski want to try and really force the issue. They do. Look at this. Jumping straight in with the crush onto 2 there. The Slardar gets himself back out of the base. Now Cuckoo moving forward. Meanwhile, Raging Potato, he's dealt with the wrap. Bulldog's down on the bottom lane. And he's dead for 40 seconds. Mineski just sticking as a 4-man here. They're going to be shortly joined by the Quap, who's going to make her way back up, and they're jumping forward. Cuckoo forcing S4 back. The win run comes out. He's got to create this distance between himself. And look how low he's staying. He's fine. He's okay. The Shackle's there. The Shallow Grave comes out. Cuckoo's still going to be fine. He's going to try and fight, and he will. Look at Loader just melting. Cuckoo goes forward. And this man, look at his armlet toggling. He's looking for more. Tries to get Ake. There'll be a punch.
He's still
Cuckoo's still alive. Now
dies.
he goes down. He's got the Aegis. He got the double kill as the Burning Spears did bring down Ake, and he's ready for round 2. S4 tries to get the Shackle out. It's not going to latch. He does get the silence out from them, but now the crush from Rhea onto 2. They're looking for more. S4's going to go down. Raging Potatoes jump forwards. There's 3 on the deck at the moment for the side of Alliance. Bulldog will finally be back up. This is a lot of aggression from the side of Mineski. They're not finding the mid racks at the moment though. Snowball comes out for Nuts. It's really nice if they can find it. They get the punch out, the silence as well. Raging Potato, but the Soul Rip, the Shallow Grace there. Rhea with the 2-man crush. The fight's going to continue. It is going to go the way of Mineski. That's going to be Nuts down. They'll look for Loader as well, and he almost certainly will fall. He does indeed the soul burn damage the Orchid. Raging Potato now on a wicked 6 streak. And now Mineski, they turn back towards the objectives. They'll take the mid-racks in, 20 minutes in, and Alliance still with 3 heroes not ready to fight. So, okay, you've got to be careful because Slardar, he can smell you and he wants you. He'll jump straight in if Ake comes any closer. Bulldog is there as well, just sending out the treants. But Mineski, they've turned the heat up, and Alliance, they're not used to it.
No, you generally don't see this kind of aggression, especially in Europe. And this is just kind of telling Alliance, you can't pick these kinds of heroes against us. You can't pick heroes that can't 5-man. You've got a ton of physical damage, sure, but where's your team fight? Where's your setup? How many reliable stuns do you actually have on your team? You have a Nature's Prophet, so your offlaner isn't one that can control the game. Your carry is one of the most paper carries in the game. And both of your supports combine after 1 decay for 1,000 HP.
This Huskar has got an Assault Grass finished if he wants. 20 minutes in.
No, this...
Yep.
I know people hate it when commentators, you know, they ruin the game and stuff like that, but as long as Mineski play as they have been playing,
look at their lead.
There's almost no chance that Alliance come back. And I'm only highlighting this to show you how goddamn impressive this is.
This is some really impressive stuff from Mineski.
I haven't seen Alliance manhandled this bad since
wow.
Apparently their last series, but I didn't see that. So
I didn't see the last
in a
series
while.
either, actually.
It's been a while for me.
Oh, and Greaves are done on Undying as well. Some big pickups here for the side of Mineski. Well, let's see what the game plan is. Alliance going for a bit of a YOLO smoke here. They know they need to find something. I mean, any pickup they can get, Jesse, but he is going to have that Greaves to remove the silence, and well, here we go. Shackle comes out first, though. You can't remove that, buddy, Jim, and the Death was going to make you work at that. There'll be a crush onto S4, so they did find a kill here, Alliance, bringing it to 317. So it's something, but Mineski, they're not happy. Their Jim is in Russell. They want to fight. S4 throws at the Shackle, gets it onto Ryo. Loader's there as well. Can they kill the Slardar? That's a big kill if they can, and they can. Slardar's going to go down. This might be it for Alliance, but Cuckoo, he's finally turned up. He takes down the Nature's Prophet. Quap's incredibly low, has to get herself out, but this maybe is the thing. The cast from bouncing from Ake. Cuckoo's going to get held in place here. The Sonic Wave comes through, but it's going to be with Raging Potato. Sonic Wave's his own team. It's not a heal, it's a damaging spell. You fall. And now Huskar, he's still going to be there. It doesn't matter, though, they missed the Sonic Wave. It's still a clean up for Cuckoo. He's found himself a triple kill. Nuts should go down as well here in the pit. Jules will finish that one off. So Alliance, even though they find some kills, it's still not great. S4 is still alive with the focus fire onto Cuckoo. Bulldog coming back in with the Sprout. There's your raw kick. Can they kill him? The toggle's there. Jules throws down the shallow grave. Now they'll turn. They'll look for Bulldog here in the pit. He's trying to turn and fight Cuckoo. S4, can he do it? Can he do it? I don't know if he can. He's trying his best here. Bless him, but the heals are there. Cuckoo with the armlet toggling. S4 goes down. It's a double kill for Cuckoo. This man's a monster.
That was the best possible fight that you could have had as Alliance, because the second most useful hero in the game misses his level 3 ult completely, and it doesn't even matter. It actually doesn't even matter.
My goodness.
Yeah,
and that was a dieback from Bulldog as well.
You have to take that, though, because that's your best chance that you're going to kill Cuckoo, but he's got 30 armor. Like, who cares if the Wind Ranger has an Aghanim Scepter when you've got a Dazzle who positioned himself perfectly? Because that's the issue, is every single time they try to kill the Huskar, he just sits back, grave after grave. I think I counted 3 in there alone.
This synergy between him and Dazzle, just as a team, they've been working perfectly, keeping each other alive. I mean, Jesse Vash as well with the Soul Rips. This kind of tri-lane, I'll be honest, has just been the standout performance here. I mean, obviously Raging Putter and I mean, the whole team, but the way that these guys have worked together has been quite incredible.
Yeah, this actually is such an impressive performance, and, you know, I'm a huge Alliance fan. A lot of bias, but
I'm making a Reddit thread, Blitz.
I think you're allowed to admit if you have bias, but I mean, the way that I've been casting this game has definitely been in favor of Mineski just because of how fun this is to watch.
Yeah, this is
just
real
good
action
Dota
from Mineski. All right, here we go. Alliance are going to go for another attempt here. Jules, he's got an invis rune here. And this might catch Alliance off guard if they try and jump on Cuckoo. I think they know. Killing this man is not going to be an easy feat at all. And S4, oh my goodness. He's going to have to change his underwear after that one. Blink out just in time.
Alliance are kind of making these fights close, but something that we should always look at is, are they making any strides when they're getting these fights? Like, are their cores actually getting any farm? The Witch Doctor's kind of close to his Aghanim Scepter, but Bulldog had to slow down a ton of his farm just because he had to buy back for that one. And probably most importantly, Loda's net worth is nearly extinct at this point.
Oh, and S4, I think, no, the mech's going to save him. Okay, can they turn? They get the silence out, but there's the crush for Rio. He looks to charge down S4, but S4 get the win run off. He might be able to survive for this. The Death Force there as well. The focus fire, they'll take down Slaughter. S4's going to be able to live through that one. And Alliance somehow working as a team to keep S4 alive. They get the kill on Slaughter. And it is little picks like this that keep Alliance in the game, Will.
Yeah, I mean, go them. That actually made things kind of okay for the side of Alliance, because, yeah, you were going to give up the Roshan anyways, but getting 2 kills, keeping S4 alive, that's probably the biggest thing. So S4 has a blink now. The Nature's Prophet continues to try to split push the map, but somebody from Mineski is always there, and they're just not allowing him any sort of room.
S4, he'd love to chase down Jules it, but no, he's not going to be able to. Okay.
Jules is tanky in his own right now. He's got the Solar Crest, the item that we talked about a lot of Huskars getting, but
he puts down the Huskar, and the Huskar's got a bloody halberd, Will.
Yeah, there's no MKB coming anytime soon from any of the 3 range cores.
It's terrifying. Well, I mean, Alliance are certainly keeping themselves in this. Only just, as Mineski are certainly the dominating force at this point. Alliance are going to have to play this one very, very smartly. I mean, by any means, if there was ever a team to play from behind and manage to turn it, Alliance are certainly going to be up there, but
you fools,
this is going to be quite something.
They had to go through TI3. You think this is anything? No. The TI3 Finals Game 5, that was a comeback. They can do this. All they have to do is, here's what has to happen. The cask has to bounce between the Huskar and the Dazzle like 8 times. You get a really good Witch Doctor ultimate off, full duration.
He's closing in on the Axe Cutter as well, okay.
And you have to shackle it doesn't matter what hero it is, you have to shackle a hero to the Dazzle.
Alright, now how do they kill the Huskar in the midst of all of this?
You gotta...
Okay, crush onto 2, jump straight forward from Cuckoo's, looking for the easier kill, trying to go for Ake. The casket's there, holding him back, bouncing between them all. The shackle did latch onto him, but it does force Alliance right back. Loader now gets the silence out, but the blink is there already from Slaughter. I can't quite get that touch in to cancel it. And now Mineski, they're looking for the second set of racks. The shackle is going to latch again, but look at this potato straining with the Sonic Wave onto S4. S4's going to go down. He'll buy back straight away. Cuckoo jumps across to the Bulldog, takes down the Nature's Prophet. Now looks for Ake. Ake's going to fall as well. He's down, and now they're trying try and turn towards Nuts. The damage is too much from Mineski. Double kill for Jesse Vash. S4 unloaded, the only ones left alive on the side of Alliance. The rest of the team do not have buybacks. And with 3 heroes dead, Mineski will now look to take the second set of racks. And Alliance, they're not going to be able to stop this one. This is going to be a second set of stronger creeps for Mineski. They will have their team back up in about 30 seconds. So maybe they'll have one more fight in them. But it's going to have to be the best bloody fight of their life.
At this point, the Drow just doesn't add anything to the lineup. Her damage is completely inconsequential. Look how little she does when she hits Cuckoo once. At one point, he had 60 armor. This is going to be Mega Creeps. They're trying their best, but they have to know at this point. 28-minute Mega Creeps.
They've just got to switch it up in Game 2. What they brought to Game 1 was not the right thing to do against Mineski. And Mineski fully punished that.
It was just way too greedy.
Cuckoo is going to jump in. This is the final stance here for Alliance. Can they do it? The cast will come out, but the crush is out. It gets onto Ake, forcing the side of Alliance right back to their fountain. S4, he's going to get taken Sonic Wave to the face, and GG's called. It's all too much for the Swedes, and Mineski take Game 1, 31-6. Quite a performance there from the Filipinos. And as we keep saying, Will, Alliance, they can't do that again if they want to try and take a game against these boys.
You can't pick that greedy. You had no heroes that could frontline for you. And the problem is that nobody could survive the Queen of Pain Slaughterer, much less the Huskar.
Yeah, the Huskar, we said at the beginning, the Huskar's even going to have an amazing game or be a non-factor, and that was an amazing game for the man.
Their entire team had an amazing game. The Sardar got a 12-minute Blink Dagger, the Queen of Pain got a 13-minute Orchid, a 10-minute Armlet on their Huskar. What else do you need? They had 3 cores that were incredibly farmed. They were all incredibly useful. They never let Alliance go for the split push as soon as the laning phase ended. They punished them at every turn. They got kills around the map with smokes. Well, what do you do?
Absolutely. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with Game 2 very, very shortly here between Mineski and Alliance. So don't go anywhere, as myself and Blitz will be joining you for that one in a few minutes.
Bye, guys. That was good.
Have you changed the overlay, Will?
Yeah,
there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's Mineski versus Alliance. My name's Odie Pixel. I'm here with Blitz, and we're just about ready to go. Blitz, game 1 was a little bit of a Swedish horror story, wasn't it, Will?
That was pretty rough, but a lot of people are going to blame Alliance and flame them, and I do think their draft was a little bit gritty, but you've got to give a lot of credit to Mineski. They executed their draft pretty much perfectly. It was fairly easy to see what they were going to go for from the get-go when you pick a draft like that, but the execution was there, and I think that's the important part.
Okay. I mean, this game so far, so Mineski opened up with the Tusk. Alliance, they reply with the Shadow Fiend and the Bane, so it already feels like heroes that are going to be a little bit more comfortable with the fighting situations.
Something I really want to note is that Bane has really gone up a lot of people's lists when it comes to supports. It's almost entered for a lot of the top teams, like Tier 1 territory. It's a hero that has fantastic stats, has game-changing abilities. Brain Sap makes it so that you can trade with almost anybody, and it just makes you a lot tankier. And the team fights in the mid-game. And you think about it, Brain Sap, the pure damage, the sleep,
nice. And
then the Fiend's Grip. Like, the Fiend's Grip, you don't even have to get off, but if you do, you're almost guaranteed to fight one.
Alliances turn to ban.
Slardar, of course, is taken by Mineski. We saw how much they could do with that in the first game. It was a very nice Slardar performance from the man. But this game, I won't be surprised if we don't see Alliance go for an aggressive try-in again. And therefore, the offlane Slardar is going to have a little bit more of a trickier time rather than just having to lane up against a solo lane. There's going to be a TA ban, interesting enough, from Alliance. Just worried about any kind of mid-hero that's going to be picked up to work in synergy with the Slardar and his armor reduction. Again, Mineski tailoring a lot of their bans towards Bulldog's heroes, taking away the Darkseer and the Broodmother. I like this already from Alliance. So they're picking up load of the Gyrocopter, so already they are going to be very much ready for Mineski running straight at them.
Yeah, the Gyrocopter, when you're playing on the Radiant side, it's so that they can't go for the aggro, and more importantly, it's a hero that can help clear out your jungle. To the viewers listening right now, when you're playing the Radiant side, it's absolutely imperative that you protect your Radiant side jungle. That sounds obvious, but when you're playing the Dire side, it's not as important. Because the Dire side, people will contest you, because there's so many different angles that you can pincer them off at. But on the Radiant side, you lose control of your jungle. Oftentimes, you just straight up lose the game, because then they'll just go for Roshan opportunities. Then they'll grab a gem, they'll deward you. Then you've got no idea where they are on the map, and going for free Roshan, going for free gank. It's all there.
Well, now with this Lina as well, so this is a pretty aggressive support duo here that we're going to see Nuts and Ake run. This Lina Bane, and already this is going to be kind of sitting in lane with Loader. The solo laner for Mineski is not going to have a good time, and if indeed it is going to be that Slardar again, he's going to have to be very careful how close he comes to these guys here on the offlane.
Yeah, that's a really dangerous lane already. That's something that you just want to call a straight-up kill lane. If they manage to get the sleep, then it should lead into a pretty easy combo. You need something to kind of punish the Winter Wyvern, because we're noticing this entire day they pick Wind Ranger. Almost everybody just opens up with Wind Ranger, and then the enemy team picks a Winter Wyvern, and what are you supposed to do against that? I've seen this entire day Winter Wyvern save somebody at 200 HP, maybe 8 or 9 times, just because everybody just picks mass physical. This might be the first Lina game that I've casted this entire majors.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, we've had a few on the B stream. It's it definitely strikes me as a hero. I think most of the times we've seen it, it's worked out for the teams. And I think, as you said, it's been against the Wyvern. You know, one of the ways to deal with that cold embrace. Mineski now. Now they know the kind of cards that Alliance are playing. They know that they can expect for a bit more of a full-on fight. We'll see what they're locked for here now as their 4th pickup for the line. In terms of what they do still need, of course, that mid-hero and their position 1. So looking for the pickups here. The lads are both Raging Potato and Cuckoo. I mean, already, I guess, can we call it? They have got a Wyvern. It could work. It's not going to be another sneaky Huskar game, is it?
You could do it, but actually, it's even probably better.
Because they've got those tools to keep him alive, haven't they?
I'm trying to think right now, because Bane, the pure damage of Bane, the Brain Sap destroys you.
That is something that can screw you.
And that, I imagine, is a support Lina for...
no, I imagine it's normally Ake plays Bane. And Nuts on the Lina? No?
I think for this game, it's probably Nuts on the Lina.
Okay.
If they
the
pick a
Huskar game again. It is.
Yeah, I think...
We were just talking about that, Will, and we were bang on.
This is a better one, though. This is a better. You have better hero. Oh man, I'm trying to think about this objectively, but because Gyrocopter is absolutely terrible against Huskar. None of your abilities do any damage to him, and more importantly than that, you don't have the attack speed. 99% of what you rely on Gyrocopter is the strength of your 2 abilities, right? Call down and
Reserve time.
Rocket Barrage, but neither of those are useful against the Huskar at all, because he just slowly runs at you, jumps on top of you, you do 0 damage with the Rocket Barrage. In fact, it looks like you're healing him when he pops his heal at the same time.
I mean, they didn't ban the Huskar. At this point, are Alliance just going, shit?
And they're gonna,
or have they got a plan?
They're going to feel terrible if they lose to it twice like this. All right, so here's what I would do. Not saying that it's correct, but the Lina grabs an Ags at some point. You just let her play the 4 position role, but maybe even greedier than that, and play like the 3-ish. And just rotate Loda off the lanes early. Let him do the jungle camps and force him to build just in a straight DPS. Get a BKB at some point, and then just build. I don't know if you can go like the drums S and Y against that.
10 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
the final pick for Alliance is, of course, going to be this Bulldog hero.
I think you take.
I mean, what does he take here?
Alliance's turn
What does he
to
take?
They're like semi-pigeonholed because a hero like Ancient Apparition, for example, would be pretty good. Or would it?
Well, for Alliance, but
Oh
what would
no,
Bulldog
not
play?
really. That's what I'm saying.
What's he gonna do? What's the Bulldog plan here?
I gotta look at this. I've got to look at the remaining off-lane heroes.
I mean, there's been a lot that have been taken out. He's not going to bring out the. He's not going to bring out Alfredo, is he?
10 seconds
that might
remaining.
not
Is
be.
it going to be Lone Druid?
5 seconds
Oh, what about the
remaining.
Timber Saw? Talk to me about the Timber
Oh,
Saw.
the
Will.
Timber would be pretty good.
I'd like to see the Timber here.
The Timber
3
would-
strength heroes, 3 melee heroes. Let's get the Timber Saw out.
It's one of the best counters in the game to the Huskar. You can't play the Lone Druid though. I think the hero's too slow, and more importantly than that, you'd have so many greedy cores.
I think you've got to go Timber here, haven't you? Unless you do something a little bit funky.
I kind of like the Timber. The laning phase is going to be terrible. That's not the word I was going to use, by the way, but I think you take either a crowd control hero that can lock the Huskar in, like a Clockwork or a Batrider, or the Timber Saw.
I mean, this is such a big pick for Alliance. Of course, one game, and it is.
Yeah.
It is. It is as we suspected.
Dire team pick.
As you suspected. Don't give me any
Well,
credit.
I'll take the credit. Will.
Yeah, you should.
But no, oh my goodness, they got the dazzle.
It's okay, though.
I mean, is it?
Because-
It's a Huskar with a dazzle and a wyvern, Will. I don't know if that's okay. I think that could be an issue.
Here's the problem, though, with Alliance's lineup is that you had to once again react to the Huskar, and the laning phase for this Timber Saw is not going to be easy. But I'm looking at it. If they could decide to go for the aggressive tri-lane,
I mean, I've got to be honest. I'm just looking at those 3 heroes, and we saw how well that they played just with a Huskar, the Dazzle, and the Undying. If you've got a Wyvern as well, they're going to be able to keep that Huskar alive for this. They're going to be able to keep that Huskar alive for the rest of the bloody land. It's just not going to die. But Bulldog is on his Timber Saw. We are going to see, it's going to be Akebane and Nuts Lina.
10 seconds remaining.
And here we have it, Will.
I think they...
Can Alliance do it?
5
This game.
seconds remaining.
I think so. I see that people are flaming them in chat, but they thought that the Tusk was going to be a support or an off... yeah, it was going to be a support. And that's a reasonable assumption to make in a game like this.
Oh, hang on, yeah. Sorry, we didn't talk about it. So the Tusk is going to be playing
Prepare for battle.
the mid lane?
Yeah, he was their mid player last game.
Oh, hello.
So
Tusk middle lane, okay. It's going to just be giving it some here. With this.
Mineski tricked them, dude.
Oh, hello. Oh, okay. He's got quite a punch here in Slada. He's bitten off a little bit more than he can chew.
Bane Gaming.
Yeah.
This is what Bane does.
Bane 1, Slada 0.
Look at his... Just look at his move speed alone. 315.
Look at that swag.
This is not some CM or Shadow Shaman.
Natasha. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is game 2 between Alliance and Mineski. Of course, game 1 did go to Mineski in quite some style with that Huskar pick working out. They're going to try it again. This is really going to be a test of whether it's going to work out.
30 seconds.
Cuckoo's a bit of a mastermind on that hero, and we'll see if he can do it again. But as you said, Will, you're feeling a little bit more hopeful for Alliance's lineup in this game compared to game 1.
Yeah, they've got an offlaner that can definitely deal with the hero. I like Alliance's picks overall, and they have a better way to deal with it, because what you can do in this game is you can sleep the Dazzle, try to Fiend's Grip the Huskar, and there isn't too much that'll disrupt you that you have to worry about, especially if the Slardar initially jumps in. A lot of this game is just going to come down to Ake's positioning in fights. If it's good, they can win. But their laning phase has to go a lot better than the last one did. Even if it looked okay, like the Nature's Prophet, it looked like it was trading against the Slardar, right? But you have to think about what both of those heroes do.
Oh, mid lane, so, I mean, this is where I'm going to be really interested how this goes down. You've got this mid-tusk. He is going to have the backup of Jesse Vash on that Wyvern. Oh, he's looking for the Courier Snipe. Is he going to be able to get it? I think he is. Oh, he can't quite get the range.
If he was Bane, he would have.
That was close. And talking about Bane, hello, Raging Potato.
If you had 285 or 315 move speed and Brain Sap, you would have gotten that.
Oh, Potato Man's got to be careful. S4 moving forward, asserting his dominance there thanks to the way that Ake's kind of set this up there on the Bane. 4 for 3 at the moment, and Raging Potato yet to get a single CS, so we're already seeing the mid lane looking very nice for the side of Alliance, and we can expect S4 to have a really good time on this Shadow Fiend this game if this first kind of minute or so is anything to go by.
Yeah, a large portion of this was because the Winter Wyvern, he either helps in the lane and he can zone out the SF, or he all-ins for the Courier, and we saw which option he decided to go for. So the Bane was able to harass out the Tusk for free, and they just weren't able to do anything about it.
Bottom lane as well, Loader and Nuts doing a good job of keeping the Slardar right back. This Slardar is certainly not going to have as happy of a time as he did in the game. Want to hang on S4, heading away from these two, and this is going to be your first blood. Mr. Potato, when he took the Tusk mid, we didn't know if he'd be a genius or a potato, and it turns out he's both.
I mean, it hasn't really worked out, though. He still only has 2 CS. But it's okay, because you get the first blood, and you slow down the momentum, and you tempo control. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, S4, of course, still, as you said, yeah, with the dominance in terms of CS, but giving away that first blood, not really what he was planning to do so. And I mean, the other lanes, one of the lanes we haven't really talked about is the top lane. The fact that, I mean, how is this Timbersaw doing actually bottom lane? Let's hold that forward, because they're going to go for some action here, Nuts. He's going to salvo Kaz. He turns around with the Relight Strike, and Alliance might just be able to get a kill, and they will. They'll bring it to 1-1 on the board. Nuts picking that one up for the team. The support duo there working very nicely. We already talked about the potency of these two in the draft, and it goes to show that it's not going to be a pretty lane for the Slardar.
Yeah, this was never meant to be, though. And that's the thing, is that the reason why heroes like Slardar are so much more popular than heroes like Timbersaw is that your laning phase doesn't really matter too much. If you have a good laning phase, it matters. If you have a bad laning phase, it's expected. As long as the Slardar just gets a little bit out of it, then he can catch up just fine. Like 1 or 2 team fights and he's perfectly back into it. And how many items does a Slardar really need? After the Blink Dagger, everything is just kind of luxuries.
Lane and Jesse Vash just giving some harassment tests for there with the Arctic Burn. I mean, one thing that we didn't really talk about, the fact that Bulldog has felt that he's needed to leave the lane. So he's not in the top lane anymore. He's had to kind of move around. He's just level 2. And he did clear up one of the camps there in the jungle. He's now going to head back up there, but realizing, well, it's just maybe not safe enough to stay in this lane against this Huskar.
When you have a ward like this placed by Mineski, and you have full vision like that, and Bulldog has no idea where it is, then he can't just stay in the lane. And he's just going to get harassed out anyway. So the better thing to do is make it so that Mineski will push it.
Going in, but the shard's going to get whiffed. S4 turning around, and Ake's there, setting this one up with the Nightmare. There's your first raise. He's looking for the punches as well. Potato can't quite get close enough. He does for 1 tickle, but it doesn't matter because they turn around. Ake there with a beautiful movement to the mid lane just when it was needed, allowing them to turn that round and getting S4 involved in a bit of action against the enemy mid player.
Ake God. He's not going to be able to get the Invis rune, but it doesn't really matter too much because the Shadow Fiend can just kind of play this straight now. Wait things out, pull, stack a bunch of camps. You're perfectly okay with just doing that.
Oh, Raging Potato coming towards the rune. He's not going to be able to get it. S4 takes that one, and Ake is going to be there.
I think he's just going to get a kill.
If he can get up with the Brain Sap, he hasn't got enough for the Nightmare. Yeah, and the Brain Sap wouldn't have been enough. Maybe if he had the Nightmare, could have set that one up for S4, but didn't quite have the mana.
This is just what Bane does, though. When I was talking about, Because you've got such good move speed that with boots you have 365. You're almost always able to get away. It's so hard to kill the Bane because he has either Nightmare or Brain Sap. So half the damage that you use on him kind of just gets erased immediately. And if he ever gets in trouble, he just Nightmares you. So what are you meant to do against this type of support hero? None of his spells look entirely too threatening, except for Fiend's Grip, but it's just how it works out when you're trying to harass out a mid laner.
Mid lane as well. Alliance have given Bulldog the lane for the time being, whilst S4 backs up to clear out these stacks. So just trying to keep themselves as safe as possible, keeping themselves away from that top lane. I mean, this is, of course, going to give the chance for the Huskar to get scary. He's getting pretty good CS at the moment, pretty much perfect. So Cuckoo's certainly going to come online at a similar rate as he did in the first game. Maybe, if anything, not as fast. Mid lane, Bulldog's getting caught out by the snowball, and Bulldog, he should go down here, and he will. So they will find the kill there in the mid. S4 turning up there, looking for Potato. Hasn't quite got the mana there for the long range raise, and bottom lane crush onto Ake, but the cancel was actually cancelled. Sorry, the TP was cancelled from the backup there from Mineski, so they won't be able to turn it.
They just want to make sure that it's not just the same support duo nuking him down over and over again.
Nuts. Oh, there's a snowball if they want to go. They're actually not going to go on that one.
You can't. You don't know what the Gyro is or how close he is. You just have to give that one up. That probably was a kill on Nuts if they go for it, but if they get stunned by the Lina, then they just die. And you don't want to trade 1-for-1 in a situation like this, because you can't leave an open lane to the Shadow Fiend.
Bottom lane, Rio's managed to find a few levels now on this slaughter. He's level 4. Ake looking for a wrap around here, and could be in trouble because Loda's level 6. He's got the cooldown, and straight in on they go. They get themselves a kill under the belt of Gyrocopter. And Loda having a much better game than he did in game 1 here with this Gyrocopter this time around.
Alliance as a whole is having so much better of a game. Like, S4 is once again leading in net worth. Your Bane is like 5th in net worth somehow. He's actually ahead of both offlaners. They've had a much easier time.
Jesse Vash has come up top. I mean, they might want to try and look for Bulldog, but they don't really have the control to stop him from just timber chaining away. It's always going to be a hard kill. He heads back towards the mid. Maybe seeing if they can try an Arctic Blade across to go on S4. And there we go. They're going to try and lead in for this one. They've got a snowball, but the TP reactions will be there. Can they get the Bane in time to save? And Splinter Blast comes out. Can they keep S4 alive here? They'll try and turn, and S4's going to live no the shards. They will finish him off. And now Jesse Vash with the cold embrace is going to just set up a light strike away from Nuts, and they will find the return kill. But it is, of course, a support for that Shadow Fiend. Mineski will be happy with that trade.
Yeah, they're going to be incredibly satisfied with it. They're slowing down the Shadow Fiend, and most importantly, the hero that they were probably most worried about, the Tusk, is #1 in net worth right now. Because when you pick this hero, you don't exactly expect to put him mid lane, right? Like, how often do we see it? Because he's such a volatile hero, and most of your strength lies on the ability to just go around the map ganking. But they sacrifice that just so that they can have him mid, so that they can pick up the Dazzle last pick, so that the Huskar can work for them. But they're going to go for the smoke, and this is such a smart one. This is something that we see the Dire do, because we remember about controlling the safe lane and the jungle.
And here we go, snowballs out, but he's straight onto Loda, and Loda's not got a chance in the world. Blown up straight away there by the 4-man smoke gank from Mineski. And as you said, perfect timing, and that's exactly the kill you want to be getting at this point in the game.
Yeah, because most importantly, they're just going to route through the jungle. You get some control out of this, and this is going to make it a lot easier for them. They even get rid of some of the ward vision, and they place one semi-deep into the mid lane. S4's got a kill rune, though. I don't know how much you can do with it, though. It is the S4 rune.
It is, if there's anyone that's going to be able to work the magic with it. Oh, Bulldog. Oh, hello, oh, hello, oh! He's gone. Burning Spears, too much for the Timbersaw in the fountain. And Cuckoo, he's going to be laughing about that one. And S4, hang on. I think this man might be dead. Oh, he's got the S4 in, hasn't he? Oh, S4, you need to be careful, sir.
Oh, he's trying to go for the outplay?
He should be... Oh, he's fine, he's fine.
I think if the Winter Wyvern wasn't there, S4 would have gone for it, but with him there, almost no chance.
Oh, Ake, he's found himself a bit of an issue down here. Cuckoo moving in. One more spear should do it. Can't quite get it on. He's trying to tango up. destroying trees, and it will be enough to keep him alive. Ake will survive through this. Only just. And already we're just seeing the power of Cuckoo. It is coming online.
He's got to be careful, though. The Timbersaw has his ultimate, and they have to know that the Dazzle's behind. And Bulldog is going to play pretty passive, actually. Just going to wait. He knows with the Dazzle there, it's a losing proposition. If he uses his chains, it's all in. And you can't do that when there's the Dazzle on the other team.
I mean, we talk about offlaners and how much farm they need respectively to be effective. We look at Bulldog's net worth at the moment. He is second lowest on the board. How much of an issue is this for a Timbersaw?
A lot.
Yeah.
You need a ton with Timber. Because you don't have any armor, but you just survive by tanking a lot of hits. So to be able to build up reactive armor stacks, you just need flat HP.
Oh, they would love to find Cuckoo. Can they get him? Ake's there. The Grave coming out straight away. Cuckoo's going to jump forward here and actually just turn on to Ake. Ake might just go down to the Burning Spears in his will. He goes down, but they do find the important kill. They'll take down the Huskar. And Alliance will be happy with that trade, for sure. Meanwhile, bottom lane, there's an Invis Ring on Raging Potato. He's looking to maybe set something up onto Loader, but it's just himself and the Slardar. And Loader's going to play this one safely. Backing up. He's actually going to live the creep block. He might come back out with this one. If Potato sticks about, and the Potato's actually wrapped back round, so Potato's going to miss the opportunity here.
No.
He's
I
going
don't
to
think it matters. I think they know about the rune.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Loader's just keeping himself in the tree line.
You can't waste too much time because,
Yeah,
again, when you go for these ganks, then what ends up happening is that S4 just free farms, and you have to constantly put pressure on a hero like this.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, with the ward, they spotted it out, so Loader's playing it very, very safely. And as you said, S4 reaching on to level 11. Very shortly, he is top of the net worth board.
Radiant's top tower has been denied.
And bottom lane, we might see a bit of action because you have got Ake there as well. Raging Potato's hiding in the tree line. He's going to lay down the Amplify. They haven't quite spotted out this Tusk, who's snuggling between the trees.
He's pinging onto the Bane, but
I mean,
it's just dangerous because
they've got
the
backup
gyrocopter.
coming, but so have Alliance. Both teams have got reinforcements on the way, and Ake is going to be the first to take it. Okay, he's come too close for comfort. War's punch to the Bane there, and Mineski will find the kill, and nothing that Alliance can do to turn that one around. That's just going to be a free kill for Mineski.
You can't really prevent that. It's a level 5 Bane, and he was amplified. Almost no chance that he survives that. The lucky thing for Alliance, though, is that Mineski don't have that early Blink Dagger, so you can't continue to push the presence. They have to just look for these mini skirmishes and back out. What Alliance really have to look for right now is at some point the Huskar is going to just decide, okay, I want to go for the Roshan and Wolf 5-man. If you can protect that if you're Alliance, then they have a really good shot at winning. And they have the lineup to do it this time, Owen.
Yes, they do, compared to what they brought to the game one. Absolutely. They've certainly got a better shot than they did earlier.
You just sleep the Dazzle, or you can even sleep the Huskar when he's graved up. Just wait things out.
I mean, how close are we seeing Ake to Fiend's Grip? Okay, he's very close to getting Fiend's Grip online on this Bane. He's going to have Fiend's Grip pretty much ready for the next fight. If he
They're
can find
pinging like
himself.
crazy. They know that this is happening right now.
Can they do something about it?
I think so. I think you have to. You can't just let them 5-man towers like they did last time. You have a much better way of dealing with it.
They need Loader to be there. If they can get Loader in with the cooldown of the flat cannon, this could be go time, and Loader's going to make his way across. The rest of Alliance are smoked up. S4's going to come forward, and looking for the Requiem for the sidelines here to catch them on the trip, and this could be it. Ludo's come around for the sideline. Can't quite kill Slardar. Here come the Razors onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo's going to jump forward onto Bulldog. Bulldog's going to go down first, almost selling Will. Laguna Blade does find the kill onto Wyvern, and Cuckoo's just going to work onto Loader. Loader's going to melt Cuckoo's to life. Finally, they'll take down the Huskar, and now Alliance, they look for more. They'll take down Raging Potato. It's only Yules and Rio left alive. The Dragon Slave goes into the pit. Yules trying to look for Roshan to deny, but it's not going to work. S4 gets the raise, and it's a double kill for this Shadow Fiend, and Alliance get away with that one very nicely. It was a little bit troublesome at the start with Cuckoo just going crazy, but a nice stun from the Lina managed to find the kill with those right clicks. And all right, Alliance, they're keeping themselves in this one, and after that they're coming out on top.
And the problem is that Mineski don't even hide the attempt. Like, they don't try to set it up whatsoever. Mineski actually has 3 smokes. They didn't use any of them to go for that. They just kind of walked in and said, well, I hope they don't have ward vision. And they did. And Alliance, they had plenty of time to set up for that. They didn't even get the Winter's Curse off from Jesse Vash.
Oh, straight up Winter's Curse onto S4 there. They've got the Amplify, and S4 might be in a bit of trouble. No, there's going to be the... Nightmare to dodge some of the damage, but it doesn't matter. They're still going to follow this one up. He pops the mech. Loda's turning it with a 4-man cooldown. Maybe they can still fight off the back of this. It's a double kill for S4. Cuckoo's been great though, trying to go to Loda, doing a hell of a lot of damage, but Cuckoo's going to fall. Loda will survive throughout this one, so 3 dead on the side of Mineski. Alliance only losing S4. And again, what seems just like another frustration fight from Mineski, just leading him with a straight-up Winter's Curse, desperately trying to fight a kill, but not necessarily thinking about the repercussions that Alliance is just going to deliver them when they try and fight at that point of the map.
And nobody was close enough to take advantage of the Winter's Curse on either team. So it wasn't like he was able to get it off in the middle of a bunch of heroes for his team. And
I mean, it did let... Oh, Jesse Vash. Bulldog. Oh.
But you...
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay.
He's got him.
Got it. He got it.
I just think that they're setting this up kind of poorly. They're not really using the smokes like they did in the first game. It feels like they think this is going to be the same formulaic game, but...
Oh, there's a crush onto S4, and here comes the Balls of Doom. The snowball closes in, the punch to the backside by S4. He pops it in, he turns around with the Razors. There's your mate, and now Loda turning it with the cooldown. He's going to try and move it onto Raging Potato, and he might just find it. The Razors coming out. Bulldog's trying to chase forward as well, trying to close the gap. Tusk will be able to get himself out of this one, but Ake, he's got the Nightmare. There's your Light Strike. There is a Shallow Grave, but I don't know if he's going to be able to save this Slide. He's trying to get himself out, gets the crush, but Bulldog's there with the Chains of Doom. Throws out the Chakram, goes forward, Spider-Man, Raging Potato's got to get himself out. Bulldog gets the kill, and Alliance will find something else there for the side.
They're playing so well around their lineup right now. They constantly just play around S4 because they know that he's such a big target for Mineski. Mineski can feel that he's ahead in net worth by quite a lot, just looking at his item build. And he's got 2,000 gold on top of this now. Mineski, they're slowly starting to run out of opportunities, and whatever they had with the Huskar is pretty much falling apart. And what was that noise?
It's the Bulldog noise, Will.
Is it?
It is.
I can't make that.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I can't roll my tongue.
Only Bulldog can. You can't roll your tongue?
Nope.
Oh, Will.
I can't do the R's.
Poor old Will. Well, this is looking quite a lot better than it did in Game 1 for Alliance, Will, I'd like to say.
No, I think that they've got a firm grip on this game. Like, look at the timing right now. Rio still doesn't have that Blink Dagger. The Huskar isn't going out of control like he did in the last game. They don't have the Aegis. But I honestly think this is just Mineski getting a little bit complacent and playing a little bit sloppy. They lose the fight at the Roshan, and then they think to themselves, well, we'll just go back in there and do the exact same thing. And hopefully this time it'll go better.
On top lane. We may be needing to say our prayers here for this Slardar, as he is potentially in a bit of trouble. No, he's sprinting out. He realizes something funky's going on, and in fact, he's got backup. There's a bit of smoke on smoke action here. Light shoots the smoke to close this gap, but Mineski are ready to fight. There's a DD on the Tuscan straight away with a snowball going in onto Nuts. They'll pop down the defensive Nightmare, buying this Lena some time. Now they're taking up with the Winter's Curse. It's down to Ake, and S4 kills Ake. Oh, the humanity. There'll be a buyback straight away from this Bane. S4 gets off the Requiem. Loda's caught in the middle of this all though, and the Jara is down as well. Cuckoo's Shallow Grave He's going to be fine, and now he pops the Vitality. He'll jump forward for more. There's an amplified damage on S4. Now Bulldog turns up. Can he turn this around? They get the feed script onto Cuckoo, and S4 gets the right clicks in. They'll take down the Huskar, but they've already lost 3, and this did cost a buyback from Ake as well. This is the fight that Mineski were looking for. They leap forward here on the Slardar. They get the crush onto Ake. Punch to the backside. The Bane is out for the count. It's a dieback on this Bane, and Bulldog's the only one left, and they might not even stop now. Slardar's going forward. He's going to have the blink. He's going to get hit by the Chakram there, but it doesn't matter. He still sprints forward, gets the crush in. It's a full team wipe. Alliance hit the deck, and Mineski show no mercy in that fight.
They played that so well together. The Slardar manages to get enough gold, just enough to get the Blink Dagger on the side. He follows that up with getting 3 different chase kills. That was actually a 6-man wipe because Ake actually used the buyback on the Bane. That was the only way that they were going to be able to kill the Huskar. He makes the right decision there, but 6 heroes go down just for that one Huskar. And whatever advantage Alliance built up has kind of just washed away in the sand. Look away. It's 4,000 gold swing.
Oh.
5,000 experience.
That's deeper than some of the mountains in Sweden. That's... Oh. Well, there we go. Mineski. They're hungry for this. The Huskar still proving to be quite an issue, if not as much as it was in the first game. Cuckoo still giving us a pretty stellar performance, and the mid-tusk as well. He's been doing a lot, Raging Potato. He's got the Blink Dagger complete now as well, on top of the mech and the Arcanes.
Yeah, everything is completely turned around for Mineski. They were kind of stagnant, and their lineup was kind of slowing down, and it looked like Alliance were just going to be able to roll over them. But that top engagement, they got split up way too quickly. Nuts was isolated by himself. He immediately got popped. They lost Loda and Ake almost simultaneously after that. And they weren't able to fight around their own mech. We saw what happens right there.
Oh, see a simple tower trade there, tier 1s for tier 1s. Between the two sides. S4, how's he looking on the Shadow Fiend? Well, he's got a lot of money and he's just spent it. What did he buy? I think it might have been
BKB?
The BKB straight up. Okay, so BKB is now complete. You've actually got the Blink Dagger being the item of choice here for Bulldog. What do you reckon about that one, Blitz?
I think it's good for the positioning game because you just want to be able to kill Cuckoo. That's your job as Bulldog. And he's been doing it really admirably so far.
There we go. Alliance.
They don't have vision, so they go for the smoke here. That's the only reason.
Yeah, with some of the good stuff. There we go. Are they going to go up for this one? Roshan is up. There's a siege creep in there. Carty just chilling it. They're going to give some mercy here. And now, well, Smoker's going to get dispelled on S4. S4. Okay, against that BKB timing. Get that man a backbound straight up with the raises. Turning on to Jesse Vash. Bulldog goes forward with the Chakram. Takes down the Winter Wyvern. The reaction there from S4 with that BKB couldn't have been any more perfect there. Absolutely bang on to the split second.
Yeah, now it just looks like he baited them and S4 some kind of next level genius. That was really well played too. You would have liked to get more out of that, but they did force the winner's curse to be expended, and most importantly, they made it so that Mineski knows for a fact that they're not going to go for the Rosh attempt. I mean, if you're Mineski, they just used a 10-second BKB, and all they got was the winner Wyvern. Maybe that's how you look at it.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't the worst for Mineski. I mean, that smoke was potentially setting up Alliance to find an even bigger fight. So.
I think you just go for the Roshan now. You know that BKB's dead, yeah. And
I mean, as Alliance, you still try and fight, surely?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. You can't give this up. You've kind of invested, I don't want to say all in, but Bulldog's got a Blink Dagger.
Oh, S4. It's going to be amplified. Shots just coming out. There's your Chakra. Cuckoo jumping straight in. And actually, Bulldog blinks back. Brings Cuckoo straight across the side of Alliance. They're looking for him, but the Shallow Grave's out. There is a snowball as well. It goes across. S4's being stunned up. Loda's trying to do what he can with the cooldown, but they've already lost two. Double kill for Cuckoo, and he's still alive. He gets the Inner Vitality out with the Shadow Wave as well. They just can't kill him. He gets cold embraced up. There's a crush onto two there from Rior as they chase down. Splinter Blast comes out. Loda's trying to go against this Slardar here with a Rocket Barrage, but the Amplifier's on him, and Rior's now moving back for more. At the same time, Ake TP's out. They did manage to find themselves a third kill there as Wyvern took down Nuts. Loda, he should be in trouble there. He's got no friends. He's all on his own. Goes in with the crush there, the Slardar. Cuckoo jumps in. They take him down as well. And Mineski showing us that Alliance really shouldn't have gone for that fight at the Roche pit then.
No, when you lost the BKB from S4, yeah, you got the kill on the Winter Wyvern and the reflexes were good, but you did show that you just used your 10-second BKB, and at that point, there's almost zero chance that you're going to win that fight.
Okay, he's going to look to set this up. There's a TP in from Bulldog. Let's see if Bulldog can do this one. Has he got the combo? 1, 2, 3. Yes, he has. Bulldog there with the play. Takes down Tusk, but at the same time, Mineski take down the bigger brute. They get themselves Roshan. And that's going to be Aegis now on this Huskar.
We should really talk about Jules, by the way. The amount of times this guy's gotten clutch Graves off. Yeah. And it's difficult because your Huskar's flying around the map. You remember he had to go through like 4 different heroes just to save his Huskar in the middle of that fight, and he still manages not to get slept or killed in this entire time. Like, how much HP does he have? He has 796 HP, and he's not dying. Unbelievable.
Yeah, some really nice placement here from this Dazzle.
When you play support in this kind of game, it's just all a positioning game. I'm a lot less impressed by the Huskar and more impressed by how much Jules has been able to keep up with his positioning.
And so it looks like, Jara at the moment, Loda, he picked up the Sanj, he's now picked up a second Ogre Club, so I wonder if he's just kind of, rather than finishing off the SNY, going for that BKB because he sees that Cuckoo's going to be very close to picking up a Halberd here, do you think?
Yeah, I think you can't really afford to go for the SNY anyways, though.
Yeah.
There's just too much. The Slardar is ripping you apart. The Huskar, the Burning Spear is just doing too much too. You just have to turn yourself into a fighting machine at this point, because Mineski, they're just going to go for the 5-man. And their cores aren't the greatest. Oh, and if you look at it, if you can weather the storm, it's still going to be a 2-position Tusk that has a 4-staff and a mech.
It's Slardar, he's just going to go. He's just going to jump straight in, and he's all on his own, but he doesn't matter. Jumps in with the crush, sprints back out. Now Raging Potato's turning up as well. There is a fair few of Alliance. In fact, Alliance do have 4 people here. The training jump onto Ake. Ake just getting removed from the game. And the rest of Alliance will be able to TP themselves out. So it is just the Bane effectively tanking that one. But nonetheless, Mineski still showing us that Alliance have to be very careful when they come across to their side of the map. Because Mineski are going to be on top of them every time.
This game is just so scary right now. Look at this right now. What other hero could do this in the mid lane? Just sitting there by himself. He knows that 4 of his teammates are at top. They just went for a gank. Doesn't even bother showing up. He's got a medallion going on him. Solar Crest will be completed anytime by Jules, and he doesn't even care at this point. Like, even the Timber Saw isn't quite enough anymore.
Swart trying to come out, do some bottom lane. They've caught out Loader. He's all on his own. And he will be for 47 seconds as he sits in his casket. He's out of the map. And that was not what Alliance wanted to happen there. Having their position 1, getting caught out in that situation. I guess on the bright side, he's not going to be there too long. But nonetheless, another massive pick-off for Mineski.
That's the neat thing, though, about playing with a Huskar, is that you can't really split push if you're Alliance. Because they don't have to crowd this hero and 5-man him. Most carries in this position at 25 minutes into the game, Owen, think about it. You're always going to set everybody behind. If they did this with any other hero, Alliance would just collapse on them, take the 3-on-5 fight, even if you have the Aegis, and hope that the other 2 heroes can't get there in time. But because it's a Huskar that has an Armlet and a Dazzle sitting behind him, Alliance just kind of have to sit there and go, well, we're going to lose our Gyrocopter and get absolutely nothing out of this.
I don't know. Alliance have to play this very carefully. They really do. They've got to be really careful of the engagements they take because we've seen already just 2 pickoffs. And Mineski can find, as you said, any time that Alliance look to split it out across the map. BKB recipe has been picked up by Loader, but he's still a Mithril Hammer short. There's now Reaver on this Huskar. I mean, he has died 4 times this game.
Whatever. It's all. He's just gonna do Huskar things.
I mean, casually walking around with that weave ticking up, 40 armor.
He's just
2k HP. I mean, where's your answer to that?
I don't know, because Mineski are just gonna force the issue now, and the Timber Saw's still annoying. But when you've got this much, who really cares? All right, this was pretty far, Rio.
Hello, he forces himself out.
Yeah, calm down, man.
This man's crazy.
All right, they weaved again. Take 2. They're probably... you've got the glyph available, but I don't even know if it's worth it.
I mean, Cuckoo, he's just sitting there. He's having a fine old time. Bulldog coming forward. Timber chaining across. And that's the tier 3 down. Alliance certainly having a hard time holding back Mineski when they go for these high ground pushes. I mean, what's the play here? Well, do they just have to continue just holding the base? Do they have to go out themselves and look for smoke, solo pickoffs on Mineski? Or they just got to play full-on defensive at this point? And do they contest Roshan when he's back up in 6 minutes?
I think you do, because this time around, you'll have better resources, right? You'll have the BKB up on S4, which is something they sorely lacked the first time around. You can't kill the Huskar twice. And if you can, it's going to cost you too much the first time. So you have to contest the Aegis area and hope for the best. This might be one of your better opportunities, though. You notice that Alliance go for the gank as soon as the Aegis fades. Obviously, they timed it. They're a professional team. They're going to try to go for the engagement, but doesn't do anything, and they're just kind of falling behind in farm.
I think they're going to go for this kill on the bottom on the Slardar. They did have the smoke. They go for the wraparound, and here's Nuts with the setup. Yules into the light strike. Ake's turning up as well. They use the straight up Fiend's Grip, Laguna Blade. That's a clean kill.
Yeah, that was a little bit too greedy by Rio, but it does reveal the positioning for Alliance. And so for a minute or 2, Mineski's going to feel pretty safe. I doubt that Alliance go for another smoke gank just immediately after this. Yeah, it's on cooldown. And it's down for another 3 minutes, which is around the time the Roshan comes up. So the timing of it is okay. Unluckily for the Mineski, it's not going to be up for quite a bit.
Oh man, completed heart on this man. Going for obviously a little bit of a different build this game. The first one we saw Huskar go for that AC, and I guess this is just what kind of respecting the burst damage that heroes like the Timber and the Lina can offer that he needs to be aware of when he's jumping in.
I'm trying to think right now about what I would do in this situation if I'm Alliance, but I've never had to play against a 13k net worth Huskar who has a heart. It's honestly the Dazzle that's the biggest problem right now for them. They have to figure out a way to deal with Jules. He's 0-1-7 right now. You can't afford him to be doing this much in fights with just 800 HP, right? If he's casted 2 Graves, he's already done his job.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, as you said before, we're 30 minutes into a game pretty much, and they've only killed the Dazzle once.
Yeah.
Something's going wrong there.
In the team fights, he's just not taking anything. They're not being able to get the sleep on him. Mineski's doing such a good job of jumping in with the Slardar. And you notice that Rio, he just kind of walks around and ambles around to make sure that they split up the fight as much as possible. And when that ends up happening is your focus isn't on the Dazzle. It's at the Huskar that's repeatedly attacking you non-stop and killing you, right? Or it's on the Slardar that's rampaging across, casting his ultimate on everybody. Mineski just knows how to play this Huskar draft.
Yeah, they really do. And I wouldn't be surprised if in future games of this tournament we see teams just taking the Huskar away, or at least drafting around it, or Winter's Curse straight up to S4. Alliance are there, and they will look to try and turn. They'll pop down the cooldown. There'll be a Nightmare on S4 buying him time. Pops the BKB, looks for the Requiem from the sidelines. Now,
he gets the snowball
comes out. Tussy's going to be able to buy himself some time. And now with the Greaves, he's actually going to be able to walk this off. Light Strike Array onto Cuckoo, but he's still pretty damn tanky. He's got the heart and the armlet on, and he just jumps forward onto Loader. Loader should go down. That's going to be the first casualty for the side of Alliance. Bulldog will find the kill onto the Tusk, but he'll probably pay with his own life, and he certainly will. The bash is there from Slardar. 2 down at the moment on Alliance. It's going to be a buyback from the Tusk. But the rest of Alliance will get themselves the hell out of there. But nonetheless, a 2-for-1 trade that, once again, Mineski are going to be smiling all the way to the end of the game with.
And if you're Loda, you have to be so frustrated because you're a gyrocopter against a Huskar. You notice that the Huskar had about 1200 HP. Loda has full. He's probably thinking to himself, oh, I'm perfectly fine in this position. Immediately gets jumped on, and he actually can't do anything. How many times does that have to happen before you're just like, why did we let this hero through?
15 seconds until Loda's back. We'll see if Mineski try and... Oh, yes, they do. Oh, straight in onto the Lina. Nuts is out of this one. He does have a buyback. Ake's there. He just throws out the Nightmare to Cuckoo. I mean, Cuckoo is the Nightmare at this point.
Alliance are probably thinking to themselves, what happened to our nuts?
Pretty much. And here we go.
Cuckoo's just sitting there.
Lane. Yeah, he does
He's
not
so
care.
indifferent about everything.
He's pretty much just A-click the base now. And...
Objective gaming.
Crush comes out. Cuckoo just moves across. Now he's just going to fight. Jumps forward. Bulldog gets off the Ghost Scepter. Lina will now buy back. There's a cooldown. Will hit onto multiple units. S4's trying to move forward, but he's got the Amplifier on him. He needs to be a little bit careful if Cuckoo gets the jump off. Cuckoo just sitting there. Bulldog going across, bringing Cuckoo rather low here. S4's put the BKB. Looks for the record. Oh! Potato actually stood straight on top of that. Maybe they can fight off the back of this, but they've already lost Bulldog. They will find themselves a killer onto the Dazzle, but the Winter's Curse is down to S4. He's down. He does have a buyback available on the Shadow Fiend. Ake will fall. It's going to be a triple kill for Cuckoo. They'll move in onto Loader. He's looking for more. Light Strike will come out. No, can they kill Cuckoo?
Right, this is your best opportunity.
They've got the Yule set up. Can they control him? Cuckoo jumps onto S4. He's fighting under the tier 4s here.
No, they can't kill him.
They can't
He's got
kill
500 HP. You can't kill him.
Bulldog's brought back for this. Can he do anything with it? Loader's there as well. Bulldog's coming forward. He's going to miss the Chakram, and now Cuckoo just jumps straight back in. Looks for Loader. Light Strike will land onto the Huskar. Can they kill him? No, he's still alive, and he's just killing them. He's unstoppable. The Cold Embrace comes out. Cuckoo's still alive. Light Strike Array comes in, but Cuckoo, does he manage the Chakram, and they will kill him. They bring down the Huskar. So they do manage to find 4 heroes there from the side of Mineski. But in terms of how much that cost them...
if you could get this gem from Jesse Vash... Oh, they guessed wrong. He's gone. He didn't even have mana. He couldn't Glimmer Cape away, but...
So, I mean, well, they defend some of them. They lose the melee racks. It cost Alliance 3 buybacks to hold that defense. So an incredibly costly defense for the side, but they do manage to fend the side of Mineski off.
But it was because the Huskar, he was literally 1v4ing you in your base.
A Huskar just he literally knew no fear.
Yeah. Did you ever play World of Warcraft? It just looked like one of those.
I never did well.
It looks like one of those like 15-man raids where you have to just like kite nonstop, discuss constantly. You stun here, I'll stun here. Let's take turns.
Oh, Light Strike's gonna miss. Can they get this kill on yours? Oh!
Okay.
Oh no! The Nightmare dodged the Laguna damage. They'll probably still
He's
get
gonna
the
get
kill.
the grave off now?
If they don't, they'll still get the kill. Oh, are they not gonna kill him? Oh, yes, they will. If they hadn't got that because of the Nightmare avoiding the damage from the Laguna, well, I think Nuts would have been screwing someone. That was not good.
All right, Cuckoo's back alive. Cuckoo God is here. Just run, guys. Not like this. Go away. You can't take this fight.
Oh, Tusky-Wusky onto Ake. Ake, can he get himself out of this? He's got nowhere getting around the shards, but they have got Nuts there with the Yule Scepter. Maybe they could try and turn. There'll be the Force Staff taking Tusk away. And now here comes Cuckoo jumping onto Ake. Okay. Oh, he's going to throw out the Nightmare here. Now Loda's turning up with the BKB, trying to fight. Greaves have come out from the side of Mineski. Winter's Curse gets laid down onto Loda, but he lives through it. Bulldog moving forward here on the Timbersaw. They're already going to lose Loda though on the Gyrocopter. There's a crush onto Bulldog. Now looking for the Requiem. Can S4 get it off in time? He can, but the snowball's there, taking Cuckoo away to the sidelines. He looks to focus down onto Nuts, but Nuts shores himself up. S4 getting incredibly low, will finally go down. 4 dead on the side of Alliance, only Bulldog surviving. And these are 4 heroes now dead without buyback because of that previous defense that they had to invest in. And a huge, well, another swing really of gold, favoring the side of Mineski. And this is starting to look pretty rocky for Alliance if it wasn't already. Mineski are going to come down the mid lane. They'll almost certainly look for a second set of racks, and with the Shadow Fiend down for 70 seconds, they may look for even more, Will.
Yeah, he doesn't have buyback. Nobody from Alliance really matters in terms of being able to kill Cuckoo anymore.
Oh,
you're going to have to do it as a team.
These bashes.
You got to wait for everybody to be up. Maybe you make one more attempt. But, for example, if it's like a 4v5, Alliance have already lost. Because you need all 5 to kill him.
Is not going to be okay. Mid racks are going. And Cuckoo, he's got a completed. Oh, my.
Oh, he's got a Satanic now. 4,100 HP.
Oh, being knocked down to the lower bracket. 2 games by a Huskar. It can't feel good, Will.
No. This is what teams used to feel like whenever they had to play against the Alliance Nature's Prophet. They think to themselves, you know, why didn't we let this go? Alliance probably just thought, maybe we can deal with it better, or maybe they thought they wouldn't pick it again.
Loda, he's gone. Raging Potato did overcommit.
And look at Cuckoo God. He doesn't even care. He's like, guys, come on.
I mean, they've still got some racks left.
Some?
One. Going. Gone. No. Hey, there we go. All right. Can Alliance do it? It's... No, they can't. GG is called. Mineski will take the series 2-0 with Cuckoo's Huskar. I mean, S4 not having a fun time in the fountain there. And Will, what a performance from Mineski. We said it in the first game, and I think in the second game as well. We saw Alliance bring something a little bit more substantial to the table, but Mineski was still able to deal with it absolutely fantastically.
Yeah, they had a lot of opportunities, actually, that were kind of squandered. For example, they were able to prevent the Roshan twice, and they dominated those 2 fights, if you remember, but they went for the engagement at top. They got split up almost immediately. They lost hero after hero. They actually lost 6 heroes in that engagement. The Slardar, who they did such a good job of minimizing his impact, all of a sudden had a Blink Dagger. He chased like 4 heroes at that top area. They get every single one of those kills. And then from there, they're just like, there's no way they can fight us. They take that Roshan fight. S4 pops his BKB. They get 1 hero kill, but then the Winter Wyvern buys back and says, well, now you've got no BKB. Just kind of outmaneuver on the map.
Absolutely. And so with that, Mineski will they'll move forward to the next game of the day. They will play up against the side of eHome to fight for that final upper bracket position from this group. Alliance, of course, they'll go forward to the LAN, but it will be in the lower brackets. They'll have to enter the LAN stages of the main event with a grueling best of 1. I'm not quite sure who it's going to be against, but regardless of what team they're matching up against, no one ever wants to be in a best of 1 position. So it's going to be a very, very interesting game for Alliance when that kicks off on Monday. But that's it from myself and Blitz. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the games and enjoyed the cast. We'll be back elsewhere across this tournament with some more Dota 2. But indeed, the series is over. Mineski take it 2-0. We'll see you guys about.